we will know what those words mean and how we as accountants are going to shape the future. So a few introductions. My name is Ivor Pingy, and I am head of division for the School of Finance, Economics, Accounting, and Analytics. And you will see lots of my colleagues here today on the screen and many others off the screen as well. And Graham, would you like to introduce yourself as well, please?
So my name's Graham Hambley. I'm the editor of PQ Magazine. It's a magazine that's been running for over 20 years, and it really delves into the lives and times and the problems and the triumphs of part qualified and newly qualified accountants. We've been looking at lots of issues, and lots of the issues running through today's things are very high on our agenda. AI, uh, chat GPD, making tax digital, um,
Mhm.
well-being and employment, and all those sort of issues are key to our readers. And this is our seventh conference with LSBU, so it's 7 whole years we've been together, Ivor. I
Yes,
don't know if
yes,
that's a special date, but yes,
it
seven. We've done
is.
it
It
seven
is.
times. And a big thing for me, I before we really start, I just want to thank the
Mm.
people who've been supporting us on this latest one. That's the AAT, the ACCA, Rogo, powered by Eintech, and the AICPA and SEMA. They've really helped support us in putting the agenda together and promoting it as well. So thank you guys for all your help on
Thank
that. So I'm back to you, Ivor. I think that's
Okay, thank
that's
you. Well, I have
done.
to say, Graham, before you even go, I'm always amazed at the information that you have and that you hold in your head. I always, before I meet with you, I always think to myself, I wonder what he's going to talk about now. And you always bring something up that I hadn't thought about. So you're going to be a great contributor, and it's great working with you. I mean, we've worked with magazine over a number of years. It's a great magazine, and it's full of insightful, interesting things. So yeah, and we will continue to work with you, Graham. We just love being a part of of what you do, and I think that part qualified accountants have a special role to play. The professional bodies all have a very special role to play. I think things are changing. The role of accountants are changing. ChatGPT, as you mentioned, AI. At some point, we were thinking, oh, they're going to take our jobs. They're going to take our jobs. But anyway, we'll see how we're going to shape the future going forward. So I want to take you through some MS Teams platform functionality, which I'll do in a second. But I want to say a big thank you, a big welcome to all of you that are returning guests, and also for those new ones, welcome, welcome, welcome. As I said earlier, for those of you that probably didn't hear, that I don't know whether to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, but wherever you are in the world, a big welcome to you. So, a part of what we'll be talking about today, apart from ChatGPT, we'll be looking at, well, why does accountancy education need to change for graduates? We'll also be talking about how to equip yourself for the future job market and also the future of accounting in a sustainable world. So we've got a lot to be talking about. Now, hopefully, you will be pronged into thinking about something. Something will take your fancy, and you will be wanting to say something. So we don't want to be talking at you. We want very much for you to be a part of what is going on. Now, as with all things that are technical, we things can go wrong. And I can say that my team have put so much effort into making sure that things were all set up correctly, that the chat function was set up correctly. But unfortunately, teams have decided today to throw a slight spanner in the works. So unfortunately, the chat function isn't working. But as with all resilient accountants, we have come up with a solution. And that solution, I think Chris is going to be putting on the screen when I ask him to, a QR code, which will enable you to engage with it and ask questions. And we can then, I think Graham will then be in a position to ask those questions. I think, Chris, is that right? Is that how we're going to do it?
Yes, unfortunately, I can't share the slide. Sarah sent it to you on your chat. If you could see, if you could share that for me.
Okay, okay. So when do you want me to do that? I could let's just bear with me. See if I have actually got it on my. Shall I share it now, or I think I should share it now. What do you think, Graham?
Yeah, I think share it now.
Okay, okay. Let me do that.
I'll share it. I've got it. I've got it. I'll share it now.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And just to introduce Sarah Abdullah. Sarah Abdullah is our Associate Dean, Education and Student Experience, and she's very kindly helping us at the moment. Sarah, do you want to say anything as well? Because Sarah was actually the brainchild of the accountancy conference, and it was her, and she was very instrumental in us having it from the first year. So I don't want to take all the credit, and Graham doesn't want to take all the credit either. Let's give some credit to Dr. Sarah Abdullah, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Ivor. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm very delighted that we are at the 7th edition, and thank you so much, Graham. It's a joint project, absolutely, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without PQ Magazine's involvement. So and everybody else in the team, both at PQ and at LSBU. So yeah, I just want to welcome everybody. Hopefully the QR code is working. So yeah, I hope that you will enjoy this 7th edition of our conference.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to ask some of you to be guinea pigs, please. Could you check that this QR code is working? And what we want to use it for is questions and comments. So if you've got any questions, please use this QR code. If also what we'd like to know is where you're from. So if you would like to let us know your name, let us know where you're from, your connection with accounting, if any, that would be great. So another point to make is that, unfortunately, as I said, the functionality of the chat isn't working as we would like. However, we have got the QR code, which we will put up periodically. At LSBU, just a few household points, really. At LSBU, we operate in an environment of equality, inclusion, and acceptance. So we believe everybody should be treated with respect and courtesy. So please keep the conversation kind and respectful. And of course, and I'm sure this won't happen. This has never happened in any of our conferences, but we do have the right to remove anyone who isn't respectful, please. So let's just bear that in mind. We're going to have a great conference. So let's go back to the positive. I just want to make sure that everybody is okay, everybody's all right, everybody is settling down, settling into our great conference that we are going to have today. And I'm getting ready to introduce our keynote speaker. Now, I'm hoping he's here, and I'm hoping that the functionality hasn't prevented him from entering. So I'm looking at my fellow presenter, Graham, and also my my support staff as well, Chris and Tom. Could you please let me know whether our keynote speaker is here yet, so that I can get the band ready, roll the drums, and start introducing our keynote speaker. So our keynote speaker is Lord Billy Moria. Is he here, please? I've waiting with bated breath. I've got so much to say about him. I really want to just make sure that he is in the lobby and ready to go.
I do not see him in the lobby.
Okay. While we're waiting, if people don't want to use the QR code and just want to send me an email, graham@pqmagazine.com, and it's GRAHAM, if that's easier for you for the Q&A. So if you're struggling with the QR code, or then please do just email me, graham@pqmagazine.com, and I'll pass on the questions. Is that okay? I just thought I'd add that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, we're still waiting with bated breath here. We're waiting for Lord.
Still has two minutes before he
Still got
actually
2
is due
minutes.
to appear. He's
Still
probably
got two.
running up the lobby now as we speak.
As we speak, exactly.
You're on mute, Ivor.
His lordship has every right to be late. Every right to be late, or on time, even on time. And just to remind everyone, for questions and comments, for those of you coming in a little later, a big welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We want to welcome you to our 7th conference. And if you've got any questions, we've got a slight hiccup with our chat functionality today. If you've got any questions, we have a QR code for questions and answers. And Graham, as well, could you mention your email address as well, whichever is easier for individuals?
So it's Graham, GRAHAM, @pqmagazine.com. So it's pqmagazine.com, Graham. And I'll be there waiting for your questions, and I'll relay them all to our speakers.
Home, and Usha is not here as well. So anybody, let me see if you.
Okay, well, while we're waiting, everyone, for Lord Bullimori, I thought I'd talk about the latest issue of PQ magazine. We have a fantastic cover. It's all about the CCAB's 2024 report about what accountants contribute to our economy. And it was estimated that GDP contribution of the profession in the UK and Ireland was £97.7 billion. We've got a total number, 23,900 students became qualified members. The CCAB being all the accounts bodies in the UK, except for, I think, SEMA left it. So we've got the ICAW, ICAS, ICAI, SIPFA, ACCA. And together, the total number of students they have around the world is 585,000 students, 50% of which are women, which is great. Not so many members are women. It's about 33% of members are women. And the total estimated contribution of the profession to the UK's GDP is 3.4%. We still have 4,310 accountancy firms registered in the UK, and the total value of exports, UK exports of accounting services, is 4 billion. And altogether in the UK and Ireland, the profession employs, with accountants and other staff, 911,800 people. So it's a massive part of the UK economy. Yeah, and I think the CCAB are just trying to show the contribution the profession's making. Sometimes people forget, you know, sort of they think accountants are only interested in the money, but they're also helping to raise money and help companies. And I just wanted to show everyone what a great job they were doing. And that'll be, I've just seen our guest turn up, so I'll shut up.
Yes, His Lordship, thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, who is Lord Billamoria, who is chairman of the Cobra Beer Partnership. And I was very interested when I met Lord Billamoria some time ago, he was explaining that his beer was one that was to be enjoyed with Indian spicy food. And from that idea, he has built a huge empire. And also he is Chancellor of the University of Birmingham. And he will be talking on relation to the boldness in business. So Lord Billamoria, over to you, please. And lovely to see you.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, great. Well, and for a start, it's a great honor for me to have been appointed as the patron of the Small Business Charter, taking over from my former colleague and dear friend, Lord David Young, who was a cabinet minister in the 1980s when Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister, who was behind many of the reforms that have taken place that we all benefit from today, including promoting entrepreneurship and business being a priority for any government. And every government since then, whether it's been Conservative or Labour or coalition Conservative and Liberal Democrats, have all been pro-business and pro-entrepreneurship, and we are the beneficiaries of it. I came over from India when I was 19 years old, having already graduated in commerce. I skipped a couple of years. I had a lucky break, and I came here and studied for 7 years in London and at Cambridge. I qualified as a chartered accountant with EY, with Ernst & Young. I realized very quickly, about halfway through my training, that although I was learning a lot, I didn't want to be an accountant for the rest of my career. But the qualification I knew would be very useful. It has been incredibly useful. I also I loved law, so I studied law at Cambridge University. I really enjoyed studying law, thought about becoming a barrister, and then I came up with the idea for Cobra Beer while I was a student. And this was an idea, like most business ideas, are based on being dissatisfied with a product or a service as a consumer, or putting it another way, you're passionate about something on the one hand, and you hate something on the other hand. And I love beer. I've always loved beer. I'm sure many of you do as well. But when I came to the UK, I really was very disappointed with a lot of the beers that I was being presented with. I found the lagers very fizzy, very harsh, very bland, very bloating, very difficult to drink. And with food, and I missed my Indian food a lot. I used to go to Indian restaurants regularly, and you with spicy food, the most popular drink is a lager beer because it's served cold and chilled. But the problem was the beer was cold and chilled, but it was this bland, bloating, difficult to drink lager. So it's difficult on its own, and it really didn't go well with the food either. An English friend of mine introduced me to real ale, to bitter, which I love to this day, and I happily drink bitter in a pub on its own, but I could not drink bitter with any food, let alone spicy food, because the bitter was too heavy and too bitter. And so that's when this idea evolved. Why don't I bring out my own beer, create my own beer that has the refreshment of a lager and the smoothness of an ale combined, that would be rounded and easy to drink, but also accompany all food, including Indian food and curry. And you know, that was it, a very, very simple idea. Now, many of you, if we were in a classroom, I would ask you to, you know, I would ask you to put your hands up and say, how many of you want to start your own business one day? And I'm sure a huge number of hands would go up saying, yep, I want to start my own business. How many of you actually will do it? And that's the thing. That, I mean, I can see one hand going up already. So it's having that, the guts. There's one word that sums up entrepreneurs more than any other word, and that is guts. Do you have the guts to do it in the first place? In my case, with a commerce degree, a law degree from Cambridge, a qualified chartered accountant from one of the top firms in the world, EY or Ernst & Young in London, I could have gone into investment banking. And my friends were driving around in their BMWs in those days. And my first company car, when I took that leap to be an entrepreneur, and I'm not exaggerating any of this, was a 295-pound Citroën de Chevaux. You know, those cars that look like people, and called Albert. And Albert needed push starting every day. And if you drove and looked down, you could see the road through the holes in the floor of the car. And it could carry exactly 15 cases of Cobra beer. So you have to make that, have the guts to make that bold sacrifice, giving up the other opportunities and taking that leap to go into entrepreneurship. But more importantly, I realized through my journey, you have to have the guts to stick with it when others would give up. And I've nearly lost my business 3 times. And it is not an easy journey. And the sad reality is that most businesses do not succeed. Most businesses fail. But I had a very clear mission when I started. And that mission has not changed in all these years. And that was, I wanted to create the finest ever Indian beer and make it a global beer brand. Now, that is something you can measure every single day. Today, I can proudly say, and please forgive me for boasting, I studied at the Harvard Business School for many years. I'm an alumnus there. And in one of the classes, they said, you must be confident, but not arrogant. You must be ambitious, but you must also be humble. You must be humbitious. So if I ever boast when I'm talking to you in the time we have, please forgive me. I'll boast with pride and I will boast humbitiously. And humbitiously, I say to you, Cobra has won 145 gold medals since 2001. So we're one of the most awarded beers in the world. So that first part of my mission to create the finest ever Indian beer, I have more than achieved. But to make it a global beer brand, I'm still on that journey. Cobra is sold, made over here in the UK, manufactured also in Belgium and now in Serbia, and Cobra will also is exported to 40 countries around the world. So what I would say very, very clearly is have that mission when you start, realizing it's going to be difficult, but most importantly, have the guts. I mean, the Duke of Wellington, his motto was fortune favors the bold. Can you all still hear me and see me? Can I just see a thumbs up from someone or something? Just to clarify, you can hear me and see me. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Because I can see somebody else on my screen, but I can't see all of you. So somebody's got their camera on and I can see them. So as long as you can see me, that's fine. So then you have this idea, but you also need one aspect. And this is, I'm an alumnus of 3 business schools. I've done hundreds of case studies, but I've never, ever done a case study on luck. And every entrepreneur you speak to will say that you need luck. You need luck to do this. And that word luck, serendipity. I've chaired the Cambridge Judge Business School for 5 years, and one of our professors, Mark Durand, he describes serendipity as seeing what everyone else sees, but thinking what no one else has thought. To be serendipitous, to be fortuitous, to be lucky. And the best definition of luck I ever heard was in the Harvard Business School classroom. And that was, luck is when determination meets opportunity. If you're not determined, you will not even see the opportunity. And I picture it as waves that go past you in life. If you're determined, you might just catch a wave. If you're not determined, those waves will go past you all your life. And in my case, there's definitely been luck. The introduction we had to the biggest, most profitable, most successful independent brewery in India, in Bangalore, when I built up experience importing products from India for the first year with my business partner, Arjun Reddy, also from Hyderabad in India, where I come from. We built up experience. We sold polo sticks to Lily Whites and Harrods. We sold high fashion garments to boutiques in Knightsbridge. We sold leather and silk goods to Selfridges. We sold really amazingly gold embroidered jackets to places like Whistles. We built up experience in sourcing products, selling, marketing, and then we stumbled across a manufacturer to make this big idea of mine, which was the beer idea. Now, the luck goes further. They didn't have a brand name that was suitable. And my most valuable asset to this day is the Cobra Beer brand. And they said, do it under your own brand. We want the prestige of exporting beer to the UK, but your product will probably fail. None of our competitors have succeeded except Kingfisher. So when it fails, it'll be your brand that fails and not ours. And we'll have the prestige of exporting to the UK. Now, just look at that luck. If they'd had a suitable brand like Cobra, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I would have just been an agent. I actually own the Cobra Beer brand today in a joint venture with one of the largest brewers in the world, Molson Coors. And then the other luck was they had the finest brewmaster in India, Dr. Karyappa, who had spent 6 years in Prague in the Czech Republic, the home of Pilsner beer, who had a PhD from Prague University. And he knew everything about brewing. I knew nothing about brewing, but I knew this taste that I wanted, this less gassy, smooth taste that would accompany food. So together we sat down in his laboratory. And in those days, you could carry liquid in your hand luggage. And I carried 30 bottles, carefully selected beers, sat in the laboratory, tasted the beers with him and told him, this is the sort of taste, tried to express that I'm looking for. And he said, if you want that, we don't make a beer like that. It's going to be a very complicated recipe. It's going to need malted barley and rice and maize and wheat and 3 varieties of Bavarian hops. That's how we're going to get to the smaller bubbles and the smoothness and the texture that you're looking for. And that's how we developed Cobra Beer. And then we went to the restaurants and I had a breakthrough strategy. I had no money. I couldn't even afford branded beer glasses. I said, if it's going to succeed, we've got to get people aware of the product. And the best place to get people aware is in the Indian restaurants and curry restaurants in this country. There are now, we supply almost 7,000 restaurants throughout the UK. It's a way of life. It's a household name because we started with the restaurants. Without their support, I wouldn't be here talking to you today. People discovered it in the restaurants, and we now sell it in all the supermarkets and off licenses, and it's available widely. So that breakthrough strategy worked, and we built the brand. As I said, nearly lost the brand 3 times, which was, you can ask me in the Q&A. And today, I'm very proud that Cobra is a household name, that anyone in the UK, our awareness ratings are very high, which I'm proud of. I've got a wonderful team. And I conclude with this because I'd like to leave time for you to ask me questions, is also to have a vision, to be able to succeed as an entrepreneur. You have your mission, in my case, as I said, the finest ever Indian beer and make it a global beer brand, but it's all about attitude. In life, everything is attitude. And our vision sums up our attitude. Now, attitude and our vision is to aspire and achieve against all odds with integrity. And that's almost a definition of entrepreneurship. You have an idea, you want to get somewhere with that idea, you have little or no means, you have all the odds stacked against you, and you go out and you make it happen. But most importantly, you do it with integrity. You do it the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lord Bilimory. That was so interesting, and I'm sure that there are questions that will be coming through to you. I indeed have a few questions myself for you, which I'll ask. Graham, have any questions come on through the QR code, please, or indeed through your email address?
Yeah, someone said you talk a lot about luck, and they said someone asked, what's the worst luck you had? I'm not sure you can have worse luck, but that's what someone asked. So what was probably one of the things that nearly pushed Cobra Beer to I suppose to not be around, really?
Yes. So the luck can be good and luck can be bad. Yeah. And of course, people say, is this the right time to start a business? Look at this. Look at the world today. Look at all the conflict going on around the world. We've technically hit a recession. We've had high inflation. Is this a time to start business? Interest rates have gone up to 5.25. Well, any time's a good time to start a business. If you've got a good idea, you can start it. When I started Cobra Beer, there was a recession on. Interest rates have gone up to 15%. You think 5.25% is high? Just try borrowing money at 15%, and then they don't want to lend it to you either. So you could call that bad luck, but some people succeed. Some people fail because of. Other people succeed in spite of. So you've got to have that attitude as an entrepreneur. It's an attitude of not a sort of a civil servant bureaucratic attitude of playing not to lose. You play to win. And I think you've got to deal with the bad luck. Now, I've had 3 times when I've nearly lost my business. All 3 times are different. And the thing about crises, and it's the same with global crises, who predicted 9/11? Who predicted the financial crisis of 2008, 2009? Very few economists. In fact, the Queen, Her Majesty, went to open this building at the London School of Economics, and she met these famous economists. And she said, "Why didn't any of you spot the financial crisis coming?" And it's absolutely true. If you look at the pandemic, who predicted the pandemic would happen at the time? The biggest global crisis since the Second World War, and I was president of the Confederation of British Industry through that crisis, and very proud to be so, to be able to help our economy and help our businesses. The Ukraine war, who actually predicted that invasion by Putin would take place when it did and how it did? And let alone the tragedy of October the 7th, who predicted that would happen, and the crisis and the tragedy since then? So these crises come out of the blue on a global basis. These crises come out of the blue in a business. It's how you deal with them. And I found there were 3 things that helped me survive my crises. One was having a strong brand. And the Cobra Beer brand is a very strong, resilient brand. Through all these crises, it not only stood up, in many cases, the sales didn't even drop. The growth rate slowed down. And a strong brand, by the way, the definition of a strong brand is, when I did the joint venture with Molson Coors, they said we have 6 things we categorize to make a strong brand. You have an extraordinary brand because, 1, it's based on an undeniable brand truth, this extra smooth taste of yours that works, that makes it brewed smooth for all food. Secondly, you have an instantly recognizable and iconic look. A Cobra Beer bottle, logo, people know it. If I asked you to close your eyes, you could picture it. The third is an extraordinary brand will never cut any corners. It will never compromise on principles. It will always do the right thing. The fourth, an extraordinary brand provides a consistent and relevant experience. There's no point providing something 1 day or 2 days. In my case, I have to produce hundreds of millions of pints and bottles and cans of beer where everyone tastes exactly the same, and I'm using a natural ingredients, and it's a natural product, and it's a natural process, and it's very technical, and it's very difficult to do that, and you're demanding as consumers, and I have to deliver that. The fifth thing for an extraordinary brand is you deliver extraordinary brand champions. And that's when you know you've cracked it, when you have people with household name, people love the brand. People are disappointed if it's not available. And the final thing is extraordinary brands deliver extraordinary profits. There's no point doing this unless you make good profits. And if you make good profits, you can do good, you can put back in the community, and you can reward the people who've taken the risk to invest in you. And the second thing that gets you to a crisis, apart from a strong brand, is having a loyal team and family support if you have it. I met my wife 1 year after I started Cobra. She's been by my side through all the crises and ups and downs of business. Without her support, I wouldn't be talking to you. Without my loyal team that I've had, a wonderful team, I wouldn't be talking to you without their support. And finally, you get through a crisis, strong brand, loyal team and family support, and you have to do it with integrity. It is better to fail doing the right thing than to succeed doing the wrong thing. And integrity is the most important thing. Playing with a straight bat, if you're a cricket fan, is really, really important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
One of the other questions was really about your role as a lord. Someone said, does that help sell the
yes,
or does it hinder?
I'm very, very privileged to have been given the opportunity to join the House of Lords. I was introduced to Parliament 30 years ago by the late Baroness Srila Flather, who just passed away. She was the first Asian woman to be a councillor in this country. to be a JP, to be mayor of Windsor, to be a mayor, and the first Asian woman to enter the House of Lords. And she started an organization to bring young Asians into Parliament. And I used to go in for events, and she would bring cabinet ministers to come and speak to us, and I would go to Parliament regularly. And that introduced me to entering Parliament, to learning about it, experiencing it. And I just thought I'd love to do this one day. I thought of being an MP, but then I thought my business would never take off if I became an MP, because you have a constituency to look after, you have elections to fight on a regular basis. And then very luckily, I was given the opportunity, thanks to Tony Blair, who created this ability that any one of you, by the way, anyone who's based over here and lives in the UK, is a British citizen, can apply online to become a member of the House of Lords. And in those days, they would identify certain people and send a form saying, would you like to apply? And it was an application process, like applying to university. I had to go through forms and essays and referees and interviews. And it took 3 years, and I became a member of the House of Lords in 2006. I was the third youngest peer when I was appointed. And I'm still one of the younger peers because our average age is 72. But so it's a great place, the House of Lords. It has the greatest depth and breadth of expertise of any parliamentary chamber in the world. In every field you can imagine, from entrepreneurs and business people to economists to academics to former heads of universities, heads of defense forces, cabinet secretaries, former cabinet ministers, medics, scientists, you name it. We have university leaders, the whole lot in the House of Lords. So you learn. Every time I go there, I learn. And I've been very lucky. It's been one of the best things I've done. And being an independent crossbench peer, I can do what I want to say, what I want to contribute in a way that I've been lucky has made a big difference. And one of my roles is I'm co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group on international students. So I fought very hard to introduce the 2-year post-graduation work visa in 2008, which was taken away in 2012 and it's been brought back in now. And I'm fighting very hard for international students every single day right now. And I'm president of the UK Council of International Student Affairs as well, UKISA. So you can fight for certain causes and really make a difference. History of art was going to be taken away as an A-level subject, and my daughter was studying it. And I fought hard in Parliament, and we rescued history of art as a subject. I can give you example after example. In the pandemic, lateral flow testing, self-testing, COVID, I identified that first, pushed for it in Parliament. They wouldn't listen, but that's the other thing about an entrepreneur. You never give up. You keep going. And in the end, they said, Lord Bermorio, we've been inspired by you. You've won this argument, and they were available free to businesses and delivered to your household or picked up from a chemist, and people tested themselves regularly. We ran out at one stage. So I give you example after example how you can make a real difference, and I love it.
I've got one more question. It's about you being an accountant and a lawyer. Someone's asked, which one is better for entrepreneurship?
The frank answer is you need neither. The most important thing you need in entrepreneurship, more than anything else, is that attitude and that will to succeed and that ability to take that leap and start in business and cross that credibility gap. That credibility gap when you start, when nobody knows you, nobody knows your brand, you have zero credibility. How do you convince people in that position to finance you, to supply you, to buy from you when you have zero credibility? And they do those things if you have absolute passion and faith and confidence and belief in yourself and in your product and your idea and your brand, that gives them the faith to trust you, to give you a chance. And it's that attitude, that's what drives everything. And that's how people want to work with you. I built up a mini United Nations when I started Cobra Beer. People from all over the world with different backgrounds and cultures and mindsets. That creates a buzz. And Deloitte have done surveys that show the more diverse a team you have, the more innovative the team is. McKinsey's have done surveys that show more diverse teams are more profitable than teams that are not diverse. And I've seen that firsthand. The first 18 years of Cobra Beer, we grew at 40% compound for 18 years in a row. And that a lot of that was driven by the wonderful team that I had from all around the world, and that attitude that counts more than anything else. And it's always against all the odds. I was up against giants. I couldn't even afford branded beer glass, and up against Kingfisher. Carlsberg was in every Indian restaurant. You know, the restaurant said, why do I need another beer? So you're against the odds, and you've got to do something and do it differently and do it better and change the marketplace forever. The big bottles of Cobra, those of you know our brand, they didn't exist in this country. We introduced them. Now every brand does big bottles. You go into the shelf, you'll see Peroni and Stella and San Miguel, the older big bottles. We were the first movers in that. So, you know, you've got to have the guts to be able to do that.
what made you decide on that size bottle? Because it is, slightly, sort of bigger than not. Is it a pint or is it?
It's more than a pint. It's 660
it's more,
ml,
isn't it?
and it's a pint is about 550 ml, so it's slightly more than a pint. We had that because the brewery, if anyone who travels to India, to this day, 90% of the beer is sold in big bottles, and then you have small bottles, some and draft very rarely available in India. So when the brewery said, "Look, you're going to fail. If you want us to make small bottles, it's molds, it's chain parts on the bottling line. We're not going to make any of that investment. If you're around in a year's time, we'll give you your small bottles." And true to their word, they did, by the way. And draft beer was impossible. Sending kegs all the way to the UK and sending empty kegs back to India was not practical. So when you go into the restaurant with the big bottles, the first thing they say is, "We want draft and we want small bottles." You say, "Sorry, we don't do that." "Well, then, sorry, there's the door. Please leave." And then you say, "Well, my products are more expensive as well because it's better, but please definitely leave." So you've got to then convince them to take something that's different. And they'll make all sorts of obstacles because people don't like change. "Oh, we can't fit them in the fridge." "Well, you can fit them if you lie the bottles down sideways." "Oh, okay. And why don't you, when you sell a big bottle, it's double the size of a small bottle. You're selling double the amount of beer in one go. Your waiters can leave the bottles on the tables in the way that they leave food, and people share Indian food, and they'll share their bottles of beer. And that way, you'll sell more beer and you'll sell more food. And the waiters are freed up to do other work. And then people at other tables will say, "What are they drinking? It looks like a bottle of wine." "It's not a bottle of wine, it's a bottle of beer." "I'll try it." And it spreads like wildfire around the restaurant. So suddenly you convert an obstacle into an opportunity, and you have to have the guts to do that and persist in persuading the restaurants. And they did, and they gave me that chance, and I will always be grateful.
Excellent.
Do you have any questions, Ivor?
Yes, Lord Billy Moria, I'd like us 3 words I'd like for you to sum up about being bold in business. So we've got a lot of young entrepreneurs coming through, I'm sure, on this call. What 3 words would you say to them for them to be bold in business?
Yes, if I sum it up, it's got to be one. You've got to be creative. That ability to be innovative. My father was a senior general in the Indian Army, and when I started work, my first proper job was going to be working with EY, training to become a chartered accountant, because you work and study at the same time. And I went to see my father, and he was become a general, and I had to get an appointment from his ADC to see him in his office. He said, "I'm not going to talk to you about this home. You want to learn about work, you come and see me in my office." I went to his office, and he gave me lots of advice that I can picture talking to my father, talking to all of you now. And the best advice was this. He said, "When you're given a job, you're right at the bottom. You're given lots of tasks and lots of jobs. First thing is do what you're asked to do. The next thing is do that little bit extra that you were not asked to do." And that's the best advice I've been given in my life. Because my father was saying, always take an initiative, always be innovative, always be creative, and always go the extra mile. And it's going the extra mile that makes the difference whether you really succeed in life or not. So the first thing, as I say, is be creative. Next thing is trust. You will go far if people trust you. And if I summarize a 1-hour lecture given to me by one of my Harvard Business School professors, Professor Frances Fry, during the pandemic, she gave a virtual lecture on trust and said, trust is a triangle. To get trust, you've got to be authentic. Is it the real you? You've got to have the logic. Can you deliver what you're promising to deliver? Do you have the professional capability? Is your product going to deliver on its promise? The logic. And the third thing is empathy. Are you in it for yourself, or are you in it for them? So authenticity, logic, and empathy, and you can get trust with people. So if you're creative and you've got trust, and finally, you've got to believe. You've got to believe in yourself. And that belief, my favorite saying of Mahatma Gandhi's, and if I paraphrase it, is your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits form your character determines your destiny.
Wonderful words, Lord Bill Moore.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
words and inspiring. And thank you so much for your excellent speech today. I've certainly taken away some of your enthusiasm, your resilience. When you talk about the good things, what I find really interesting is the journey that it's taken you to get there. And when you hear that, you almost lost your business 3 times, it makes you realize that it's not an easy road, But with those 3 points that you've made, creativity, trust, etc., etc., that will get you to where you want to be. Thank you very much, Lord Bilemoria.
Pleasure
I'm
to
sure
be,
that
Lord.
we
I
will
wish
be.
you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
for
much.
asking
I'm
me.
sure we'll be see you
Bye-bye.
again fairly
you.
soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
And we're now moving on to the next session, where we're going to be looking at changing the accountancy syllabus so that it works for employers and graduates. Wow, what a theme! What an interesting theme! And particularly for me, as an academic and also a chartered accountant, I'm very much interested in this session. And we have an excellent speaker, Professor Richard Murphy, from the Sheffield University Management School. And Professor Murphy, he's got a wonderful, wonderful bio here that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a number of books that you've authored. I'm also seeing that you co-founded the Tax Justice Network, that the Fair Tax Mark and Finance for the Future, and you finance and direct the Tax Research UK. You co-created. Wow. Richard, I can feel your head getting bigger and bigger here. You co-created the Green New Deal, and you remain an active member of the Green New Deal group. You are also, I haven't finished yet. I could take half an hour just to talk about you, Professor Murphy. You also are the founder director of the Corporate Accountability Network and lots more. And with no further ado, I now hand over to Professor Richard Murphy. Thank you.
Ivor, thank you. It's very good to be here. Thank you for inviting me again. And I've spoken at these events before and I've always enjoyed it. Graham spoke to me about speaking today and he asked me to speak about one of my passions, which is tax. But I said I didn't want to do that today. I asked to speak about the future of accounting education instead. There was a good reason for my request. With Professor Susan Smith, who I know is in the audience at the moment, and she's at University College London, and Jenny Rose at the University of Manchester, I have over the last few months been putting together a project called Accounting Streams. It's featured in this month's PQ magazine, to give Graham a plug, and thank you for the article, Graham. Our aim, put simply, is to transform the way in which accounting is taught to undergraduates in UK universities. Streams stands for, because all accountants like to come up with good acronyms, stakeholders, transparency, reporting and ethics, accounting for management and society. And I'm going to say that again because it summarizes what we're about. Stakeholders, transparency, reporting and ethics, accounting for management and society. Now, let's stand back for a moment. Accounting is a difficult academic discipline. The practice of accounting developed long before the theory. The theory has very largely been developed by practitioners. The influence of academia on the subject is, I will be honest, open to question. And let's also be blunt, large numbers of people who come to study the subject do so with the primary goal of seeking exemptions from the professional exams of the institutes that they might one day aspire to be members of. As a result, the professional accounting institutes have a significant influence over what we teach to undergraduate students. But the result of all these influences is a slightly unhealthy mix that doesn't necessarily fulfill the potential of the undergraduate academic course. The Accounting Streams project is a reaction to the problem and to those issues. Susan, Jenny and I and our advisory board of 14 people, I think it is at present, reflecting people who've talked to us from over 19 academic institutions, and the students we've spoken to are all aware that there is a massive problem with the way in which accounting is now taught to undergraduates in the UK. My own experience confirms that belief. I've been a practicing chartered accountant. I was senior partner of a firm in London for some time, over a decade. I've also been an entrepreneur, a company director. And over the last 20 years, I've been much more involved with, in parallel with still being an accounting practitioner, I should say, but much more involved with being a campaigner for economic and tax justice. Along the way, I've written more about accounting than it's probably reasonable to ever do. And based upon all that experience, what I've observed is that young people are being taught in our universities things that do not necessarily help them to answer the questions that might reasonably be posed of them after they leave the academic environment. Now, I would say that's a particular problem for our students. Let me be bold and even a little risky for a chartered accountant. This is the idea of an accountant's joke coming up. I'd suggest to you that no student has ever gone to university to learn the double entry for the disposal of a fixed asset after it has been revalued and held for a number of subsequent further years, and to then report not only the double entry, but the impact that has on the reporting of both realized and unrealized reserves. I know it's shocking, but I really do genuinely believe that isn't most undergraduates' ambition. And yet, I know that is being taught in final year courses at universities and being examined. And frankly, I have not the faintest idea why. Let me make another suggestion. It is that most undergraduate accounting students don't go to university to solely learn about the interests of shareholders in multinational companies. They might have been aware before they went that accountants do lots of things, and they most certainly will be again when they begin to view those job adverts and opportunities that are available to them when they leave. Accountants help SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, charities, local authorities, the government, the NHS, pension funds, so many other types of organisation. But if you look at the course materials that are available at universities, you would think that the only people of interest are large multinational companies and their shareholders. And the whole idea of our profession is to help people to maximize profits. Well, I have to tell you, I was 19 when I realized that the whole idea of profit maximization was a load of nonsense. And I was at the time studying a joint honours degree in business economics and accountancy at the University of Southampton. I had the considerable advantage at that time over my fellow students of working simultaneously for a small firm of accountants. I had actually prepared a full set of accounts by the time I was 19. And what I knew was that the clients of this small firm had, frankly, not the faintest idea that what their profit was before we told them. What is more, and we're going to get a little techie here, they knew that or they did not know, sorry, I should put that in the right context. They did not know that to maximize their profit, they were meant to equate their marginal cost and their marginal revenue. And I have to admit that I'm really pleased about that, because I will tell you that from practical experience, that is simply not true. And yet it is still what we teach to undergraduate students. And it is fundamentally wrong. Now, what I don't think we're very good at teaching to undergraduate students is something that is much more important. And that is that as accountants, our job is to actually account to everyone who has interest in an entity. That is the suppliers, the customers, the employees, its regulators, its tax authority, and civil society in all its forms, of which I've been a part for a long time in my campaigning role. All of them need to be accounted for and to by an organization, especially if it enjoys the privilege, and it is a privilege, of limited liability. But where are all those concerns in the accounting undergraduate course? They're pretty much absent. And as a result, is it any surprise that far too little emphasis is put on accounting for the environment in so many of those courses? Not all, I know there are exceptions, but it's still not getting a proper look in. The other thing that's absent, and remissly so, is ethics. We simply don't interweave the issue of accounting ethics throughout all the materials that we teach. That is wrong. Accounting and ethics are absolutely intertwined, in my opinion. And in that sense, ethics should be intertwined in all the education that we provide and underpin the questions that we ask, and yet that hardly happens. So, in accounting streams, our suggestion is that students are losing out as a result of the limitations and implicit assumptions inherent in the education that most of them are now getting. That education is far too narrow in its technical focus, and that choice of focus is neither explained or the background to it understood. No wonder so many students reach the end of their courses as undergraduate accountants, still wondering, in my opinion, what the heck this whole subject is really all about, because that, unfortunately, is the question that is too often not asked. We're great on the micro issues, that double entry stuff. We're very bad on the meta macro issues of why are we doing this for who? So no wonder in that case, there is another problem. And that is that the accountants who go to business schools and study accounting and finance aren't the preferred choice of many employers in the accounting profession. They say, and I think they've got reason to say this, that our undergraduates have not been sufficiently intellectually challenged whilst they have been students. And that's really worrying because, well, largely because it may well be true. Learning that double entry for the disposal of a fixed asset is all sort of very clever and frankly a bit rote, but it doesn't actually ask you a big question, and nor does it require you to justify the answer. And that's what employers are looking for people to be able to do, and we're not necessarily equipping them to do that. So all this matters. Of course, it matters most of all to the people who are studying these courses, and let's not miss that point. It also matters to our universities because, as I hear from so many universities, the number of applicants to our courses is falling. And we've been a big profit center for those universities, to bring this back to a very fundamental issue. We've made a lot of money because we're a relatively cheap course to provide with lots of students packed into lecture halls, as some people here will know. And those students are no longer wanting to turn up. The universities should be worried. But it also matters to our professional institutes because they should be concerned, because it is their demands for technical knowledge to provide exemptions from exams that are constraining us. But as a result, we're not meeting the demands from society as a whole. And that is what perhaps matters to me most of all. So what can we do about this? I mean, it's all very good moaning, but I don't want to carry on doing that. What can we do? Well, first and most importantly, we can acknowledge that the problem exists. That is what Susan, Jenny, I, and our advisory panel are all doing by setting up the Accounting Streams project. Our object is to say there is a problem and secure agreement that this is the case. Now, I wish that were easy to achieve, but I have to say that as yet, I am not convinced that our professional institutes agree. For that reason alone, what we are doing is important. Second, we're adopting a solution focus to our work. We're not just saying something is wrong, although it obviously is. We're going to suggest that we know how to put it right. Now, that's not arrogant, that's also humble. We're doing it from a background I've actually had a lot of teaching and real world experience. And our inspiration for saying that we can put things right is the Core Economy Project, Core Econ as it's known on the web, which was pioneered at University College London by Professor Wendy Carlin. Now, what she recognised was that about a decade ago, the undergraduate course in economics was, well, truly dire. And frankly, it still is in far too many universities. It's very often much worse than the accounting undergraduate course. That's how bad I think it truly is. But with others, Wendy Carlin set up the Core Econ project. And the aim was to rewrite the undergraduate economics textbook. But more than that, First of all, it had to be rewritten to reflect the real world and not the fantasy world of the economics faculty. But more than that, the materials that she and her colleagues wrote were made available free of charge on the web. The textbook can be downloaded. All the teaching guides can be downloaded. All the course materials can be downloaded. Everything was available free. That course is now being taught in hundreds of universities and tens of thousands of students have benefited. We want to do the same thing. We want to rewrite the undergraduate accounting course, starting with financial accounting, moving on to management accounting, starting with the first year, then moving on to the more advanced modules, then moving on to tax. Yes, I want to do that, but auditing and, dare I say it, and this is the one where we're going to get most resistance, finance, because frankly, the finance courses that are taught to undergraduate students really do not meet their needs. Their economics courses taught to undergraduate accountants, and they're not appropriate. This is a truly ambitious goal that's intended to tackle those focuses on large corporations, shareholder interests, techniques over understanding, and the absence of ethical questioning of assumptions, practices, and outcomes that I've already outlined. We're aiming to get this process going by September 2025. Again, this is a truly ambitious program. All of us have other work to do. This isn't the only job we're involved with, and we're operating on a shoestring. And I can't help but say that's partly because some of our appeals for funding have fallen on deaf ears, particularly to the ICAEW. We approached them and asked for a grant out of the £147 million that I have shown they've been enriched by audit fines paid by large firms for their failings over the last decade, which that institute has a duty to spend on the interests of the profession within society. But they decided we don't meet that criteria. I found that deeply disappointing. I think it's a shame. And they haven't said what else they're going to do with that money. If anybody else can bring pressure to bear on them to think again, that would be great, because clearly publishing in the way that we want will have a cost. But at this moment, I'm also asking, and so is Susan, and so is Jenny, and so are the others involved, asking for practical support. We want to write those materials, and that requires people who can write. We are looking to put forward a textbook, and we need people to write chapters within that. If you have that skill, get in touch with us, talk to us about how you can contribute. In addition, I'm hoping to write a parallel narrative to that course, which will relate the issues that we will address to the real world experience of young entrepreneurs. I'm picking up here on the theme that Lord Balamoria has just talked about. We need to do this because not only are some of the people we teach going to become those young entrepreneurs, I hope, because I've done that thing, but also that they will advise them, and they therefore need to understand this. So I want to link these themes of the real world and entrepreneurship and accountancy together. And fourth, we want accountants, accounting undergraduate students to be involved in this. We'd encourage people to join Rethinking Accountancy. Why? Because that's a body of young undergraduate accountants who are trying to influence the faculties that they're being taught within to think about the issues that we want to address. So if you are an undergraduate student, have a look at what they're doing. See if you can get involved, see if you can talk to them, and feed back information to us, because we all clearly know it. The aim is to improve the long-term benefit for society from the teaching that undergraduate accountants have that prepare them for the world of work they're going to be a part of. Society, therefore, runs through this. And before I open for questions, I just want to highlight that last point and the relationship that accountants have to society, because that really drives my involvement in this. But I want to tell you a little story. During my time as a practitioner, I was quite often asked to go into companies that were in trouble, not insolvent, but in trouble with their bank or other creditors, and were having cash flow difficulties, clearly needed to be turned around before the insolvency practitioner would ever arrive at their door. And I do remember one very particular one that I went into, which had a really great part qualified practitioner called Stan, who worked there. Stan was located with his small team at the far end of a corridor. He was just about as far away as possible as he could be from the CEO's office, the sales office, the product design office, and the offices of the people who actually got stuff out of the door. Good as Stan and his team were, and I thought they were good, they were kept out of harm's way as if they were a world apart, almost irrelevant to the functioning of the company. Was it any great surprise that it had a cash flow problem? Well, it wasn't to me. Now, Stan survived the subsequent reorganization of that company. He needed to because he was good. Not everybody did. But Stan more than survived because one of the things that I did while I was with that company was bring him back into the center of the team. People were required to read his management accounts and discuss them every month, and he was required to analyze and discuss them with them. We began a process of communication about accounts within the organization, and that's exactly what we want to empower people to do. Much of the world treats accounting the way that company treated Stan and his team as a bit of a technical afterthought. Right now, the way we teach undergraduates does, I think, encourage that. Accounting Streams is about changing that relationship between accounting and society so that organizations make better decisions using better data to make the world a better place. If we can help undergraduates understand that, then we will have achieved. And I hope that means that this might be a cause that you'll find worth supporting. Thanks a lot. Questions?
Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you. I was certainly taking notes whilst you were talking there, and I'm sure there will be quite a few questions on this. Graham, I think you have access to the.
I don't actually have
quiz.
access to the QR thing. Sorry, Ivor. I've not been able to get through to that.
Okay.
The questions have been sent to you, Ivor, by Sarah.
I have sent them to you. Yeah.
Oh, I can't see them
in the chat.
While we wait, while Ivor reads some of the questions,
okay, let me have a look.
I've got a question for you, Richard, which is about skepticism. Is because the profession talks a lot about that, about it wants accountants who have the ability to question and be critical. Yet, if you look at their curriculums, it doesn't seem to match the talk. Is that fair to say? Is that something you see?
Yeah, I think that's entirely true. The job of an accountant is a difficult one. You have to look at all sides. You have to have doubt all the time. Am I doing the right thing? Is the data that I'm producing the right data to answer the question? Have I posed that question correctly? Is that what the person wants me to look at? You know, trying to understand whether it's your boss, whether it's your client, whatever it is, who is actually, you've got to anticipate and interpret their instruction. All of that requires skepticism. But at the same time, I'm going to go back to a thing again that Lord Billamori said. You have to have optimism. So you have to balance this sort of idea of skepticism and doubt and questioning about whether data is right. And before we started today, Graham, you asked me what was my most recent tweet about this morning. I've been looking at some data for HM Revenue and Customs, which I frankly say may be wrong. On the other hand, I can interpret it to use it. So you have to live with the doubt and the uncertainty and the limitations, and at the same time say, I'm going to have the confidence to answer your question. And what we need to do is those combined things. Be questioning, but be confident in your uncertainty. And that's really difficult because there isn't any accountant who can ever truly be certain about almost anything. Look, okay, if I sell a coffee for 10 quid, 4 coffees for 10 quid, 3 coffees for 10 quid, depending on where you are in the country, or wherever you are in the world, you might be able to account for 10 quid. But when you come to what was the cost of selling those, I'll tell you, you never really know the true answer, because there'll always be an estimate, an assumption, and an allocation of overhead or whatever else implicit in that figure. You've got to have doubt all the time, and yet you've got to have confidence in your ability to answer whilst embracing that uncertainty. This is what we need to empower young undergraduate accountants to do. Take the facts, be skeptical, but still answer the question.
My worry is about the confidence to be able to do that at such a junior level, and I think some cases recently, Carillion, where a part qualified was involved in some of the problems there with KPMG. they're in quite a vulnerable position when they're just starting to work. Maybe they've had their accounting education where they've not been critical. Now they're coming into a situation where there is lots of doubt, but they've got senior people telling them the way we do it is this. How can those young individuals have that sort of confidence so early on in their careers?
Well, I'm going to tell you another story. When I was just qualified, I mean, a couple of months from qualified, I was sent by Pete Marwick Mitchell and Co., as it then was, KPMG as it became, to audit the subsidiary of a group. I was the senior in charge. I was 24 and a half, I guess. I was literally 2 months post-qualified. And I got there and had a sit down with the accountant and had a chat and said, how are things? How's the system going? He said, well, we've got a little problem here. And I said, what's that? He said, well, the bank reconciliation doesn't work. And I thought, no, that's more than a little problem. How much is it out by? Well, we know how much cash we got within 500,000. I said, yeah. What's the turnover this year? Oh, 5 million. Hang on, the bank balance was out by up to 10% of turnover. I mean, this wasn't a minor problem. This was goddamn, smacking me in the face. I haven't a clue what's going on here. And I could have panicked. I could have sat down and just done the job and carried on. The first thing I did was take a lesson which has recently been reinforced by Henry Staunton, the guy who had just been sacked as chair of the post office. He wrote an email. I actually wrote a memo. I also picked up the phone to my senior manager and said, first of all, this is your problem. This is not my problem. I had the confidence to pass the buck. But I also had the confidence to actually sit down and say, the problem is, and I specified why the problem existed. Now, I can't remember what the detail of that memo was now. It was 40 years ago. I've been around this game for a long time. But what confidence means is having the ability to act within the limitations, the uncertainties. So in that case, I was out of my depth, way beyond my ability to make a decision. What I had to know was I had to pass the buck to somebody else. A young accountant has to have the confidence to be able to appraise the data and not only say, I can sometimes manage this, but I can't manage this as well, and I need to pass the buck back. Knowing your limitations is part of being confident. So I think there is a lesson in that experience of that young person at KPMG, I think it was, who was criticized. He didn't actually have the confidence to throw the buck back to his bosses.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Ivor. Did you
Hi.
Did you get
Yes,
the question?
yes. I've been able to get some of the questions coming through, and the first question is from George Boyne, who has said the public and private sectors are alike only in the unimportant ways. I think that holds for accounting. What are your thoughts or plans for teaching public sector accounting?
I don't agree with the assumption that was implicit in the question that they are unalike. All of them are supplying services to people who need them and value them. And if they aren't supplying services that are needed or valued, then actually those services shouldn't be being supplied. The private sector has a slightly more blunt way of indicating this by actually letting companies go bust. The private sector, the public sector clearly actually is trying to do something that the public will give feedback on. And we've now got mechanisms for that. You know, the public is not happy with the NHS at the moment because we have a feedback mechanism, which is the waiting list is too long, I can't get an appointment or whatever else. So the difference between public sector and private sector is not, as put to us, an accountant has to be able to interpret both financial and non-financial information and interpret them together. To pretend that accountants only deal with the numerical data expressed in pounds is absurd. And it's one of the big problems with accountancy is it thinks that double entry pounds are what is the only thing that matters. It's the relationship between that data and the underlying physical reality of the business enterprise, whatever it is, whoever it's supplying to, that is the critical thing that we need to interpret. And that's what I mean. Stan and his team in that company I was talking about were down at the end of the corridor dealing only with the numbers, but they never saw the real world at the far end of the corridor, which was designing a product which sometimes was frankly designed to make a loss from the moment it went out the door. If only they could have been involved in that process, the company would have been in a better state. So integration of the accountant into this process of delivery of goods and services supply is the key thing here. And I don't, that's why I don't agree with the question.
I think that Ruth sent round.
Okay.
Both future.
Thank you. Sorry, I think somebody has their microphone on. If you wouldn't mind muting your mics, please. I have another question as well, which is a slightly longer question, so I'm going to break it down. So do you think the problem is also to do with the misconceptions of what the role of an accountant is in today's digital economy in second-level students?
Yes. Clearly, I think that's there you are. Long question. You've broken it down.
Okay.
Do I
All
think
right.
there's a misconception of it? Yeah, because it is too easy to think that we are just going to be number crunchers. We're not. We're part of a whole digital information process. But that, as I say, that digital information process has no meaning if it isn't related to the substance of the business. And I mean, I've been talking to some people recently, preparing them for first interviews, applying for jobs, and saying to them, you know, for God's sake, go and read the accounts of the firms that you're applying to, try and understand what types of clients they deal with if it's an accounting practice. See what it is that they are actually doing, because being able to talk about why you're interested in what they're up to is just as important as being able to explain that I am desperately excited by becoming a chartered accountant and understanding how to calculate the deferred tax provision, which nobody in the history of humankind has ever understood. Well, that's not quite true. I think I understand deferred tax after 40 years. But the point I'm making is that isn't the most important thing you can learn as an accountant. Again, I come back to this point. It's what excites me as somebody who has been both accountant, entrepreneur, director, campaigner, etc., is this interrelationship, which is actually, and if I sound enthusiastic and excited about this, it's because I am enthusiastic and excited about this. It's that interaction, which is where things really happen. And you're at the center of the action, if you understand that. And boy, that is good news, because it's where you get the fun out of going to work.
Thank you. And what, in your view, is the role of apprenticeships in accountancy education?
Oh, look, apprenticeships are the latest thing, aren't they? Look, apprenticeships exist because the apprenticeship levy exists, and therefore employers get subsidies. I'm a little dubious. I don't think every apprenticeship is of the quality it should be. I'm a little concerned that there is a very strong tendency at the moment, particularly for professional firms, to be substituting 18-year-olds who they think can be trained up on a lower level of apprenticeship to do cannon fodder data processing, and that we aren't therefore, I mean, bluntly, we aren't therefore preparing sufficient people to be asking those difficult questions on which the future of accountancy survives. And that the heirs and succession plans of some of the firms who are overtraining 18-year-olds and not taking on sufficient graduates look decidedly dubious in the long term. So I'm a little concerned that we are overtraining people without an accounting degree and undertraining sufficient with accounting and other equivalent qualifications. And that might backfire on us. I'm not saying that it's wrong to train 18-year-olds. I used to regularly employ school leavers in the firm when I was senior partner, and they were always very valuable. But we need to get that balance right. I don't know that the profession has, certainly at present at the moment. I think that there might be more thought required. But that's, as I say, partly because the undergraduates we're producing from accounting education maybe aren't as well equipped as they should be in. Firms, employers are realizing that maybe they can mold people better by picking them up at 18 and providing their own courses and structures around their education. We need to think harder about this issue, is in other words, the answer to the question.
Okay, thank you. Professional bodies, another question. You're very popular, Richard, I have to say, very popular. Professional bodies develop their exam syllabus in consultation with employers in the sector. So why is there a perception that it does not meet employer needs?
Well, let me tell you that when I was an employer in the sector running an office, which was a training office for ACCA and ICAEW for undergraduate and postgraduate qualification experience, I was never asked what I wanted from the ACCA or ICAEW syllabus. And I very much suspect that the people who are asked are the very large firms. And so we end up with this focus on multinational corporations and their situations, and terribly narrow and focused, as is the work experience of most people who go to work for those firms, rather narrow and desperately focused and a bit siloed. And therefore, this syllabus is not as well designed as it should be. It's very much orientated towards the large firm and the large employer. But actually, if you look at what those 585,000, if I remember rightly, students that you said earlier on, Graham, are doing in the world, did I get the number right? I'm now curious to know whether I can remember a number from more than an hour ago. And whatever number of qualified accountants there are in the UK might be, then most of them are not working in those large firms. Most of them are not even working for large companies. They're working in a much wider range of organizations. And I don't think that they are in the institutes hearing of the needs of those firms and breaking down the silos between issues that is necessary for people to understand. Why is tax taught separately from accounting? You know, they actually are fundamentally interlinked subjects, because the first line in every corporate tax return is profits before tax. You know, it is actually the thing that has the biggest influence on your corporation tax liability. Everything else is a footnote, if you like. I've done tax investigations, one of which went on for 5 years, on what was the correct double entry for a set of transactions in a client's records, before we agreed that accruals accounting really did apply in this case. Whoopee! But it took 5 years to persuade the revenue of this interaction between some rather basic accounting understanding and tax understanding. That's what I'm worried about. The syllabus is so technical and narrowly focused that this broader depth of understanding is absent. And that's what I want the institutes to hear. But even their structures reinforce that siloed approach. There's audit faculties, tax faculties, you know, corporate reporting faculties, and all those other things. There isn't actually somebody who stands back and says, what are we doing as a whole here, guys? And that's what's sometimes missing, and what we need to ask young accountants to still think about.
Sure. Excellent.
Challenging stuff, I know.
Yes, yes. And certainly from LSBU's perspective, some of the points that you've mentioned, ethics, sustainability, are all things that we are embedding within our syllabi.
I've noticed that. I mean, I know what you're trying to do, Ivor, and I've noticed that you are ahead of the curve. Let me be blunt. I think that's true.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. But we will be working with you as well, Richard,
Great.
to carry this forward. I think it is really important, and I really do take on board some of the points that you've made. And in the chat, they've asked for your contact details as well, which we will provide. In addition, I'm going to share the QR code again, so that you know, going forward we can get these questions. We've gone slightly over time, everyone, but I felt it was important that that we allow this so that we could get a good discussion going. Richard, just finally, 3 things that you think are the most important things that should change to the accountancy syllabus going forward, please.
Oh, I mean, the thing that I would love to see change, first of all, the environment has to be in there. It's the biggest challenge facing the world. Sorry, but if that does not become the epicenter of our thinking of how we build this into accounting, we are fundamentally missing out. And right now, what the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, is doing is what I technically call CRAP, which is a completely rubbish approximation to what we require. So it's an acronym, completely rubbish approximation. I'm sorry, it is nonsense. It does not answer the questions that we need to answer. So that is number 1. Number 2 is we actually need to build that ethical questioning into accountancy, beginning to end. Am I doing the right thing? And I think far too much of accountancy doesn't ask that question. And people aren't empowered to say no, including, I mean, for example, and I always give this example, when I ran an accounting firm, we refused 50% of the people who asked us to work for them. We refused because we didn't think we had the expertise in their business to supply them with the service that they required. We chose our sector. We worked on that. We thought we were flipping good at it. Art, design, media, things that end up in print was what we did as a firm. And if a restaurant came along, however wonderful it was, we didn't want to know because they needed to go somewhere else. The ethical understanding which underpins everything, the right to say no, in other words, I think that's fundamental. Last, I would love to see this breaking down of the barriers. So we don't just say, oh, we can make more money if we move our profits offshore. Hang on a minute, that's a tax question, an accounting question, and an ethics question, and a PR question, and a corporate reporting question, and so many other things. And again, you might say that's ethics, but it's actually breaking down the silos. So those are my three things that I would like us to be able to deal with.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Richard, as ever.
And by the way, you can find me very easily. Simply Google Richard Murphy and accountancy or tax. I will come up probably first on your list. That's what happens when you've written 21,000 blog posts over 18 years.
Wow. Amazing, absolutely amazing. But we will also share your details as well. I think that would be great. Graham, do you have anything that you'd like to add, please, before we go to the break?
No. We're not going to a break now. We're going straight into the next.
Oh, are
one,
we?
I think.
Okay.
Yes. So
yes.
I'll thank you as always, Richard. Always a pleasure, never a chore. And I will see you soon. I think that's it from Richard. Yeah. So we need to. I think it's time for our next speakers.
Yes. Do you want to introduce them? Whilst you do that, I will share my screen for the
hopefully
the chat function.
We'll have our speakers all. This is what really makes us a global profession. I can see them arriving now. So how will chat GDP impact accounting roles and jobs? I think this has become one of the seminal questions. And it's great that we've got someone who's going to tell how it's all going to happen. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our next speaker. They're both here. That's lovely. Okay, well, I'm going to come off camera and I'm going to leave it all to you.
Thank you, Graham and Ivo. So I'm just wondering if you could grant us the presenter mode so that we can share our screen online.
Chris, can you do
I will
that,
take care
please?
of it. I will take care of it now.
Oh, thank you, Kazra. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
Is that okay now?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just give me a minute here. All right. Okay, good day, everyone. Thank you for having us today. So my name is JC. I'm based in Malaysia. I am a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt that currently leading the Operational Excellence and Improvement RPA team for a Global Business Services Hub in AICP and CIMA. So I lead this team mainly focusing on driving operational excellence and improvement. So we are currently embracing technologies like robotic process automation, and that was starting since 2020. And right now we have already automated more than 20 over processes for the organizations and continue to find more use cases and opportunity as part of the efforts on the path to digitalizations and embracing the intelligent automation. Of course, that AI also come into the picture. We are now working with the IT team, looking into what are the use cases, how do we explore further, right? So that we can also leverage on this new tool, right, in the market for us to continue to make our processes and business better, right, in a very positive manner. Yep. So, and then I have my colleague Rebecca here joining me today. She also do a quick introduction about herself.
Thank you very much, JC. Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca, and I'm from Malaysia, currently serving as the Finance Director for GBS Hub in AICPA CIMA. I come with over 20 years of finance experience in multinational corporations. I've held various leadership roles in industries such as shared service, BPO, oil and gas, as well as fast-moving consumer goods. My expertise includes audit, controllership, financial planning and analysis, budgeting and finance transformation in both the commercial and shared service sectors. Now, in my current role as the finance director, I'm responsible for designing and implementing the GBS finance strategy for service delivery, operational excellence, as well as finance transformation. I also oversee the expansions of the finance service catalogs and also provide functional oversights to 4 towers, namely order to cash, procure to pay payroll, as well as record to report. Now, additionally, I also serve as the global process owner for these areas, making policies decision, ensuring audit and compliance, and establish an end-to-end process as well as performance framework.
Yeah, so today, Rebecca and I will be doing a joint discussion about the topic on how will ChatGPT impacting accounting roles and jobs. So we all know that Gen AI now is one of the hottest topic, right? But then we still find there's a lot of question mark around this new tool and technology. So as part of our efforts to continue to drive value, digitalizations for the organizations, so definitely those are the areas that we continue to explore, right? And see how actually we can really capitalize from this. In this session, Rebecca and I will be discussing a few subtopics that is listed in the next slide. So we will be discussing first to understand what is generative AI and ChatGPT. Right, followed by that, we will zoom in a little bit more to ChatGPT, where helping us to understand the core capabilities and its application, specifically within accounting world. Followed by that, I will get Rebecca to share with us what is the current landscape and accounting roles. With that, we can assess what could be the potential impact of ChatGPT on the accounting world from the both pro and cons perspective. And also through the understanding what will be the future outlook, right, in terms of these new technologies and the accounting world, right, when we have this to combine. Lastly, we will just open to the floor for any Q&A. We would love to have your questions and answer some of those by doing our best. So, all right, Rebecca. So we will begin just with the Gen AI and ChatGPT. So what would you like to know more about this new tech?
Yeah, JC, I think, these new techs is making quite a buzz lately. So I am just curious about, how generative AI compares to the ChatGPT, right? I'm also trying to understand the differences between the two.
Okay, so Rebecca, I will not go very technical today, right? So I think I might make analogies about generative AI. So just imagine that you have a super creative friend, and who is very knowledgeable, read a lot of books, seen a lot of pictures, listening to a lot of musics, and with all that, that actually sparked the ideas within this friend. And if you requested some pictures, songs, so this good friend actually can help and create one for you, right? So the Gen AI friend is not copy and paste, but they will take all the informations that they know, right, that's become inspiration for them and create all the new content for you, right? So it is really amazing. And as for the ChatGPT, it is a very creative friend, but they only respond to you in text, right? So, but the text can come in various formats. It gives you things like, let's say you want a script, right? You want something like a code, right? So for your coding or development, even you want to have a poem to your loved one, right? So the ChatGPT actually are able to do this for you. Yeah. So the common ones that in the market right now that we can make use of are Copilot, that's developed by Microsoft Bing, Gemini from Google, and also ChatGPT by OpenAI. And actually, we can categorize all these three as the AI chatbot, right? Which when you post question to them, and then they will give answer to you, right? With all the information they can gather right from everywhere. And all these three AI chatbot, right? So they have their own strength, and actually it's worth to try them out.
Wow. Thanks a lot, JC. I think, it is very interesting to have such a friend like them. So I would like to know more about ChatGPT. Could you tell me more about how what are more about the ChatGPT's capabilities?
Yep, definitely, Rebecca. So in general, ChatGPT can translate languages. Basically, when we throw a question, a statement, so it would be able to understand that and summarizing the information and providing you with the answer, right? So when you chat with it, it's just like a normal chatbot, but it also comes with a little bit of empathy, right? So and then give you the informations by following your prompt. So the key things is how accurately, how good you are in giving the prompt, right, to the ChatGPT so that you will get the answer that you're looking for. Right. So the second capability of the ChatGPT is that it will be able to generate different creative text formats. As what I shared just now, it's like a coding, as a script, right? Emails, letters. If even you want to draft like scripting that you do at any presentation, right? So actually you can just go with it, and if you give you this ideas in text format. So the other thing is what ChatGPT can do in translating some of the languages, right? So many different languages actually can be done through ChatGPT. So of course, lastly is summarizing the information. So it can consume, right, or condense a large amount of text, right, or data, and it give you in a shorter or key points. So which really help us in saving a lot of time, right, in digesting a huge amount of information. So that is the core strength or capability of ChatGPT.
That is impressive, JC. So I also have been wondering, right, how does ChatGPT affects the accounting roles and jobs? Now, do you have any insights on that?
Yeah, so our team right now actually we are working on robotic process automation, right? So that's helping us automating some of the repetitive tasks within the accounting and finance area. But then we also start to wonder, right? So what we have tried out, right, ChatGPT, and I mean in some of the experiments, right, and then we start to wonder what can we do within the accounting, right, by leveraging on the ChatGPT. So I will share this maybe from three perspective or three areas. So the first thing is we will look at the possibility in automating the repetitive task, right? So if you look at it, it is very powerful in analyzing the data, right? So even giving you an outcome as like a financial report, analytics and information. So that's really saving you and your team's time, right? In doing the reporting and also the summary. So the second thing in terms of the automation, I'm looking at, for example, like invoicing and the process and the receipting. So it is powerful enough actually to extract all this information and put it into the matching, right, and processing. So this will tremendously improving the accuracy and also speeding up or reducing the overall lead time, right, in the overall processing time. Lastly, I think this is another one that's very, very interesting. We know that sometimes we ask for help, so we reach out to some chat. But now the chatbot actually can be powered by ChatGPT, right? So when responding to basic clients or stakeholder inquiries. So if you be able to give right that accurate information for your clients or the stakeholders, that will actually reduce and save a lot of time, right, from for your team, right, as accountant practitioners.
I see. But JC, you mentioned earlier, yeah, that ChatGPT can only generate text responses. So how does ChatGPT automate tasks then?
Rebecca, so you are very, very sharp that, right? So we all know that ChatGPT will give you a response in text, right, in statement. So it doesn't really do the work, right? Do the task, executing the task. So, but if you just look at ChatGPT alone, right, you will not be able to perform any automation, right? But what we are currently doing now is actually making use of ChatGPT as one of the core component in automating tasks. So for example, we can leveraging on the API, the connector, even the robot OCR, right? So to make a complete solution for automation. So for example, let me give an example, Rebecca. So imagine that we are dealing with a lot of refund, right, request. So when that emails come in or that request comes in, actually we can make use of ChatGPT, right? So by feeding the email context, the text body into the ChatGPT, it would be able to help to extract all the key information, right? Identify whether this is a valid refund or this is the invalid. So what should be the next step, right? So as per our processes has defined. So all this information will be then fit in to, could be a robot, right? The RPA, robotic process automation, which will help to execute the task within our ERP so that we have the end-to-end process being implemented, right? So this is some of the areas that, one of the example that we are looking at, having a combination, right? The capability of ChatGPT, how actually it can decipher all the information that's required into a structured information that actually we can make use of that, right, to take it to the next process. So a lot of opportunity in here, but still, I think has to be very frank with you, Rebecca, that we are still looking for a lot of use cases. How do we really make this into reality and maximize, right, and capitalize from this? So we are taking one step beyond what we have laid a foundation that we have done with the robotic process automation, exploring on the OCR, intelligent data processing and all that. So ChatGPT is something that we are really, really working on it right now. So other than automating tasks, right? So the other application of ChatGPT actually can help in enhancing data analysis, right? So just imagining that you feed the whole data, right, the table into the ChatGPT, so it will be able to help to analyze the whole data sets, right? Even highlighting some of the potential anomalies, or even producing some of the insights for your accounting teams. So that is really good in saving your team's time. And then if there's any anomalies, right? So actually y'all can just focus a bit more in terms of investigation, right? Even to interpret the information and help with recommending any decisions for the business. Right. So the other thing is generating a perspective, right? So you will be able to help to produce reports, right? Giving a different viewpoint so that helping the accounting practitioners to consider diverse angle, right? Based on the data that we feed to the ChatGPT. So last thing is around help enhancing the data analysis. It also could be used to help creating some of the visualizations, right? So that's really help us to translate the data into stories. So I think that is the most powerful part of it, right? Because just the data alone, we might not be able to see, right, the trending information, the distribution and all that. So by having this visualization, actually that really help us, right, to have a better understanding on the overall data that we feed into that.
That is amazing, JC. But does that mean that we don't have to do much thinking when it comes to data analysis then?
Yeah, I think in the ideal world, right? So we just feed the data and let the ChatGPT and the other automation solutions does the work, right? Then we just sit there, not have to do anything. But that's not true, and that's it's actually not necessary, right? So I think one thing that we have to be really cautious about is that the answer that produced, right, by the ChatGPT is not always 100% accurate, right? So that's really depending on what's the data that we feed in, right, to train the AI, right? So it might come with bias, right, in terms of interpreting all this information. So if you still require a human, right, or the accounting practitioners to interpret this, the results, right, the recommendation given by ChatGPT before actually when we come to a decision making. If we are fully 100% relying on this, right, so it will be very, very risky and dangerous for the organization. Right. So I hope that answered the question, Rebecca. And I'm moving on to the third application, right, for by using ChatGPT. So it could be used generating draft emails and documents. So this definitely, the accounting practitioners, actually, this will help them, right, to save a lot of time, to create or to craft a very clear and concise communication with the stakeholders. So, and communication is always, that's the very key, right, to making sure that there's um, no uncertainties, right, between the exchange on the information. So the other thing in terms of improving the communication is again looking into the chatbots, right, that powered by AI, the Gen AI, that we can provide an immediate answer, right, to for example, like an FAQ, right, through to the requesters or the stakeholders. So, and this is very important, especially as a GBS. Sometime based in KL, we are serving our stakeholders, requester from different locations. Although we have established the SLA, right, to make sure that we are meeting those requests in timely, but still, I think some of the questions that if it can be answered immediately, so the chatbot will be able to assist that without have our requester waiting, right, for a response from us. Yeah. Again, I think I have mentioned that, but I have to emphasize again some of the important things to note that ChatGPT, right, is not it's still under the development, right? So the accuracies and the reliability can vary, right? So it should not be used to make a critical financial decisions or replace a human judgment, right? At least at this point in time, Becca. And the other thing is around ethical consideration and data privacy and bias. I think those are the things that need to be attended very, very carefully when we are using AI or Gen AI ChatGPT in accounting world. So, Rebecca, before we start to discuss about the impact, right, to the accounting job and task, so I would like to understand a bit more, what is the current landscape of the accounting roles? So would you like to share more with us?
Sure. So the current landscape of accounting roles is evolving due to the advancement in technology, automation, as well as data analytics. So the traditional accounting tasks, such as data entries and the basic bookkeeping, are increasingly being automated. Now that is leading to a shift in the skill set required for accounting professionals. There is also a growing demand for accountants who possess strong analytical skills, critical thinking abilities, and expertise in interpreting the financial data, right, to provide strategic insights to the business. Now, additionally, the role of accountants is expanding beyond traditional financial reporting, to include areas such as risk management, compliance, and strategic planning. With the rise of the cloud-based accounting software, as well as the artificial intelligence tools, accountants are now expected to be more proficient in utilizing technologies to streamline their processes and also improve efficiency. Now, overall, the landscape of accounting roles is becoming more dynamic and multifaceted, requiring the professionals to adapt to the changing technologies and trend in order to stay relevant and also add value to their organizations.
Thanks, Rebecca. I think the roles also evolve over time, right? I think it's unavoidable that we have to actually tap on this new technologies and see how actually we can really capitalize or make full use of this, right? So, Rebecca, now we have a good understanding about the capability and potential application of ChatGPT. So what are some of the positive impact do you think it can bring to the accounting world?
I mean, JC, you have shared application of ChatGPT in accounting. Now, I can definitely see the positive impact of ChatGPT that ChatGPT has on accounting tasks, right? I mean, from an efficiency perspective, ChatGPT can automate a repetitive tasks, right, such as data entry and basic calculations, right? That in a way will help to save time and also reduce the risk of errors. From productivity perspective, by handling the routine queries as well as tasks, ChatGPT, will, I guess, they will allow accountants to focus more on complex analysis and strategic decision making. And that would, in a way, right, will lead to the increased productivity. Another area will be improved forecasting. The AI-powered model can help predict future financial performance with greater accuracy, and thus help businesses make informed decisions. From a cost effectiveness perspective, right, automating tasks and improving data analysis can lead to faster turnaround time, reduce error, and also potentially lower operational cost. I guess, overall, ChatGPT can bring efficiency, productivity, improve forecasting, cost savings to accounting tasks in general, enhancing the overall effectiveness of accounting processes. But, JC, I think they are. But what do you think? Are there any challenges and potential downsides of ChatGPT there?
Yeah, absolutely, Rebecca. So before we go to the downside, right? So I'm glad that you see a lot of the positive impact, right? So if we are really making use, right, of the ChatGPT, right, in the accounting world, yeah. So just to share, I think in our organization, actually, we are working or partnering with our IT team, right, which started looking into, or they are actually already started to formulate that the AI policies, right? So start to look into experimenting some of the tools, using giving some of that, like for example, Copilot licenses to some of the pioneer users, right? So those efforts actually have been started within our organization already, and definitely we want to see what more we can bring and what more we can do, right, for the organizations. And I think we want to share even more success story with the accounting community, right? So when we come to the challenges and the potential downsides, right? So if you look at the job security, the job displacement, so as an overall, I think for accountants, it still remain very positive because the role actually is evolving, right? And I think the expectation and the what we need, right, as accounting to contribute, right, will be very different, right? But then still, I think there's some entry level, right, or the bookkeeping roles, right? So it might still have a room, right, to be taken over by the automation, right, by making use of the ChatGPT or any other Gen AI capability. So so the other thing about the challenges around adopting ChatGPT, right, so is the ethical consideration, right? So this is how do we ensure the fairness and transparency of AI algorithms that we use in accounting, right? As what we shared just now, what I shared just now, Rebecca, that the AI basically is based on what data was fed to them and how we train, right, the AI, so that we need to constantly to review whether there's any bias or any that the information attribution actually been drifted. So that is some of that policy actually have been formulated by our organization as well. So to make sure that this has been addressed. The other thing also very critical, I think for us to take note on is on the data security and privacy. So we need to make sure that all the sensitive information like the financial data, right, so it doesn't leak by using some of the unauthorized AI systems, right? So this is something that really need to be looked into before actually we start embracing or start actually adapting to this AI technologies. The other area is will be very crucial is the upskilling and training, right? So accounting have to adapt, right, and develop new skills to work effectively alongside with the new tech. The other downside that I think I have to reiterate again as it might become an over reliance on AI because it's really convenient, it's really handy, right? You just give a bunch of information to ChatGPT and it give you whatever that you need, right? But that too is not perfect because is still developing and also subjecting to all that, I think, bias and the transparency and fairness that we mentioned just now. So the tools are not perfect. Human judgments still remain, right, and require a lot of oversights from the human itself. Okay. All right. So we're coming to the last slides of our conversation, right, Rebecca? So before we want to end our discussion, is there anything that you would like to share to our audience in adapting or embracing the new tech in the accounting world?
I mean, JC, I guess, before adopting the AI, right, I think, it is important, to basically familiarize ourselves with its capabilities as well as limitations. Yeah, we need to recognize that AI can be a helpful tool, right, to improve efficiency, but it may not be suitable for all tasks or situations, yeah? So one AI tool may be great at creating images and contents, but it might be inappropriate to use for decision-making processes. So like all technologies, yeah, you should first understand the need for the technology and then ensure the AI product has the capabilities to deliver that needs.
Yeah, well said, Rebecca. So I think the other things that we want um, to share, right, in this closing slide is again on the AI bias, right? So it can be introduced in many areas, right, including the data used to be fed, right, to the model, how the user data being interpreted. So when the staff, right, or anyone within the organization or any accountant using the AI should be very aware of the potential bias, right, with the AI product. So review and periodic checks that need to be happen to prevent the drift due to the bias. And the other thing is, if any of you, right, so on the call, if you have started your journey already, right, so I think one thing is always comply with your organization's data privacy and security policy, right? So especially before you start actually leveraging any AI software, right? So it could come with a bit of risk, right, if you have not done so. So we do encourage the exploration and use of the new tech, but at the same time, we still want to be very cautious in order not to have any negative impact, right, to the organizations. Yeah. So another thing is AI produce information content not always be 100% correct, right? So it's very essential for us as human to check, have the oversight from ourselves to make our own judgment, right, based on the information produced, the content produced by the AI. Yeah. So I think I think your IT team, right, playing a very critical role, right, with us in the journey of adopting these new technologies, and how do we actually continue, right, to make efforts and capitalize from this. Yeah. So another things is around the data security, validation, accuracy, testing. All this actually must be completed, acceptable prior to any implementation, right? And what I shared, I think, with you, Rebecca, is actually something that also, right, being shared with by our IT team, right, within the organization, so that to ensure that we are taking a very cautious steps. Wow, we are thinking there's a very positive impact that could be brought, right, through Gen AI or ChatGPT.
Okay, so I guess I would like to add on, right, JC? So we need to remember that AI is a tool to enhance human capabilities, but not replacing them. Yeah, we need to continue to focus on developing a collaborative relationship to maximize productivity and innovations. Now, JC, I really enjoyed the conversation with you. So perhaps we can open the floor to Q&A.
Yeah, no problem. So not sure, Graham or Evo, is there any questions actually posted for us?
Yes, there are. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for a very interesting discussion. I certainly found it interesting, was frantically taking notes. And as an educator, I'm going to make sure that we embed some of the points, certainly that you've made. Very exciting, very, very exciting. Graham, is there anything that you would like to add, please?
Yeah, the one question I've got is the relationship with you as accountants and using AI and your clients, and whether our clients, do you think, well, you have to tell them you're using AI? Do you think clients are always going to be happy? You know, if they want to talk to an accountant and they want that, and you want to create that personal relationship with them, if they, you know, people always feel weird about sort of the idea that they might be talking to a computer who might, or she or he might be right, but there's a disconnect sometimes, I think sometimes, and you know, sort of the AI might know more of the answers than someone, you know, because it's been fed all the information and it learns. But do you feel that clients need to be told, actually, you're not going to be talking to me, you're going to be talking to a robot? How do you feel that works when
Yeah,
you have that
happy to take that question, Graham. I think that's a super questions, right? So, from my point of view, I think yes, right, especially from CIMA, right? So, we are driving the accounting profession, right? So, tries to transform this accounting profession as well. We want to tap into these new technologies, right? And one of the things that we do is, what are some of the success story and use cases actually that we can share that we are leveraging on these technologies, and members actually are our clients, right? So I think they need to know how actually we use it. At the same time, I think that's the learning opportunity for both end, the client and ourselves, then continue to adopt on these technologies. I think the end outcome is favorable to both SEMA and also our customer. I think definitely is something that we should be exploring, and we should be sharing that, right? Unless if it's impacting the member experience, the customer experience, I say that would be a bad move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question as well. I am wondering, can you demonstrate how ChatGPT do the data trends and patterns, please?
So we won't be able to put any data, right, and show you right now. But I think some of the experiment that we did is we just pull a bunch of data into the table, and then you put it into the Copilot. Actually, it will give you some summary and report. But the only thing is how accurate the data actually that you fit into them, right? Does it providing a good training that can be interpreted? And also, I think at this point in time, do we have enough data actually really fit in so that it would be able to accurately produce that insights for you, right? So I think largely depending on that data set, the information, right?
Yes.
But in terms of demonstration, I think we won't be able to demonstrate this to you, but definitely we try that. But I think the maturity is still yet to be there for us to fully make use of that.
Okay, thank you. Another question: how could Gen AI improve forecasting, particularly for service-based industries where sales fluctuate drastically year on year?
Well, that is really a tough question. I tried that. Yeah. So as I said, I think it really depends on how many data is, let's say historically, right? Like we have like years on years, 10, 20 years of data. So when we fit it in, right? So does that actually produce that, or even with your IT team involved, what is the AI algorithm actually is sufficient for us to produce that outcome, right? So, and it need to be tested constantly, right? So only that if you provide the insights, but again, how well it can be addressed right now, right? So it depending on whether the data fits in, and also the one person who interpreted and tested, right? So able to point out, right, what information actually is accurate or actually there's a bias in there. So that process had to happen, right, before actually we can fully, right, make use of that prediction or forecasting, right? So I think that will be the ideal world, right? I think I'm not sure who asked the question. I think that's a super question. So that's the ideal world for us to move to that. But to be very frank, that our organization is exploring, right, on all these use cases, try to get our data into it, by at the same time have to adhere to all the data security and policies. So I think that's still a long way for us to get there, right? To be honest, sharing with that with you.
Thank you. And another question, how should the accountancy curriculum reflect the likely changes in the skills needed in the sector due to Gen AI? And I'm listening very carefully here.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer the question related curriculum. Yeah, but I think definitely I'm not sure in terms of any syllabus that's going to be added anytime soon. But I believe out there are plenty of courses, right, and plenty of information actually can be consumed, right? But this is just my personal opinion, right? I think we couldn't run away from that, right? So if you ask, I think that's something that any new faces to the accounting world, I think they need to get a chance actually to get to know these learners, right, through a standard channel, because there's so many information out there, right? So whether you're consuming it right or wrong, I think nobody can tell it until you really experiment it, testing it, right? So yeah, that's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. And the next is partly a statement, but it'd be good to get your views on this. There was an instance of an individual facing significant financial penalties from HMRC for late filing because she relied on legal cases which were revealed to be fabricated by ChatGPT.
Okay.
So that's probably by way of information, but do you have any comments in relation to
I think let's go back to our point just now, right? So one of the downside of Gen AI and ChatGPT is there's over reliance to it, right? So I think in any time, right, it cannot be 100% just purely taking whatever outcome that's being produced, right? That will really right put it into a very bad situation.
Yes, and thank you. Kazra, you have a comment, please.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I just wanted to see if we have a possibility to give an opportunity to a person called Xia Huan, if I'm pronouncing their name correctly, because they raised their hand. I just want to pass to the person to ask their question if they wish.
Okay. Yes, I think she's been allowed permission to ask the question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for highlighting this. Yeah, I like the presentation. Thank you very much. Just one more thing, since talking about data analysis, because our students probably need to use the annual reports of like listed company to do data analysis. Just wondering, for ChatGPT, how could we identify like the students use ChatGPT, and also because they need to put some comments on, right? So it's weird. I try to put something, but seems sometimes coming up with something really weird. So I'm not quite sure, because for every student they choose different company. Then are there any way like we can detect the students might be used this to those coursework?
I think this is another hot topic out there, right? Because thanks for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. So I think there's another hot topic here because that's so convenient right now, right? So just post the questions to ChatGPT and then you get all the answer that you need and just submit that. Yeah. So I think at the moment I haven't seen any really like a gold standard kind of tool actually to detect that, because that's what we say. Gen AI doesn't copy and paste, right? So they are creative and they will generate different response every time. But one thing is only that we might be able to observe is there will be similar, right? So depending on this prompt, if you have the same prompt, it will create a similar kind of responses, right? So it doesn't vary a lot, but I think we don't have any 2 or gold standard 2 kind of recommend. Actually, we can detect that, but you might be able to see the pattern if a multiple student using the same prompt and give you the similar outcome, right? The results. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any gold standard 2 to recommend to you right now. But that definitely is one of the hot topic that actually people are talking about it. So that's the double-edged swords, right? So you get information at the same time. So we over relying on that, and we don't use our own interpretation and intelligence anymore. That's the dangerous part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca and June, very interesting talk. And we really appreciate everything that you said. And one of the things I really enjoyed was that you said that the answers that you get are not 100% accurate. It still needs human interaction. Because at one point I was thinking, oh, you know what? How am I going to face my students? Am I going to be saying to my students, actually, AI is going to take over your work? But they'll still what you're saying is there will still be work for our wonderful accounting and finance and other students, and leading very nice ones. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your talk. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate the time and having us here. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. So now moving on. Yes.
Okay, we move.
Yes.
Before you, are you both gone? Oh, I had a question.
No,
sorry.
I know I'm here. Oh, sorry. No, they haven't gone.
Can I just ask one question? Yeah. I've got a question. Sam Altman described ChatGPT.
Sorry, Graham, I lost you.
As extremely limited capacity, and it's very deeply flawed. So how do you?
Graham, could you start again? You broke off. You broke off a bit. So can you start again, please? Your question.
Yes, at Davos, Sam Altman described chat. Yeah, can you hear me?
I couldn't hear you well. I couldn't hear you well, Graham.
You can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you now. Can you start again, Graham? Sorry.
Yes, of course. I'm really sorry. At Davos, Sam Altman described ChatGPT as an extremely limited current capacity and very deeply flawed. So how do you reconcile this with how you think a ChatGPT is going? So I think there's really worries about its current capacity and also just the problems with it and the way it works. Is that
okay?
Can you just give me an idea?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that.
I think that's someone disagreeing. I think someone's worried about AI and its role, and it's been given too big a role maybe in the idea this is going to be this panacea of going to answer all our questions, and it's generally right most of the time. Is that right? Dan, you're there actually.
Graham, can I just can I articulate the question?
Of course you can.
ChatGPT makes a lot of mistakes, and it's particularly bad with numbers. It can on the same paragraph give you 2 different answers to one simple numeric question. So it's not a question of just being able to that it makes a mistake now and again, so humans have got to keep an eye on it. It is profoundly flawed, and that is the opinion of the man who sells it. So I would suggest that, you know, of all the professions, accounting is one. Accounting is one in which the integrity of the data and the integrity of the numbers is paramount.
Agree.
And therefore, I would caution all accountants. I mean, I think the talk we've been given has been very interesting, but it has been enormously optimistic. And sort of great care has got to be used when considering this instrument.
Yeah, I guess, Dan, I have to agree with you. So I guess, you know, JC and myself, we were trying our best to basically stress many times, you know, in our presentation just now that, you know, this tool, ChatGPT, cannot replace human. Yeah, it really, we need to continue to exercise our own judgment, right? And also, we need to evaluate the accuracy of the data.
But it's more than just your judgment. It's the fact that, you know, you just can't count on it to add up a number, a series of numbers. You can't count on it. The forecasting you've been saying and all that, you just can't count on it. And my goodness, we have to account. We have to be able to count on our accountants.
Yeah. So okay, that's still a long way to go, right? So
look, you summarized my point completely in that last sentence you said. We've still got a long way to go, and I didn't feel that you expressed that clearly enough. There's still a long.
Okay.
Look, it's a wonderful system, but it still has a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for your question, Dan. That's fantastic.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Graham.
No, I was just going to say thank you to our speakers. That was really, really informative.
Excellent. Thank you. Long way to go. Long way to go.
As a takeaway. I think.
Yes. And now we have Lynn Hamlin, one of my wonderful colleagues, who is Head of Employability and Graduate Outcomes at London South Bank University, a person who has worked both in the corporate world as well as for the university. Lynn is in charge of our executive education and various other things, and she is going to talk today on You, the brand, and what employers want. Over to you, Lynn.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen, which means I won't be able to see anyone either. So I'm going to have to rely on you to be my supervisor in this situation. So I hope that's okay. And welcome to everybody. It sounds like it's been an absolutely fascinating conference so far, and I'm so glad. It's always a real knowledge exchange. These things are just amazing. So congratulations to Usha and to all of the accounting and finance team for organising this. It looks amazing. So LinkedIn and your personal brand, that's what we're going to be taking a look at today. And I think really the personal brand is the thing that comes first. Really talking now across experience with early careers in the corporate and public service sector. There are things I think graduates and those looking for early careers entry, they really need to be thinking about how they approach the marketplace, because what we want for students at London South Bank, and I think all higher education institutions would like for their graduating students, is not just to get a job, but to get a really good graduate job that's the first step in a career of their choice and something they've worked incredibly hard towards. So we're just going to have a conversation now about personal brand. Before we can start to convey our personal brand, we really need to think about what that means to us, and that's an individual. It's each personal brand, as implied in its title, is individual. So it's how you grab whoever it is within your network, internal or external. It's about the first impression of you. So for students on the call and for anybody that is looking for their first job, and also for employers, it would be great to have some conversation about some of this subject matter as we move through the presentation. It's about how you convey yourself, your degree, the experience of your subject and your skills and knowledge. So really just to have a think about that, have a reflect on that first point in the first instance. Everybody that is a student at LSBU will, by the end of their degree, have completed 3 years of study. If you're an accounting and finance student, that also means that you will have exemptions, professional exemptions. Because of the way that we learn at London South Bank University, you will have experience of working with clients directly. You'll have done live briefs. You'll have had to present back to those clients, and you will also have worked in groups, as well as having gleaned a huge amount of knowledge that is exam assessed through the 3 years of your degree. And I want you to take a moment to reflect on who that makes you after the end of your degree, and how that makes you different from the person that started their degree. because that difference is about your graduate personal brand. So I'd like everybody on the call that is a student here to just have a think about that, and perhaps other people from higher education institutions and employers. And I would like to come back to this at the end of the presentation, and to think about perhaps if there are any employers on the call, what that difference might look like in your experience, and some reflections of students actually also. And then we move on to a separate point, and I've put it separately because your behaviours, this is about how you use your knowledge and you employ that knowledge through your skills, and how that makes you behave. So I'm just going to look at those behaviours. I'm going to break them down into the 5 subject areas underneath. So your behaviours, I'm going to start with timekeeping. I know it's not at the top, but professionalism starts with, okay, your appearance, and that comes under professional standards. It comes into your communication, and that does come into your use of grammar. But really, it's about how you present yourself. Timekeeping is extremely important, and it's something that is a deal breaker. So make sure when you're going for interviews, when you're going to networking events, when you're doing all of those things, that you keep time. If you're on time or early, it gives you an opportunity to sit and have a look around the place where you might be being interviewed, or the networking event, get a feel for the culture, get a feel for how people interact with one another. And also it gives you a chance to say hello to a few people. And those things are really noticed when you're going into the graduate market, how you interact with the receptionist, how you interact with somebody that might bring you a glass of water before your interview, and then how you make your first impression on the people that might be interviewing you are very, very important, and do all come under behaviours, and how you see yourself and how you communicate yourself in a professional work setting. And I would just like to also make a point that accounting and finance is one of the last professions. So you are entering a field where you are going to have to be understanding, interpreting, and sharing information, data, analysis, information with people that might not have the same level of understanding as you. So you are a trusted partner in all of the relationships that you'll be having through your work career. And this isn't just about your first job. This is about building blocks for your career as you move on, and where you might be not just in 5 years' time, but in 10 years' time and in 15 years' time. It all starts now with how you present yourself into the graduate marketplace. So professional standards, we've talked a little bit about appearance. People do expect, particularly in an interview, for you to turn up looking like you are there to impress. So I would suggest that you wore a suit and a tie if you're a gentleman, or and for the females, I would suggest that you would wear a dress, something smart, something that you can actually move around in a little bit, because you might want to express and articulate yourself, but something smart and professional and comfortable. Make sure that you are communicating, as I said, in an appropriate way, shaking hands with people when you first meet them, waiting actually to be asked to sit down before you sit down. Those little nuances make a huge difference when you are going out and making your first impression. Professional standards also go to your written communication. You won't be getting an interview unless you are communicating appropriately. So make sure that when you're writing your CV, you get it checked over. There are people in the university that can do that for you. The Central Careers team, myself, Heidi, can all help you with those things. But also there are AI, just to talk to the previous point, you can use Grammarly to help you make sure that your sentences are correct and that you've capitalized where you need to capitalize. Those sorts of things make a huge difference. And for me, from a background in talent acquisition, they would be a yes or a no. So those things are very, very important. And make sure that within your professional standards that you are researching companies that you are looking to work for. Part of a degree is about being able to research and understand not just the things that you want to do, but how those things can be useful to an organisation, how you align with an organisation's values and mission statement. It is really important to do your research before you apply for any role to make sure that the company knows that you are applying not just for a graduate role, for a graduate role within their organisation. So all of these things are about your personal brand. It's about how you set yourself out in that workplace as somebody with a degree, with some exemptions, who's looking to join a profession, and remembering that always in your interactions as you move into the graduate or early careers marketplace. And another thing that might seem strange, and I've put it at the top because I think it's really important, but I'm going to talk about it last because I want you to remember it, is following up. If you've had an interview, or if you've applied for a job, or if you've been to a networking event, follow up. Link with people on LinkedIn, ask for feedback, do some learning outside of your degree about how you perform an interview. Asking for feedback can really, really help you get it right if you don't get it right the first time. And the chances are you may not get it right the first time, but you can actually hone your skills by getting the feedback of experienced practitioners who may well have some great insights for you. So don't be afraid to thank people for their time, express that you're disappointed that you haven't got the job if you haven't, and say, how can I improve my interview technique? What do I need to do better to get it right next time? Just as well about personal brand, it's really, really important that you think about what's important to you in an organisation. So when you're doing your research on an organisation, don't just look at their mission statement. Also look at their values, what's important to them. Is sustainability important to them? Is equality, diversity and inclusion important to them? Is it important to this organisation that they support certain charities, or that they give people time off to go and do volunteer days? Have a read of their value statement, because the chances of you securing a job with a company where you are aligned to the values of the organisation are much, much higher. So before you do that, it's really important to step back and think about you and your own values. What's important to you? Where do you align with the companies that you're applying to? Because if you're aligned to the organisation in which you work, it will really, really help you to work there without having to second guess everything you're doing, because you are working towards the same aim. So that's a little bit about personal brand. Did anybody have any questions or anything that they wanted to add at this stage before we move on to LinkedIn? Ivor, I'm asking you to drive this ship because I can only see your face.
Yes, at the moment, there's nothing that's come up in the chat. But one of the things I would like to ask is, what advice would you give? What in three words, if you like, to improve branding and networking?
So we're going to go on to LinkedIn in a minute. So networking, sure, I think, is about going out and getting yourself out there. And LinkedIn is a great way to do that. I think that personal branding. Sorry, so what was the question again? So we talked about networking.
Yes. So I'm linking the two. But if you were to say, let's pose it this way: what three elements would you say are best to enhance your personal brand?
So I think a strong LinkedIn profile, the ability to be able to research and understand the market in which you're going into. So making sure you're following the right people, doing the right reading, picking up the Financial Times, picking up Graham's PQ. I'm never going to get this the right way around.
PQ.
PQ, thank you. I was wanting to put another letter on the back, making sure that you're following the World Economic Forum. So those PESTLE, when we go right back to it, it's PESTLE. It's really understanding the context in which your career is driving. And if you think about everything that's being covered today, PESTLE is touched on in every single area. So, and I also think it's about professional standards. I think it's about behaving in a way that people will remember you for the right reasons, for being ethical, for being on time, for being professional, and for demonstrating those communication skills that can really convey information. So behaviours.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, you're on mute, Ivor, sorry.
So I was talking away there. So how can you break through the HR/recruitment agency filtering, which is based on raw skills only, so that your personality shows?
Okay, so I think this is a really good question. And this is where things like the course, so for accounting and finance students at LSBU, you need to be putting your MS 365 qualification, all of the tech stuff that you're doing through your employability module. I think it's about your live briefs. If you've done a placement, you need to be celebrating that. And certainly when we move on to LinkedIn, that needs to be in the strap line that goes underneath your photograph, basically. But also LinkedIn Learning is your friend. We have simulations at the university as well through something called Forage. If anybody wants more information on that, then please do come to me and I can share that. So we've got Morgan Stanley simulations there. That's a great name to have on there. But the practical skills that you have should be enough to get you an early careers job. Also, those differentiation skills. So your live briefs need to be on there. Your tech skills need to be on there. Particular modules like data for decision making need to be on there. But if you can use LinkedIn Learning to do a Google Analytics course or a QuickBooks course or a Sage course, all of those things show employers that, number one, you can direct your own learning. Number two, you've researched your marketplace and you know what skills are needed. And number three, that you are prepared to go above and beyond. So these are all really, really good skills. You shouldn't be expected to go in with a year's experience in an early careers job, but you should have some of those transferable skills. So my question back is, make sure that you've set your filters to those early careers and graduate recruitment schemes. Make sure you're looking in those areas. And also, if you've got languages, if you've got anything that you've done volunteering wise, all of those things are some of the softer skills that employers are looking for, and they are very much a part of personal brand. Any other
Lynn,
questions?
Lynn, I have a question about, you were quite specific about dress and what people should wear. And we know Ivor has a reputation for his dress sense.
Well, I can't compete with Ivor, Graham.
No, not many of us can, in truth. But the idea of a tie now is quite. I mean, I speak to accountants all the time, and they seem to be quite confused about what they should be wearing, because you can go into an office. If you go to a tech office, everyone's in jeans and t-shirts, and if you turn up in a tie, you become immediately create barriers between you and the people you're supposed to be helping and working with. And yet, if you go to another place, sort of a group of lawyers, they'll all be in ties. And you could turn up smart casual and you can feel underdressed. It's quite a hard one to measure. I know the first day thing always turn up smart, isn't it?
So I think for interviews, always overdress, because you can scale that back. You can't remake that first impression. An interview is a formal thing, and accounting and finance is a profession. So if you go in and you're early, as I suggested, and you can see that everybody on the interview panel, because you'll see them wandering past, perhaps isn't wearing a tie, you might decide to loosen your tie or take your tie off, but go dressed to impress, because people always remember it. Thereafter, if you've been there early, you can have a look around and see that people are perhaps wearing a more casual, a smart casual look. Then you know on your first day that you can probably scale that down. But an interview is one chance and you don't get it again. So I would always say go smart.
And what about jewelry and sort of that sort of stuff? Keep it to a minimum.
I mean, yes. I mean, I think that there is a simplicity, isn't there? What you don't want to do is have anything that's over cumbersome, that's going to take the eye of the interviewer away from you. So my advice would be, keep it simple, keep it understated. and keep it professional.
Okay, but that might, for some people, they might say that's not me. But that's not how, not that they're not professional, but the way that they have to dress differently to how they would, and they can feel quite uncomfortable about that.
And I think, but I think in a way, an interview is a situation where you need to be able to convey that personal brand. It needs to be a space where you can convey your professionalism. So I don't want anybody not to be their authentic self in an interview, but I think that they need to arrive ready to present their authentic self in the best possible way. So, I'm not saying don't wear I wouldn't say don't wear a necklace. I would say keep things to a minimum so that people can actually focus on you, on what you're saying, and also so that you don't feel encumbered by lots of things around you. Because in an interview situation, we can all feel nervous and we can all feel uncomfortable, and extra things on our body can sometimes actually distract us.
Yeah, and I know you're going to talk about this on LinkedIn, but that day you go to the interview, surely that should be the picture on your LinkedIn page. No.
Yes, I mean, we're just doing LinkedIn. We're just doing LinkedIn.
So I'm not going to preempt that.
No, that's fine. But I will talk about LinkedIn in a second. But we're just doing LinkedIn photo shoots with students at the moment to make sure that they are absolutely on point. But yeah, shall we move on to the next slide? Are there any other questions? Thank you. They were good questions, and it's lovely to see you, Graham.
Love to see you.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Is there anybody out there?
I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. We can see your slide. Is it moving forward or?
Yes. Are we ready? I just didn't know if there were any other questions. So just ready to recap. Ready. Okay, so recap then. So what do you bring? And this actually speaks to the point that somebody said, like, how do I get through that glass door? How do I get through that? I just want the opportunity to meet somebody. So I just want you to reflect again, and I've touched on this before, that this degree has included some really complex modules. You've had to sit exams in order to be able to pass this degree, and they're not easy. So for employers looking to recruit somebody in an early careers accounting position, you are less of a risk than other people. So please be assured of your marketplace and be assured that the applied learning that you've done will hold you in incredibly good stead. But you need to be able to describe it. It's in your head, but you need to be able to get it down on paper. Okay. And don't dismiss the work experience that you've got. If you've worked in hospitality or retail, you will have a skill from an HR perspective that is emotional labor. It's actually about being able to absorb difficult and stressful situations, working under pressure in a team where somebody might not be there, and being able to deliver and get the job done. Those are real world skills, and they are extremely valuable. As I said before, your languages, anything you've done that's volunteering, whether it's a week's work experience or whether it's something, a cause that you're really committed to, those kind of things are really important. We've talked about your exemptions, your MS365 qualification, and those live briefs. If you've worked with a real world business problem, or you've done the SEMA challenge and you've come top or something, or even just participating in it, these are things that differentiate you. So make sure that you might know in your head, but make sure that as part of your personal brand, they become things that you're talking about. Okay, so LinkedIn. This speaks to Graham's point. He did steal my first point. So a professional photograph. I think up until your final year, it's okay to have a woolly hat on with a mountain behind you. It shows that you're experimenting with life. It shows that you are learning through doing different things. But by the time you get to your final year, that needs to be a professional photograph, again, with a shirt and a tie, or at least a shirt, might be just unbuttoned at the top, and a suit, or for the females on the call, then it needs to be something smart, simple, that doesn't distract from you. A warm smile is always something that makes somebody want to find out more about you. So it's your opportunity to show some of those softer skills as well as your professionalism. And then a catchy strapline. I've been working with some amazing level 6 students this week, and they have got things like final year BA accounting and finance / SEMA award winner / NHS placement / course representative. So that's it. Under your name, you've got all of that says something, says lots about your hard and soft skills / Excel, Excel expertise, or / MS365 qualified. All of those things you can, if you haven't got all of those things, you can add in client-facing experience. You've done a live brief / some of the other softwares that you've done, anything that you've done on LinkedIn Learning that you think is relevant to the jobs that are right for you. Grab your audience. And as a recruiter, people have a recruiting license and they set up campaigns and they will literally search on that. That's your moment to impress. And I'm running out of time, so I really want to talk about profile and connections. If you are an accounting and finance student, you need to go back to Pestle. Are you following the World Economic Forum? Are you following PQ? Are you following the Financial Times? If you want to be an accountant in practice, are you following Deloitte? Are you following Ernst & Young? Are you following PricewaterhouseCoopers? What do you know? What are they doing in that space? What are they doing? I know Pricewaterhouse are doing a huge amount with EDI at the moment. Do you know about that? Are you following particular sectors that you might want to work in? Is there anything of particular interest to you? You need to be making connections with people. Your algorithms change. If you see something really interesting, reshare it. Interesting article, wanted to share with my network. It changes who gets to see you. So make sure that you are using LinkedIn as you would Facebook, as you would Instagram, not with the same content, but with the same principles, and drop people a line. We found out from PricewaterhouseCoopers that people get referral fees for sourcing new talent. So don't be embarrassed to reach out to somebody. Reach out, ask them if there is anything, who is the right person to speak to about vacancies in their organisation. You're interested in working in their organisation, or is there anyone that they can signpost you to outside of their organisation? If people don't respond, it's probably because they're busy, but the surefire way of getting no responses is not to communicate people at all. It is perfectly acceptable to reach out as long as you position your message correctly. It's perfectly acceptable to reach out. Start to connect with the people that are liking the posts that you're following. They are your people. That is the network. And that is that, aside from going out and finding out, look on Eventbrite, find as many accounting and finance, digital, analytics, networking events. A lot of them are free and they are open to you, particularly where we are in London. And go along, meet people, connect with them on LinkedIn. And also, if you've worked anywhere before, a great way to tell people that you're on the job market is to say, would you mind writing a recommendation for me as I'm just about to start my job search? That's another way of telling people that you're available. And I'm sure there will be lecturers that would be prepared to endorse as well. So I could talk about this till the cows come home, Ivor, but I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And I'm going to see if there are any last questions in the 2 minutes that I have left.
Thank you. That was very informative, and I like the profile building, which is really important. And for those students and others on the call that are maybe looking to move up the ladder or to get into a career, then please take note of what Lynn has mentioned. There are no questions coming through the chat at the moment via the code. Graham, is there any last things that you would like to say before we move on?
Yeah, I think Lynn's covered quite a lot of it. LinkedIn is really key here, and I know, but also I'd be looking at some of the other social media outlets, because the PwC, you'll find them on lots of places. So not just on LinkedIn, but I know LinkedIn is, you know, sort of, for us older people, Facebook is the more personal stuff, and LinkedIn is more professional stuff.
Do it for yourself.
Yes,
Ivor.
I know, exactly. Instagram, but you know, so look, just, you know, sort of everyone's on their phones all the time, and you know, sort of, it doesn't do any harm to just have a look and see what some of the firms doing. And don't, for me, it's always, don't always think about the big four. They are fantastic. No, that is no doubt. But you know, think of, you know, there's BDO, Mazards. There's lots of other smaller firms always looking out, and BDO have just launched their search for their apprenticeships, and then later in the year they'll be looking for their graduates. So there's lots of places to get jobs.
I mean, Moore Kingston Smith are very London centric, and they're
Yeah.
a great company. You know, so you're absolutely right. It's a good Google search actually to look at the 50 mid-tier accounting and finance firms and actually start to follow those as well. That's a really good final point, Graham. Thank you for making it.
Yeah, and
excellent.
For me, just quickly, because I know someone who's just got a job with BDO, and they started off in a small firm, but they were given so much responsibility very early on. In the end, they were sort of, even before they were qualifying, they were managing 3 or 4 people. And sometimes you can get so much experience in those smaller firms that will really help you when PwC come calling. So so just think about lots of places that you can go and get those jobs. That's it. And thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you. Lovely to see you again. Good luck with the
Really
rest of the conference. I've got to go and do some things now, but yeah, great. Good luck. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Thank you. Bye-bye. And next we have an exciting session looking at making tax digital, which it's been for a while now, and what opportunities does it offer to accountants? And our speaker is Dr. Bada Ashraf, who is a senior lecturer in financial accounting and audit. So over to you, Bada.
Thanks, Ivor. I'm just going to share my screen.
Thank you. It hasn't shared yet. Yes, we can see it now.
Sorry, you're on mute, Bada.
Bada, you're on mute.
So now you can hear me, right?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. I'm not sure what you're sharing at the moment on the screen. Oh, it's gone. Can you share again?
Okay.
That's it. That's it. Well done.
Thank you so much, everyone. So my talk, so far we have a really good conference. All the content was how the accounting profession is changing over time. And my presentation or the topic is again in the same context, that how accounting is changing. So one change for accountants, usually accountants do the tax work. So one major change is from the government. And there's a new initiative in the UK by UK government to make tax digital. And what I am trying to show in this presentation is what opportunities or challenges are there for the accountants in this making tax digital initiative. What I will cover is what this initiative is, what are the potential benefits of it, and how this initiative is driving digitalization in businesses, and how it's affecting accounting jobs and accounting practices, and what are the recent tech trends in Big Four audit firms. As a Graham at the start of the conference told that how the number of students and number of accounting members of accounting organizations are in the UK and Republic of Ireland. So I think we both got the information from the same source. So I have put a slide here just to show how the accounting students and accounting members of professional bodies they work and how the trend is in the last 5 years. So if you look at this slide, so ACCA members are going up, but students are going down. And same is the trend with CIMA. The student numbers are going down, but the members are, I think the students who enrolled in previous years, maybe before COVID, they are graduating and getting memberships. The trend is different for ICAEW, CIA, CAI, and ICAS. For them, members and students are going up. So for ACCA, CIMA, so these institutions, I think these figures show some challenge for at least for these accounting bodies. And again, the trend is where these students are going. I really don't have idea why they are leaving, why the number of students are decreasing in. Maybe because there is a tech trend. More students are going towards like the jobs or the degrees where there is more education of technology. But that's just an exaggeration to say. It's just a speculation. I have no data to show that where they are going. But at least we can see the downward trend in ACC and CIMA. How the members and students distribution in terms of where they work. So if we look at the distribution, here the yellow is industry and commerce. So ACCA and CIMA, most of the students and members, they work in industry and commerce. You can see these long yellow lines. And working in practices, these are the accounting firms. So ACCA and CIMA members, ACCA is relatively 20%, they work in practices. But for CIMA, the number is very low, maybe 2, 3, 4% somewhere. And for ICAEW, CAI, so their and ICAS again. So a large number of their students, they work in practices. But when they graduate, they also go into industry. So for members, the yellow lines are longer, right? So most students, I think the reason is because they have the training during education. So that's why most students are in firms. So from this distribution, what we can see is the members and students, mostly they work in practices or in industry. And what's happening with industry is one major change is making tax digital initiative by the government. And the purpose of this initiative is keep digital records. And the main is the individuals and businesses, they will submit their tax reports, you can say tax returns or VAT returns, or when we talk about companies, the company returns through digital means. And making tax digital, before when we submit a tax return to HMRC, we can still do online. We can go onto their website and do it online. But making tax digital is a little bit different. Here, what individuals or businesses need to do is they need to install a software, is a compatible software, and that will link with HMRC systems. So individuals or businesses, they will put their information in that software that is linked with HMRC. So they fill their information in that software. And again, there is just one button, they press it, and the return, whether VAT return or income tax return, it will automatically go into the HMRC. So it's a kind of like really automated system where individuals or business, the software is linked with HMRC. So this initiative is the main purpose of HMRC or the government is to increase tax and to reduce errors. So they are rightly doing it because they want to increase their tax revenues. Yeah. And as we know that there are three main taxes. One is VAT, the other one is income tax, the third one is corporation tax. So government is going to do it for all these three, and they have started with VAT. And this Making Tax Digital initiative was started for VAT in April 2019. So all the businesses in UK now need to send VAT returns through this MTD. And again, is like then the businesses need a software, and that is linked with the HMRC system. So they can fill their return there, and then through that software, they will submit their return. So businesses are doing it for VAT, they are doing it from April 2019. For income tax and corporation tax, these are still in process. VAT is also like in early stage. The government is learning. There are a lot of reports about that how this VAT MTD for VAT is going on. So there are some studies which show that it has both opportunities and costs. Later on, I have some information. But for income tax, initial idea was to start it from April 2024 this year, after 2 months. But government did a research that self-employed and landlords. First idea was to start income tax MTD for self-employed and landlords. But government did a study last year, and they found self-employed and landlords are not really prepared to go into this system, because for that, landlords and self-employed people need to use a software to submit their income tax returns. So not everyone is familiar with technology, and maybe they did research that it will increase cost for many self-employed and landlords who are not familiar with technology. But some said, yes, we are comfortable with going into MTD, but others said they are not really comfortable. It will increase the cost. So government has extended the timeline for implementation of MTD for income tax. So now the new timeline is it will start for a little bit bigger businesses and landlords who have more than £50,000 income. So for them, it will start in April 26. And for little smaller ones who have annual income of 30,000, so MTD, they need to submit returns through MTD from April 2027. For corporation tax, the government is still in consultation phase, and the recent reports are they are not going to do MTD for corporate tax until April 2026. But I think that 2026 is even very optimistic timeline. Maybe they will do it. They can't do it until 2026. Yeah. So these are the timelines for making tax digital. So far, what benefits? What are
Sorry,
the
Badr,
expected benefits?
before going to the next slide, would you please put that on full screen, because some of the contents are too. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, now it's better.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. So what are the potential benefits of making tax digital? So according to government, the potential benefits are the businesses and individuals, they will get their tax right because of this, because the systems will be interlinked. So So there are less chances of errors and also the record keeping would be better. And again, in making tax digital, nowadays we submit VAT returns are usually quarterly, but the income tax information usually is annual. So people used to send returns to HMRC annually, but after making tax digital for income tax, so these returns could be quarterly. So the return or tax information will go to HMRC more frequently. So that is the one benefit which HMRC will get. They will get more information about incomes of individuals and businesses. And again, another benefit is because, you know, there is a worldwide trend of digitalization, as we have seen in previous presentations, like AI is there. And also there are other, like the worldwide, there is more use of technology. So I think this initiative will keep up governments with that trend. And also it's MTD also is a drive for digitalization for businesses in UK. So you can see I saw a statement KPMG is saying tech, like the use of technology in tax is being driven by regulators, not actually from tax functions, because usually tax functions are not really big functions in the organizations. So they have little say in the overall technology adoption. But because of the government MTD initiative, many organizations and businesses, they need to have tax softwares. So it's really regulator-driven initiative of digitalization. According to recent reports by governments, they did a research, and what they found is, because so far only MTD for VAT has been implemented. So according to the research, before MTD for VAT, 72% businesses were using some software for record keeping. But that proportion has increased to 87% after the implementation of MTD for VAT. So like more and more businesses have started using softwares. So we can say MTD is really a drive towards more digitalization in businesses. And again, is like 3/4 of businesses, they have used really compatible software. And the rest, which are 26%, they are still using legacy softwares, and they have a bridging software. They use some kind of bridging software which link HMRC with their legacy softwares. So, and some very few are still using manual. I don't think now HMRC accepts manual VAT returns or not, but they are discouraging it. So 1 in 3, what's happening with the accounting department staff? According to the same research, which they did to see the effect of MTD for VAT, so 31% businesses reported spending less time on their record keeping and tax returns. So that means the MTD, 31% businesses said they are having some benefits because of MTD for tax. And those benefits or that time saving is coming from first inputting. There is a saving in inputting financial data because use of more software, more digital technology. They can save time in data entry. Same is checking for errors because everything is in the software, more digitalized. So checking for errors is easier, or maybe the chances of errors are less. And the last one is calculation of amount tax owed. So that time also has reduced. So there are time saving for businesses, at least 31% businesses. There is a time saving. In that report, I saw there are some businesses which say they need to spend more time. And these were those businesses which are actually using legacy softwares, and now they are using some bridging software to connect their data to HMRC. So they actually need to spend more time than before. but over time, when they try to use the compatible software, maybe the time saving would be there for them as well. What's happening with accounting practices or accounting firms? So 13% businesses increased the use of agents. According to the same research, they said because the MTD for VAT is there, so they need to use more of their accountants. And 13% businesses increased the use of accountants. So that's, I think, the good news for accountants. There is a bad news as well, that 17% businesses said they have decreased the use of agents. Because, you know, once the business get installed that software, after that, maybe it's very easy for them to submit their VAT return to the HMRC. They really don't need a lot of their accountant. So there is also a challenge for accountants or accounting practices in this, because if businesses get a lot of digitalization, so they will need less of accountants. 69% said they are using agents the same way they were using before. So yeah, but there are some changes, but there's a lot of businesses who said they are using the same way. What are the opportunities for the accountants in general, or accounting practices in particular? Because what we have seen is like the digitalization is there, so accountants need to adapt to this change. And when everything is digitalized and people, the businesses can input data and directly can send return to the HMRC and not coming to the accountants, what accountants will do then? The trend is most of the accounting firms, what they are doing is they are now helping their clients in installations of these new accounting softwares or tax softwares, because many of their clients, they need those softwares to link with HMRC. So one area that is short term, like when the businesses have to switch to MTD, they need these softwares. And another area, like if accounting practice doesn't has the expertise in softwares, but they still can give advice to their clients about which softwares are better, how to link their data to the HMRC, or which software is appropriate for the clients. So these are the short-term opportunities in making tax digital for practices. In long term, the trend is there are several companies which have created accountants, which have created softwares which are actually to manage accounting firms or accounting practices. Some examples I have put here: Sage for accountants, Zero for accountants and bookkeepers, TaxCalc. I have no link with these firms. I just put these as examples here, just to that participants can see. So Sage for accountants, what it does is, like, if you are an accountant and you can use a software where you can link actually your accounting practice with your clients on the one hand, and your practice with the HMRC on the other hand. So you get data from your clients in the software, and from that software you can pass on to the HMRC. Yes, of course, you need to prepare some information. So in long term, these softwares, and if accounting practices get digital, they can reap benefits of this making tax digital drive. And I think it's a really good news for accounting practices. I have a forum where I'm a member of accounting body, and there are a large number of accountants in that group. And what I have seen is many accounting practices are so busy with their routine work. They are not familiar, or maybe it's very hard for them to spare some time to get information what's going on in this area, and there are softwares which can save them time. Or maybe some are like for so many years, they are working on their traditional systems. So they are afraid of using these third-party softwares to manage their accounting practices. So the trust is really an issue in adopting technology for accounting practices. Let's see how it goes in long term. And then there is that, and other two things is like the MTD for income tax and MTD for corporation tax. I think in long term, because what we saw is, and what the government has found out in their research is that landlords and self-employed people, they are less prepared for MTD. So in that case, maybe that's an opportunity maybe for accountants, that when MTD goes for self-employed and landlords, they will get even more business, because all these people will go to the accounting practices for submission of their returns. So that is it. What's the trend with, because I was unable to find any data for the small accounting firms, but I found some reports about these big four accounting and audit firms. So what's the trend in these big? Maybe we can just imagine that if a trend is going on in these big four, that means that the smaller firms are also following the same trend. So I found some reports which are what's going on with these big four in 2023, and I found out that PwC and what I found is all these big firms are going into new partnerships and new alliances with tech firms. And again, the purpose of all this is because for these big fours and their clients, and again, need kind of digital services. So that's why they are making alliances with tech firms to provide their clients digital services as well. So for example, PwC, they made alliances with Harvey, which is OpenAI. We just talked about OpenAI. So they aligned with one AI startup to integrate ChatGPT into tax and legal work. We just have the presentation that it's hard to believe or how they will integrate this ChatGPT into their tax and legal work. We need to see that. And Engine is another alliance with PwC. Engine is a subsidiary of Starling Bank. You know, Starling is a digital bank, and this is a software as a service banking platform. So it's maybe they have aligned, they have made alliance with Engine to provide their clients some kind of payment service. Google Cloud, again, for themselves maybe, and for clients to go to take business on cloud. And they also have alliance with Sage. Sage is again accounting software provider. So maybe they help their clients to get this Sage software installed. And Deloitte again is making alliance with Google Public Sector to help their public sector clients, like the education clients or other public government clients, in engagement in advanced data analytics and geospatial planning. So and Intel's Granulate AI workload optimization software. So they are, and again, what we can see is some softwares maybe are there for the clients. They want to help clients to get these digitalization softwares, and some they are using maybe for themselves to increase efficiency or to improve their processes. Same trend is with EY and KPMG. EY has alliance with Microsoft and Moody's Analytics for financial intelligence and analytics tools, IBM's Quantum Network to get access worldwide to computing networks, EIS, they have digital insurance. And if we look at KPMG, again, they have IBM's Quantum Network alliance this year, and also alliance with Microsoft Cloud. So all that is to help not only clients, maybe also their own processes. So what we can see from the trend in these big fours, they are investing a lot in technology, and they are making alliance maybe to provide some tech services to their clients. So conclusion could be that the small firms, maybe some are still following this trend. They are making alliances with tech firms to provide technology services to their clients. But if some really small or micro practices are not providing this, so this is an opportunity area for them. So they can develop some expertise in this area and can try to provide these services. So in the future, we can imagine, or we can perceive that future is about where accounting and technology is like a combination. So how the future of accounting will look like, and how the accounting programs in universities can be designed. So I think for accounting students is really like they have accounting knowledge, but in addition to that, it's really important for them to have accounting and tax software understanding and wider decision making. So these skills for accountants are needed maybe in the future. We can add other skills as well. Yeah, it's not like the all what they need. And what really is going down now is with what we have seen, like ChatGPT can automate some routine tasks, and these softwares can automate some routine tasks. There are many software applications for accountants or for accounting functions, accounting departments, which can help in digitizing, like invoices can be digitized directly by taking a photo, and data is automatically input into the into the Xero or Sage softwares. So it's really easy to input data with this. So these skills maybe will be less in demand in the future, but accounting and accounting software and wider decision making. So accountants, like, they can focus on these skills more. That's, I think, all from me. Hope it has some useful information. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Bada. There are no questions coming through via the QR code as yet, but Graham, I know that Making Tax Digital was something that was quite widely publicized in PQ magazine. And I'm just wondering whether some of the stats that Bada has shared with us, whether that was what you saw as well when you were looking into this particular area.
I think the big thing for me about Making Tax Digital and HMRC and how it works is that we've just had the self-assessment year come to an end. And I think we are still 1.1 million people have not filed. So the government expects about 12 million people to file for self-assessment, and about 1.1 million people haven't done that yet. So they'll incur fines and start at £100. But it's going up, and that's my worry particularly. I thought Making Tax Digital would make the world an easier place for everyone. And I know it's really interesting because we've all got our tax code. We can now all, I do encourage everyone to do it. Even you academics is sort of, you can see when you can actually retire and get your pension. But so you can sign up for your own personal tax account.
That's right.
Go on and see your contributions and everything else. So, and I think that's really interesting. So how we engage with government and how we engage with our accountants is going to be, and we've just had the conversation before with the AI and what's happening there. It is going to be digital. There's big discussions in the industry about if you don't go digital, some of the practices who have had these systems in for years seem to be quite reluctant to move to the new digital world we're going to, and so a lot of small practitioners, sole practitioners, are looking to retire because they see it as sort of overcomplicating their lives.
Yeah.
And technology is tough to sort of and it changes the relationship you have with people. You know, so, and there's I find it really, really fascinating. I find particularly people like Zero say there's only a few people you can use really in this country. That you'll see generally people will you be using Sage or Zero or QuickBooks, but then you see their adverts on the telly and you go like, well, is it the accountants are supposed to be using this, or is it people are supposed to be using it? It becomes really confused about who they're actually selling to. And they're selling their brand, and I know they're selling the idea that, you know, sort of Zero, you know, want to be number one, and Sage are at the moment, and it's very interesting. But so I'm wittering on, as I always do. So the idea is, for me, is I think the government were hoping that making tax eligible would actually make things easier for people. It's fascinating because I'm on the HMRC agents support group, and it's full of the ACCA on there, the ICAW on the one group, and I'm on the group with SEMA and SITFA and some of the smaller bookkeeping bodies who are really going to be instrumental in making tax digital work. But my worry is what the government has maybe forgotten is all these micro businesses, sole traders who don't keep the receipts, who aren't digital. I think the young business people are better, but and so people still will talk about someone turning up at their office with a shoebox full of receipts, and they're having to go through it, and people not doing it properly. So the idea is digital is supposed to make our lives easier. And you know, sort of with blockchain and all the other things that we haven't talked about on a bigger scale, it means it's harder for people to be paid in cash, and that cash should just disappear. So it makes our economy much more transparent. So
Yes.
For me, making tax digital is such a big, powerful thing that's gonna help business. But I think what was really interesting, what you were talking about, is how it might affect, and I think AI is the same, how it's going to affect the number of people firms need to do the job. If the AI can learn how to help people with their questions of self-assessment, you know, how that relationship's going to work, and whether firms still need to take on the number of graduates and apprentices that they need, and looking at your figures, it looks like they won't. So we use different figures actually. You use the FRC's POBA's annual report, and I use the CCAB's, but I think yours is more up to date, which is a terrible thing to say. You're more up to date than the
Yeah,
generous.
I just accessed yesterday.
Yeah, but that comes out every June. That normally.
But in long term, it
the
shows the
FRC
trend.
and
Trend is like for students, trend is going down. Yeah.
That's more about opportunities for them, you know, that financed opportunities, companies using them. And if you look at the big four, like PwC, now that, you know, they've got relationships, they're looking for more tech savvy people to join their department, to look at all the, you know, there's lots of stuff, sustainability people. So the mix of people they need is changing, as you know, sort of as their business grow, and as demands grow for compliance in those certain areas. There's still fantastic jobs for accountants, and so they're still looking for accountants, and they're still
Or
looking for
maybe
graduates.
these students are maybe going into, like we talked about, apprenticeships. Maybe because these are just big accounting bodies which we talked about. So maybe they are going in apprenticeships or like the other level 4, level 3, level 4 qualifications.
Yeah, and then you've got that, you know, got the great AAT qualification that sits underneath sits more increasingly alongside the other bodies, where people who don't want to go to university can actually still become accountants and get a career as an accountant with and get a fantastic qualification, AAT qualification. It's a really something. If people are worried about not wanting to incur all the debt and the issues about university, and personally, I think, you know, university is a fantastic place to go to. But if you want to just go and do a professional career and just be an accountant, then, you know, AAT is a great stepping stone to do that as well. So there's lots of different routes, and all the accountancy bodies are changing their qualifications and their syllabuses to reflect the digital move into you know, in their world. So it has changed dramatically, I think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that was me
even
butchering on.
even
I better check to see if I've got any questions on the email. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, and
So
there
they
is
were just my observations. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think very good ones, very very good ones indeed. And having just gone through the January 31 hectic times, I'm also in practice, and the number of clients that leave it to the last minute, and who have their personal tax accounts. That's one of the things that we encourage our clients to do. It's really important, but there is this this barrier, with the digitization, with having to log into gov.uk, and then all of those verification steps and so forth that have to be done. And then when they get to the SA 302 or their tax statement, actually understanding what that is, and if they're self-employed, the payments on account and so forth. It seems easy on the face of it, in that making it all digital, making it all accessible, and of course Zero are saying just take a picture of your receipt and it'll go straight to the. Yes, try doing that sometimes when the technology doesn't work, as we found out this morning. So on the one hand, it's interesting that the government have spent so much to get us all to participate in what is something that's really important. It's important to the economy, it's important to us, but there are still these barriers that are there, but opportunities, of course, for our students, which is good. But
Yes.
one of the questions is, where is the best place after qualifying to keep up to date with personal and personal income tax changes?
I think the best place is HMRC, because they all and they publish that information on gov.uk website, and all the recent changes they publish on that. So anyone who wants to get recent information can go there.
Yeah,
it's all there. And the other thing, of course, to remember is we have a budget coming up very soon, don't
yes
we?
Yeah.
So whatever's there now will be changing in about 2 weeks' time. Maybe they won't. So
We'll
so
see.
thresholds and things like that. So it is all there. Including what interest you need to pay, if from accounts that you do. It's fairly clear what the HMRC provide.
Exactly.
It's very
But
good.
failing that, given that I work in at an LSBU business school, come to LSBU where we can train you in that area, and we are looking at small courses and so forth at the moment. Anyway, so just a little plug,
And I think another good thing to highlight is, like, in our accounting programs, we have the modules which are really these technology oriented, and we have included to teach these softwares to our students.
Yes, we teach Zero, and Zero at the moment, and Sage as well. So yes, very much there. Sorry, Graham, you said you were going to check your email. Was there anything
Yes, I
come
was.
through the email?
I'm just having a look. Sorry, you distracted me. I was listening.
Sorry.
No, there isn't. Nothing has come through at all. The only other thing I was going to say is the National Audit Office did do a huge report about how the effect of making tax digital and looking at the accounting of it all, and whether it's actually been worthwhile. It's a fantastic report if you want to read it. And what it's saying really is we're not quite sure yet, which seems strange.
And another thing which I think, because most of us now are on social apps. So on TikTok, I have seen some accountants, they have like the small videos about recent changes. If there is any change about accounting tax or anything, so they make small videos and share on TikTok. So it really helps me sometimes.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
That's true.
Yeah, good.
No, I'm just saying, no, there isn't any other questions.
Okay,
Right.
Barda, yes. Sorry, Graham.
No. So I'm saying is I think you've answered all our questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, leading very swiftly into our 30-minute lunch break. And Graham, I'm talking to you. Do you want to stay on the channel so that we can have some interaction if people want to?
Yeah, I'm happy to stay here.
Yes. So I think
stay for
we'll
a bit.
do that. Yes, please. Yes, please.
And the big thing I would say to everyone, if that's right to just talk over, just take a look at this afternoon's lineup, because it's absolutely fantastic. We have the incomparable Lord Sicker to kick us off at 1:15. Please don't miss that. If you want a different view of the world of accounting, then Lord Sicker is your man. And then we have Gemma Gathercode, who's fantastic. She'll be looking at the future of finance. The ACCA are doing some fantastic work at the moment, looking at trying to not second guess where we're moving to, but looking at what the real skills you'll need, in 5-10 years time. And then we look at, the sustainability and the reporting landscape, and how the world will change you sort of from an academic point of view, and also from we get net zero now, talking about from a much more practical point of view about how accountancy and accountants can get in with the green issues and actually make themselves much more sustainable. So we've got a fantastic afternoon ahead of us. So I did encourage you to come back at 1:15.
1:15, and we've put on the screen the QR code for asking questions in this afternoon's sessions. I'm sure they will inspire you to ask questions of our speakers. I'm looking forward to a very exciting sessions this afternoon as well. So feel free to stay on the channel. Graham and I will be here. We can interact with you. You can open your mics and chat with us if you wish. Otherwise, we look forward to seeing you at 1:15. Thank you. So good. We've got people still coming through. Oops. Kazra, you know Graham, don't you? Graham,
yes,
you know Kazra. Yes.
We've met on numerous occasions. Always online, I think you'll find, though.
He does exist. He does exist. He's not AI robot yet.
So I just made this QR code like this. Please let me know if you want that off screen or you still want to keep it there.
I think we should keep it. I think we should keep it here. It seems to be buffering from what I can see.
Yeah, I have put that on purpose just to show that this is not a blank page. So this is
oh,
active,
I see.
live session. I can change that with something better.
No, it's fine. I saw the thing going round and I thought, oh no, it hasn't loaded properly yet. But it looks good. It looks good.
So what were your big takeouts from this morning? Lord Bullimore.
Sorry, can I just...
Sure. Yes, I can. Yes. Please introduce yourself if you want to say something. Hello?
No.
No. Okay. What were my 3 takeaways? Is that what you're saying, Graham? Lord.
Yeah,
Lord
because I think that was your favourite question. So I thought I might as well. I might turn the tables on you and say what were your my humble. What's humbly? What do you being humble?
Oh, yes.
What's that word? Humbly.
Oh, that's a good guy. That was one of the words I didn't write.
Humbly or something, wasn't
humbly. Yes, it was. It was like humility and ambition, I think. Was it?
Yeah,
humility
all mixed
and
into
ambition,
one.
all mixed into one. I thought that was really quite incredible. Really good.
Yes, a new word for me, anyway.
Yes.
And when luck is when determination meets opportunity, I think he said. That was his.
He did, yes.
And I like the fact that he talked about luck as well, because I think that is something we all need a little bit of. Good and bad.
Yes. And I like the fact, and I know I referred to it when I spoke with him, but the fact that he was on the brink of disaster 3 times, so it wasn't all smooth
no,
going.
It wasn't. Far from it.
And often when you talk to people that want to be entrepreneurs. They want to make money. They often say, I want to make lots of money. They're seeing it more from the, oh, it's all going to be smooth riding. But actually, there can be a number of hurdles on the way, and it's creating that resilience to get you through it. It's really not easy. So yeah, it was great. It was great. Such an interesting man. And the idea, the thought of Asian food and good beer to go with it
what can go wrong?
was exactly. That was a takeaway when he actually came to our Help to Grow, one of our Help to Grow sessions here.
Oh, okay, that's good.
And that's how he introduced how he got his business going. And that stayed with me. That really did stay with me. And of course, the bottles and the shape of the bottles and the the Cobra sign and so forth all adds to that that great thing.
And the insight about the fact that the bottles were that certain size because that's how they make the bottles in India, and therefore he had to come and bring that new concept. Well, now everyone sees a Coke bottle, and that's just about the right amount for a whole meal.
Yes, well, exactly.
Yeah,
well, you can share it like a bottle of wine.
and sharing is actually important as well. Yeah, it's a very nice thing to do.
Yes, absolutely. So
is that better, Ivor? I removed that loading.
Oh, that's so much better.
Oh, that looks
Thank
lovely.
you. That looks fantastic. Yeah.
Well, if no one's gonna be here, I'm gonna shoot off and get myself a coffee if that's all right.
Yes, I think I am as well.
I will shut myself down.
Yes. Okay.
So
I'll
see you all. Yeah.
Okay, and Graham. Yeah. Good. I know there's nobody else coming through, so so all good. We'll come back at 1:15. Is that okay?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, and we'll leave this on. Thank you. Good afternoon, Prem. Nice to see you. I think you're on mute. I think you're still on mute, Prem. Hi, Graham.
Hiya.
We had
Hello, Lord Sicker.
Lord Sicker is here, all ready for you to introduce him later on. Great.
He can't at the moment. He can't work that. Why? Can someone check that he's saying he can't?
Ah, okay. Kazra. Let me see. Okay, let me message somebody.
Yes, I can stop that. I can stop that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It will someone will sort that for you, Prem. There you go. Oh no, not yet. Try unmuting yourself now, Prem. There you go.
Am I mute? I'm still.
No,
can you hear me?
No, yes, we can hear you, Prem.
Oh, brilliant.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good
Can
afternoon.
you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So for anyone who doesn't know, this is Lord Sicker. He's going to be with us. He has to leave. You've got to go to the house, haven't you? Are you at the house or yeah?
I am in
so you
my
have
office,
to.
but I've got to go to the chamber.
Okay, so we have him for a set amount of time, and then he'll have to shoot off with the division bells go and all the other stuff. Okay. So what issues have you been looking at recently, Prem? What's in the Lords or elsewhere? Just before, unless we just formally start, I suppose. What's the time? We've got 3 minutes.
We've got 3 minutes.
We've got 3 minutes. I think we should start at we'll start on time.
We should start exactly on time.
Yeah, I've been looking at. I've been meeting a lot of sub postmasters lately.
You need to. Sorry, Prem. You need to just turn your volume down if you can a little bit. Can you do that for me?
Is that better?
Well, it's quite loud. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Unless.
Otherwise, I can't hear you.
Is it loud in your headphones? No.
Actually, it's fine in mine.
Okay. Leave it then, Prem. Leave it, Prem. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I've been meeting some sub postmasters, victims of banking frauds, doctors, nurses, loan charges, some homeless people. So it's the usual mix of the problems we have in this country.
Do you feel you're getting? I don't know. It's difficult. Do you think feel you're getting further away from accountancy or closer to it? Sort of.
I think I am. I don't know. I don't think that question can easily be answered. What I'm doing is I'm seeing the consequences of accountancy practices, which impoverish people, which help companies to dodge taxes. Workers are just somebody you hire and fire. You don't actually have to pay them. They're just an accounting number. So I can now clearly see the human consequences of these numbers. I can also see how lots of issues are kept off the agenda. Accounting firms here are very busy lobbying leading politicians on all major parties, basically trying to save their skins. They don't want any investigations. So I would say I can now see the human consequences, which you never ever see when you're a student or even when you're practicing as an accountant, because you don't talk to the victims of many corporate and related practices.
Okay. Oh, I think
Sorry, you got mute. I couldn't hear you, Graham.
All right, sorry. Yeah, so I'm still here. Always interested. Okay. You've got to say, yeah. So, what are you going to be talking about today?
I I'm going to follow up from some requests I received. People said, can you talk a little bit about the post office scandal? I will do, but I will relate the theme of the conference about how we shape the future and how we see the issues through the post office scandal. That is what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right.
Very interesting and very topical. Very topical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did you probably haven't, you've been busy, but we had Professor Richard Murphy on this morning.
Yeah.
Talking about,
sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. Well, you can watch it back.
Sorry.
Just as a, sort of, we should say that hopefully this whole day has been recorded and people can come back and watch you again, Prem. And so
Sure.
that'll be wonderful. What he was talking about critical accountants and
Yeah.
making sure that the education actually try to do something more than just teach people the old rules.
Yeah.
I think between him and some fellow academics, they're trying to devise a much more different course for accountants. So that's in developments as we speak. But without further ado, I think, Ivor, we need to clear the floor and let you just talk, Prem, because that's what you do best. So,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, I'll introduce you to, Lord Sicker. So, far away, Prem. Yeah, and anyone is your target, including me, I know. Okay.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be
it's all
with
yours.
you.
The floor is yours.
It's a pleasure to be with you for this event. I hope to inform, educate, entertain, galvanize, infuriate as many people as possible through this opportunity. The title of this event is The Accountant's Odyssey. How do we shape the future? Well, we shape the future by attending to the issues that are current and also reflecting on the past, because the future is always born from the present and the past. A lot of people at the moment are immersed on or focused on issues about new technologies, which is very, very important. But of course, technology itself does not solve many of our problems. It may actually create more, and accountants need to be ready to deal with those challenges. So what I'm going to do is reflect on how we shape the future and what accountants can or can't do by looking at a major scandal which has engulfed the UK for the time being, and that is the post office scandal. So I will go through that, and along the way and also at the end flag up some of the issues. So the Post Office Limited, that is the proper name of the entity, is actually a public corporation, and the Department of Business and Trade is its sole shareholder. The business secretary appoints a chairman and a board of directors, and they then elect a chief executive. That is essentially the corporate structure. Now, of course, the post office was persuaded, like every other organization, to cut costs and also to tackle what they thought was fraud by introducing a new computer system. That computer system was designed by Fujitsu, and the trials began in 1999. And this system was going to help with accounting and stock taking at its network of branches. There's a huge scale of this kind of a project. Just to give you some numbers, for this project, the Horizon system, some 20,000 offices across the country were affected. Then they needed to connect 40,000 new computers to that system. 67,000 people would have been trained to handle trillions, billions, trillions of transactions, at the very least paying £56 billion in benefits to 28 million customers. So you can see the sheer huge scale. And what that means, like everybody else knows, that before a system goes live, you test it. Often you run it in parallel with the older system to see that it delivers acceptable results. And you don't actually switch to the new system until you're satisfied that everything is working properly. Well, that did not quite go to plan, or at least some people thought that the system was working, but perhaps it had fundamental flaws. So the Horizon system was a custom spec computer system operating on Microsoft Windows, and the computers would sit under, the system would sit under every counter, and each system, essentially a computer, had a keyboard connected to it, a barcode scanner, and a receipt printer together with a touch screen. So that is basically the system which the sub-postmasters came across. So every night, all the information collected from the branch would be uploaded to the central post office mainframe computer. So that is what they had to do. And the system was favored by the post office because they thought this would highlight fraud. And of course, if you're expecting the system to highlight fraud, and then there are errors which highlight fraud, well, you assume that the system is operating correctly. You don't ask the question whether the fraud was there in the first place. Now you can see the problems, that when you're using technology, you're likely to believe that the technology is correct and it is the human beings who are fundamentally flawed. Now that is an issue which continues to this day with this system. Now the Horizon system was prone to errors and crashes, and between 1999 and 2019, Fujitsu, who supplied the system, changed the Horizon software code, and I'll give you an exact number, 19,842 times. So that is how many patches were issued to patch up this fundamentally flawed system. That is about 1,000 changes a year were made. This is while the system is live and running, okay? So in April 2015, an internal report identified that there were also 12,000 communication failures. That is, the system not communicating with the central computer. And so you can see the huge scale of problems. And there were many kind of odd things which continue to happen. To give you a couple of examples, a sub-postmaster tried to record a receipt of £8,000 and the computer screen simply froze. And what do we do when the screen freezes? We go mad. You hit the key again and again, thinking, well, that would unfreeze it. So this sub-postmaster hit the enter key again and again. Every hit increased the receipt. And the system recorded that she had received an income of 32,000, which was actually not the case. The income of 8,000 suddenly became 32,000, and that is what she was expected to account for. There was another bug which had a name, the reversal bug. So this involved an incorrect sign in the software code. So instead of the minus sign that it was supposed to be, it became somehow a plus sign. So this meant that on some occasions, reversing a transaction, that is cancelling it, had the opposite effect. So instead of cancelling the transaction, the system doubled it instead. And then the individuals who handled those entries for the system were expected to make up the shortfall. So now just pause and ask yourself some questions about testing the system. How do you test the system? Why was this testing so deficient? What did the external auditors make of these tests? Did they see the logs? Did they ask the questions? What did the internal auditors do? Did they not examine the logs? Did they not report to the audit committee? So there are numerous questions which anyone with an accounting mind would ask. But nevertheless, there was this faith that this system provided by a giant multinational company, Fujitsu, was somehow okay. Well, it was obviously not okay. And we all know that Fujitsu itself was able to change the transactions entered by the sub-postmasters. In other words, it was able to make remote changes. So the system was flawed. Audit committee didn't ask any question. Auditors perhaps knew. Directors certainly knew, but the order of silence prevailed. All assumed that the system was flawless and any errors or financial deficiencies were the faults of the sub-postmasters. So the post office then decided that it had identified the fraud, which it was expecting to identify, and it prosecuted. So between 1999 and 2015, some 3,500 postmasters were accused of theft, fraud, and false accounting. The postmasters in question were suspended without pay. Their homes were often raided to collect the evidence on the assumption that they had hidden away the cash. A number of the sub-postmasters, under pressure, made up the shortfalls from their own personal savings and by borrowing. So you know the feeling that when you're up against a bigger beast, you just submit, you give up, you are bludgeoned into submission. And that is exactly what happened. So they simply owned up. So a couple of days ago, Monday, I met a sub-postmaster. He ran a sub-post office, and there was a deficiency reported at his post office. His mother ran a post office, and she also faced the same. So mother and son both coughed up money which they never should have paid because they were bludgeoned into silence, and they were also prosecuted. So just in one family. So the exact number of the sub-postmasters prosecuted is still not fully known, but at least 983 were wrongly convicted of fraud, and the number received prison sentences. 4 of these committed suicide. Now you can imagine, it is not just 4 people committing suicide. With them, their families are affected, friends are affected, and the pain simply goes on. So eventually in March 2017, with support of a no-win, no-fee law firm, some 555 sub-postmasters brought a group together and took a case to the High Court against the Post Office. In December 2019, the High Court produced a 300-page judgment in the case of Alan Bates and others versus Post Office Limited, with information from whistleblowers, insiders, and others. The judge could see the evidence that the Horizon system was full of bugs, errors, and defects, and the Post Office and Fujitsu knew that the system was defective. Since then, some criminal prosecutions have been overturned, but there is a lot more to yet come out. And the whole thing became popularized, caught public's attention with the January 2024 ITV broadcast of Mr. Bates versus the Post Office, a drama which was based on the scandal. It resonated with people because in everyday life, we are up against corporations, whether they are cheating us or not dealing with us honestly and openly, whether it is banks, whether it is energy companies, whether it is rail companies, water companies, and others. So this kind of a drama resonated with people for that reason. People feel that we are in it all together, and this is really the issue. So after the High Court judgment, an inquiry was launched in September 2020, headed by Sir Wynne Williams. That inquiry is yet to report. That inquiry subsequently became statutory. It is still taking evidence. There are also a number of other parliamentary committees examining the issues. So what do we know about corporate governance through this scandal? Well, we are always told that you should have a diverse board, you need non-executive directors, and all will be well. But was it? So between the year 2000 and 2023, Post Office had over 80 directors, and all must have known that the Horizon system was flawed. But they all kept quiet. Keeping quiet meant that the monies fraudulently secured from sub-postmasters boosted the bottom line, because that was important, that was part of the performance-related pay. So performance-related pay has always been a problem. That's not just a problem here, it's a problem at rail companies, problem at water companies. And tomorrow I'm leading a debate in the House of Lords on the water companies, and I will be highlighting that. So that shows up here. Now, of course, government gives their subsidy to the post office, and the level of that subsidy depends on what surplus the post office generates. So if post office has collected millions from innocent sub-postmasters, that means the government subsidy is also lower than what it should have been. Now, the post office had a number of non-executive directors who chaired, amongst other things, audit committees, risk committees, compliance committees, remuneration, and many other committees. The key role of non-executive directors is to challenge management, including the chief executive, on financial and operating issues, and the strategy which ought to be executed to achieve the company's objectives. Now, so far, there is little evidence to show that any of these non-executive directors who are appointed by the main board asked any questions. Now, they should have asked questions because the prosecutions of sub-postmasters received a lot of coverage. I first noted it in year 2009 in a story in Accountancy Age. And of course, these matters have been reported ever since. So did the non-executive directors never notice that there were literally hundreds of prosecutions, thousands of prosecutions, that there was negative press coverage, people were claiming innocence? Did they never notice that more than one person a week was being prosecuted? Did they never notice that the legal costs were rising? So poses a whole series of questions. So if you want to shape the future, you've got to pay attention to details, and these people don't appear to have. The post office had an internal audit department which reported to audit committee. Now, what did the internal audit department do? Did it never notice any of the press clippings? Did it never notice that the Horizon system was fundamentally flawed? Or maybe it reported, but somebody sat on it. Again, lots of questions to be asked. Did the external auditors know? The answer is yes. So lots of documents have become publicly available through the Horizon inquiry led by Sir Win Williams, and also through Freedom of Information requests. So here is the Ernst & Young, who I'll tell you more about in a moment, management letter to the Post Office Board. It is dated 27th March 2011. It's quite a long letter, and I'll just read out some bits. It says the outsourcing of Post Office's IT function to a third-party service provider, in bracket Fujitsu, creates a degree of complexity and difficulty for the Post Office in gaining assurance that they are adequate. So the third party, just to comment on that, third party, Fujitsu is able to make remote changes to the system, which are not necessarily known or approved by the company. And that obviously affects the integrity of eventual financial numbers and financial statements too. So that meant Ernst & Young knew that there were problems. And then Ernst & Young go on. We noted that Post Office are not usually involved in testing fixes. Remember I told you how many thousands of fixes there have been? So I said we noted that Post Office are not usually involved in testing fixes or maintenance changes to the in-scope applications. We are unable to identify an internal control with a third-party service provider to authorize fixes and maintenance charges prior to development for the in-scope applications. That is an extract from a long letter dated 27th March 2011. On no occasion any of these uncertainties been highlighted in the audit report or in the audit opinion. So what was going on? So let's look at the auditors a little bit more. Under the Companies Act 2006, auditors have unhindered access to all files, documents, employees, officers to enable them to secure any information that they think they need to form an opinion on the financial statement. Ernst & Young were the external auditors of Post Office from 1986 to 2018, almost the entire period, well, the entire period of the scandal, which is now being covered in the media. Section 386 of the Companies Act 2006 requires companies to quote, keep adequate accounting records and quote, show and explain the company's transactions. So in view of the continuing problems of the Horizon system and the thousands of fixes, shouldn't there be a question mark whether the Post Office actually kept adequate accounting records or whether it received adequate returns from various branches and offices? But Ernst & Young did not really raise any concerns about this in their audit report. So the auditors, as part of their statutory duties, have to assess whether there are adequate accounting records. What did they do? So that question really needs to be answered. Now, what else do we know? There is another internal report of the Post Office which has come out and it is publicly available. It is dated 2nd August 2010. So remember, prosecution had begun sometime in 1999. The flow of prosecutions was very high between 2005 and 2010. So this report dated 2nd August 2010 and is headed Horizon Dash Responses to Challenges Regarding Systems Integrity. That is the title of the report. It is written by the Post Office Head of Product and Branch Accounting, and the person's name is Rob Ismay, who strangely enough is a former Ernst & Young man, and now he's head of the product and branch accounting. On that report, pages 19 to 20 are very interesting, and I just read this to you. Extract from pages 19 and 20. So first extract, Ernst & Young and Deloitte. Now Deloitte's been hired in a capacity, but not as auditors. So Ernst & Young and Deloitte are both aware of the issue from the media, and we have discussed the pros and cons of reports with them. Both would propose significant caveats and would have limits on their ability to stand in court. So remember, at that time, lots of people are being prosecuted who claim innocence, but the Post Office is saying, no, the system is reliable, everything is okay, these people are the crooks. So it says both would propose significant caveats and would have limits on their ability to stand in court. Therefore, we have not pursued this further. That is the first paragraph, end of quote. In other words, there are problems and somebody needs to do a broader systems-based audit. Then the next paragraph in the report says, and I quote, the external audit and the external audit that E&Y perform does include tests of the Post Office's IT and finance control environment, but the audit scope and materiality mean that E&Y would not give a specific opinion on the systems for this. So you can read the tensions here. Next paragraph. It is also important to be crystal clear about any review if one were commissioned. Any investigation would need to be disclosed in court. Although we would be doing the review to comfort others, any perception that Post Office doubts its own system would mean that all criminal prosecutions would have to be stayed. It would also beg a question for the Court of Appeal over the past prosecutions and imprisonments, end of quote. That seemed to suggest that directors knew, auditors knew, even Deloitte, if they were acting as consultants, perhaps they knew something was going on. So the least we can say is that Ernst & Young were aware of the problems. So how were they able to satisfy themselves that internal controls and resulting accounting records were sound? enough to enable them to issue unqualified audit opinions. So what happened to these monies that the distressed sub-postmasters handed over to the post office? It ran into millions, but where did the money end up? Now, in 2015, there was a forensic report commissioned by the post office itself by a firm known as Second Sight, which is a firm of forensic accountants. They first issued an interim report in 2013. The 2015 report was never fully finalized for various reasons, but nevertheless, extract is important. That report shows that the money secured from sub-postmasters sat in a suspense accounts. And we all know what suspense accounts mean. That means you're not quite sure what it is about, what to do with it. So eventually, the monies from the suspense accounts got transferred to the profit and loss account and influenced the bottom line and executive pay. So the monies were there and nobody knew what to do with them. And they sat in there for quite a long time. Now, the post office accounts until 2018 do not show any contingent liabilities for the possible compensation which may have to be paid, should those provisions have been made. After all, many people were claiming innocence. There was a lot of press coverage. Parliamentary inquiries had begun. MPs had become involved way back in 2015 and earlier. But there was nothing about these things. So no doubt in due course, there will need to be an inquiry into accounting and auditing. I have already called for one in the House of Lords, and I will be pushing for further on this. So to come back to the themes of the conference, you can't have a good future for any profession if you're not open. You can't have a good future if regulators don't investigate. You can't have a good future if we don't learn lessons from the past. So we need to learn lessons. We also need to note that technology is not flawless. Many people think technology is going to really take over. Technology will have effect, but technology will not be a substitute for human assessment, human judgment. Yes, some jobs may disappear, but somebody will still have to interpret the data. Somebody will still have to analyze the data. And this is what the post office scandal actually shows. So I will pause here now and be happy to take some questions. Thank you very much.
Can I pose a question?
Yes, sure.
Right, Michael. Okay. I used to be the lecturer after you at University of East London when you did the accounting methodology. So what I would like to do, and just in case you can't remember me, what I would like to do is to answer the question, do we need to have a more professional governance expert, duly qualified and independent for the roles, say, of audit chair and even chairman, so that we get a little more constructive criticism and challenge coming into the sector?
Well, thank you, Michael. Excellent question, which doesn't have an easy answer. One of the problems of being a professional is that people then get a very narrow worldview. Just think about accounting as something being technical, something narrow. Of course, what we call technical is always constituted by politics and power. Everything that you do in accounting, whether it's accounting standards or other things, haven't popped out of thin air. So the real issue is the so-called professionals. You know, in a sense, professionalism also imposes constraints. We all know professional lawyers send wrong people to prisons, and that's happened at post office. We all know accountants will tell you business is a going concern, and it isn't. So that is a complex issue. I think what we do need is a good team mix. people from different perspectives at the board levels. Yeah, so that even on audit committees and so on, so that you can have a richer mix to look at things from different perspectives. Okay, so to use the old sort of biblical phrase, somebody has to go into the temple and overturn the tables occasionally as well. That way you get people thinking.
Thank you.
Ivor, do you have any questions? Because I've got one for Prem.
Yeah.
Prem, so someone said what you have described is a management team who were incompetent and irresponsible and completely uncaring. This implies that the owners of the post office were also the same. Now, should all the directors' remuneration over the entire period be repaid, as should the auditors?
Well, I have to say yes.
I thought you might.
But the issue is, I mean, I think when you come to what may be called monopolies or public corporations, post office, water, rail, energy companies, I think you need customer elected directors on board. Let them vote on let them decide the remuneration of executive directors, and also get the customers to vote. That can work in many entities where customers are known with certainty, such as in water, in rail. If you've got a season ticket holder, well, you're definitely a customer. If you're buying energy, definitely a customer. Customers of banks, insurance companies. So wherever possible, we ought to democratize. And at the post office, they should have had worker elected directors on board. Maybe that would act as a check. Nothing is guaranteed, but it's a case of trying to create possibilities of transparency, trying to create possibilities of curbing some nefarious practices. So I think they were, people say they are incompetent. I mean, just remember, one post office chairman, post office chief executive who's been a lot in the press, Paula Vanel, she was an ordained minister. She was on the ethics committee of the Church of England. She was shortlisted to be the Bishop of London and could have been sitting next to me in the Lords. So people are going by reputations. And when you get on company boards, you can see it's an elite club, often nominate each other and their friends. So we need to break that kind of circle. I've been offered so many directorships since I've been in the Lords for 3 years. They don't really want me. They just want somebody with the word Lord in front. And I rather write for your magazine, Graham, rather than sit on a board. So there you are.
Thank you so much.
Could I please just ask a follow-up on that? Arthur Andersen was destroyed
It was Dan's question, so do follow up, Dan.
Arthur Andersen was destroyed by a one big financial scandal in the US. Do you think this could bring down Ernst & Young?
Well, firstly, Andersen collapsed because after Enron, a lot of clients walked away. Andersen was never formally charged or found guilty of anything because by then it had, in a sense, collapsed and the name remained. Now, I think, to my mind, there are huge questions about all of the big four accounting firms. None of them are pristine. And, I mean, the FRC uses feather duster benchmarks, which are called auditing standards, to test audit quality. And 25 to 50% of the audits have been found to be deficient. And this is after a century of doing audits. So can you imagine somebody making cars and saying 50% of our cars are defective after we've been at it for a century, but tell you what, you must buy the product because the law requires you to buy it, and we must charge you the highest possible fee because we are the only suppliers. That would be shut down. So I think there's a need for a deep inquiry into the whole world of auditing. And also, we have to reflect 19th century idea of your neighborhood accounting firm coming and auditing your book. Is that still viable? in the 21st century? Or do we need to think of some other arrangements? Maybe it is not viable. You know, UK has 400,000 professionally qualified accountants, which is the highest number per capita in the world. And we can't tell an asset from a liability, income from an expense, tax dodging is rife, money laundering is rife, computer systems have numerous flaws and don't seem to get highlighted anywhere. I mean, what is going on here? And I think, you know, this is highly relevant to the conference's themes. People are increasingly becoming skeptical of professionals and experts. They don't trust them. They are saying, you know, how can we trust you given all these kind of scandals and episodes? So there is a real job to be done. To my mind, you know, accounting will survive because in capitalism, there's always going to be a demand for accountants, or for that matter, in any other ism as well. But it's what kind of a profession we end up with. That is, you know, more important, really. So I think the powers to be will do everything to save the big four. Whether they deserve to be saved, in my view, not.
Thank you. Very interesting comment. Thank you.
Are there any more questions, Ivor?
Yes, there is. There's a question from Kate Thomas, who's a management accountant in Manchester, and she's asked, what can we do as individuals to drive audit and accountancy reform, particularly with lobbying against it being so strong?
Well, thank you, Kate. A very profound and interesting question. Basically, we've got to look at our political system, which is corrupt to the core. Political parties are for sale to the highest bidder. It's called political donations. Of course, big firms and corporations don't donate any money. They invest and they want a return. And return is what? You can influence policies, persuade leading policymakers, politicians to go easy. Regulation to be fairly lax. So we really got to look at the political system. That will be the first key requirement. And if the political system is not pristine, that would continue to create problems. And that is what we witness. There is no shortage of briefing from accounting firms to Parliament any day, I can tell you. But most of us ignore them because we know that that is their job. They will lobby, or when they hand money, or when they provide free staff to political parties making policies, well, that eventually has an influence, and that is what they're doing. So we should really have transparency. We should be told what kind of deals are made, what discussions are done. But at the moment, we have a bill going through Parliament where the government wants to make freedom of information requests far more difficult. So there you have it.
I have another question as well. This is from me, actually. The FRC is being reorganized and it's now going to become the ARGA. Do you not think that as part of this reformation that it will be made far better? I mean, in your view, FRC, and I think I'm quoting you correctly, you've said that it is not fit for purpose. But now that it's being reformed, what are your views?
Well, you can change the names and the faces. What else is going to change at the FRC? It will still be dominated by big corporations and the big firms. Their discourses will dominate. Their value systems would dominate. Of course, this FRC may tighten up on things, but nevertheless, the issues are seen through the worldview, through the lenses of the dominant players. So maybe the FRC should have a two-tier board, if you like. One tier consisting of the executives as they have now, another tier, let's call it a supervisory board, which watches over the others and see that they play cleanly, that they do something for the benefit of the public at large. I don't recall the FRC complaining about many things really until after the scandals. That is the problem. You know, I was asked by the Work and Pensions Committee to help with investigation of BHS and Carillion. My findings are in the parliamentary report. At Carillion, I came across something called reverse factoring, and I phoned many leading practitioners, I won't name them. I said, what is this thing called reverse factoring and how do you account for it? The first question was, what did you say? Reverse factoring? Never heard of it. Well, there you are. Carillion was doing it. Now they talk about supply chain finance. That was not the phrase used then. There was no standard, nothing. After a while, the standard is used. But I don't regard standards as a panacea, because the problem with standards is that they have driven out thinking about accounting. People no longer talk about accounting. It is about, what's the latest rule? Tell me. I don't need to think about it, because there's a Politburo which does my thinking for me. They will tell me what the good thing to do is, or the right thing to do is. And if they change their mind tomorrow, I will do what they tell me. Now, can you imagine that in any decent thinking society? People saying, I don't have to think for myself, but I will just follow the rules willy-nilly, whether they lead to anything good or not. Of course, we value rules that give some kind of certainty, stability, enables us to make sense of things, but that should not preclude thinking about accounting. So thinking about accounting has disappeared altogether from accounting teaching. It's more about teaching rather than learning. Yeah. So, you know, you look at the syllabus. Have you covered all these accounting standards? And the students would say, hey, the teacher's given me a good set of notes, good summaries, very good teacher, because they summarize all these standards for me. I don't have to read them. But what about thinking about accounting? So one reason why we have lots and lots of accounting and auditing problems is because we don't encourage people to think about it. Yeah, we don't encourage people to think about the consequences of accounting. Okay, so maybe that would be next year's talk about what are the human consequences of accounting, and I'll go through that.
Well, I think you've given me an idea for next year's conference. Also, Prem, we talked about the FRC. What about the professional bodies, the accountancy professional bodies? I'm assuming that you would say that they have a big part to play here.
You say professional bodies, I call them trade associations. That is what they are. They represent their members. Being a professional carries some kind of an aura of being altruistic. So when you look at professional accountancy bodies, look at their history. Let's just go through the ICAW history. It opposed the publication of the profit and loss account, opposed the publication of balance sheet, opposed the publication of the audit report, opposed the disclosure of sales, opposed the disclosure of profits. In 1989, I was an academic, and Graham would remember coming with me to see a minister once. We went to see. I was advising the Labour Party. Sorry, Graham.
Yeah, it was John Redwood, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. And I was then advising the Labour Party on what became the Companies Act 89. And Companies Act 1989, we did a behind-the-scenes deal where the Labour did with Tories, which was to require companies to publish fees paid to auditors for non-audit work. The ICAW was absolutely furious. So they have a whole history of opposing reforms. ACCA opposed the minimum wage. Professional bodies oppose any need to monitor accountants, any need to require accountants to file any suspicions of money laundering. This history doesn't turn up in any accounting and auditing books on professional education. So to my mind, they are firstly not professional bodies. I wish they were, but they are not. They are trade associations. And I think this is one reason why people are suspicious of them. And I'm also, I have been to many AGMs over my working life and locked horns with the leadership, but they basically brush these things aside. I don't know who they represent. Members would say they don't represent them. You know, they represent some sections of their membership. So I think there are tensions. I don't know, why do we need so many professional bodies? That is one thing. And secondly, do we need any of them? People have PhDs, masters, MBAs, they work in industry and finance. Do they really need professional bodies? Are they any less ethical than accountants? I doubt it.
Some interesting points.
Okay.
Prem, you've got to go. I don't want to make you late.
Okay.
Have you got some advice to someone starting out in the profession? No, you know, something positive you'd say about accountancy?
Yes, accountancy has a capacity to be a real moral practice. Accountancy affects distribution of income, it affects distribution of wealth, levels of taxes, assessments of risks, and these are good moral practices. So accounting has a capacity to be a real moral force. And that is what I would tell everybody. First, accountancy is a very desirable area to make a career in. That's how you earn your living. But change it, please, for the better.
And you wouldn't change your career being an accountant and an academic?
Well, I had a good inning. That was a good way to earn a living. And I'm still obviously very interested in this. And no, I mean, I would not dissuade anybody from making a career in accounting.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. So thank you very much, Prem. Thanks for your time as always. And I'll see you soon for that cup of tea.
Yeah, please do. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prem.
Bye.
Thank you, Prem. Right. Well, hopefully our next speaker is here. Gemma, are you around?
I am indeed, Graham. Hi, everyone.
Oh, fantastic. This is Gemma. She's from the ACCA, and they've been doing absolutely fantastic work in research and looking at really trying to get a handle on what the future is going to look like. So really trying to understand where we're going. And I think that's really important, especially as we move in the digital age. And it can be quite scary out there thinking about how you're going to keep up. We're keeping you, Ivor. How we're going to keep how we're going to keep up with you know, sort of what's going on. I think that's, you know, it can be not, it's, I always find it quite interesting. Quite a lot of young people I speak to aren't as techy as I think they're going to be sometimes. So there's pressure on everyone to know what the future looks like and be able to handle it. So I don't need to say any more. Let's hear what Gemma has to say of what I need to understand. And the floor is yours, Gemma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. I am just going to attempt to share my slides. So if somebody can tell me if that works.
Yes, it's all good. Thank you.
It's perfect. Thank you. So first of all, I just want to say a huge thank you to PQ Magazine, to Graham, and to London South Bank University for the opportunity to speak on what I'm going to tell you now. I didn't pick the talk title, which I think is incredibly broad. So hopefully I fulfill the brief and talk a bit about the future of finance for you today. So when I was looking at kind of the starting point for what I was going to say, I think it's important to mention that there's no one certain way to pinpoint the future. I don't have my crystal ball sat in the corner of my office. So what I'm going to be talking about is a provocation, an idea, and hopefully we get a chance towards the end for some questions, and some of you can challenge me on some of the things I say, or come up with a different view, or maybe completely agree with me. We'll find out towards the end of the talk. The pace of change today, technological advancement is ever increasing. So this talk today is more of a horizon scan, not a prediction, but a provocation, meant to challenge our mindsets, challenge our assumptions, and provide some options of things we might see in the future or might want to change about the things we see in the future. And hopefully we get some time to hear from you guys as well. What I'm going to talk about will lean on some of the excellent research done by my colleagues at ACCA and give you a hypothesis of a potential future. So I start with my introductory slide. The speed of evolution in organisations will continue to accelerate. We've seen dramatic changes over the last 40 years, and they seem to be on an ever-increasing trajectory. There'll be fundamental changes in operating models driven by many factors, which are both present internally and externally driven opportunities and challenges. And like the organisations they serve, finance functions are not immune to change. As organisations evolve, so must finance functions, so that they can continue to serve their stakeholders and support the strategic objectives of their organisation, while continuing to discharge their regulatory opportunities and responsibilities. My colleague Clive Webb, who some of you might have heard speak at this event last year, is currently working on some research on this very topic. And he's kindly shared some of his operating hypotheses with me today to help you prepare for this talk. But I would urge you to read his report once it gets published towards the summer. So the world in 2030 and beyond. Before I get into the detail for drivers for change in finance function, let's have a think about what the world in 2030 will look like. And I've deliberately picked a more near-term horizon of 2030 to give us some confidence in extrapolating trends and what this might mean the future will look like. If we go too far in the future, we increase the likelihood of our guesses being completely wrong, or we enter the world of science fiction. And I'll just tell you now that I'm still waiting for my Back to the Future promised hoverboard, so I don't want to go too far in the future. But what we can see in the kind of this more medium term is that the likelihood is that we'll be living in a multipolar world, or indeed a technipolar world, rather than what we've seen in current or not too distant past. And what we mean by this is that there will be a number of countries and or global actors that will hold significant power over the world view. We're expecting to see shifting alliances between global powers and those who would choose to align with them, which may lead to continuing uncertain economic times, with trade, especially in technology, continuing to be a tool that countries use to develop their interests and economic advantage. In our technipolar world, we might expect to see technology companies having increasing influence beyond traditional country boundaries, where technology and data sets are controlled outside of traditional legal frameworks. Whether governments choose to take action to place boundaries on these technological innovations will define to an extent the dominance that they have, so whether we have a techni or multipolar world. Organisations will need to adapt to new ways of working and to new supply chain arrangements as economic bases shift, allowing organisations to take advantage of technological developments to further automate and modularise production and the provision of services. Traditional forms of hierarchy may be challenged, both within organisations and more broadly in society. We could see a more collaborative and network-based structures in which the majority feel empowered, becoming the norm. As a result, adaptation for organisations will be key. Innovation will come from the collaboration of ideas and from a range of perspectives. Consumers will move from passive recipients to enabled stakeholders, with them taking notice of organisations' values and whether they align to their own personal values, whether their data is treated with respect, and whether the organisation operates ethically. Social activism and collective action around critical issues should mean that consumer voice cannot be ignored. All of this will challenge what we currently know as operating models. Businesses and organisations will need to adapt, focusing on specialisms and data integration to achieve future success. Competitive advantage will shift to consumer experience rather than process efficiency, quality over quantity, and compatibility with values over cost. Regenerative operating models will become ever more important as organisations seek to address the challenges of climate change. And the risk of technology deficiency between those who can embrace the opportunities of AI and those who are not able to might create further gaps between the haves and have-nots. Technology will continue to accelerate its impact on roles and everyday lives. And looking at technology specifically, I've put this slide in here because I don't think we can talk about the future of finance without thinking about the role that the transformation of technology plays in the way that we work. This image, neat as it is, shows us the exponential evolution of technology. But while it's helpful for the diagram to show a mainly linear progression, the real world's a bit more messy, as we all know, and transformations overlap and impact on each other. And like this diagram, we often think about specific technologies in isolation, but this can lead us to overemphasize the originality or significance of the technology and or misunderstand its potential impact. And those digital horizon factors you see on screen now show why this is so intrinsic to the finance function. Each of those factors, adaptation, big data, blurring lines and technology, could be written for the finance function too. But let's focus on the reason that we're here, what this means for finance. I'm going to talk about 4 drivers today: performance, sustainability, supply chains and talent. So on those first 2, performance will no longer just be financial. It will be increasingly an integration of operation and financial reporting into a value and purpose-driven strategy for organisations. The regulatory focus on this broad view of performance will not diminish, and reporting, risk management and compliance-based activities across the organisation will fall to finance teams. So the finance function's role at the centre of organisations will be ever more important. Trust in performance, though, will be a significant issue. With the use of generative AI, the ability to fake or impersonate individuals will present challenges on to how performance can be verified. How the accountancy of finance profession addresses the trust issues in performance will be a significant factor in its future roles in capital markets. Finance leaders will need to communicate with an increasing range of stakeholders across multiple dimensions of value. And regulators will seek to define value, focusing on people, profit and purpose to provide transparency to address stakeholder demands. On sustainability, sustainable organisations will remain the goal. Whether or not we reach the Paris Climate Goal Agreement of limiting emissions is to a certain extent irrelevant, as the ongoing commitment to controlling emissions will remain. There's no endpoint in our sustainability journey. Emissions targets will continue to be focal points for operating model transformation, and affordability will remain a key issue. However, as the interconnectivity between organisations across the value chain increases, so the sustainable nature of the organisation's activities reflects not only their own activities, but those with whom they are integrally connected. And on sustainability, specifically, sustainability embraces not only the environmental, but also social and economic goals, seeing that really at the centre of that kind of triumvirate. Pressure on organisations to act ethically across their supply chains will continue to grow from consumers and regulators. Finance teams will find that they need to interact across a broader agenda, including in areas such as human resources, which have traditionally been seen as the domain of other professions. So increasing collaboration will be key. Accounting for the planet's finite resources will also be important. The realisation that not all resources are plentiful and that there are opportunity costs in utilising these resources will become a focus. Part of this is the relevance of the circular economy, the reuse and repurposing of resources. This slide borrows from a recent ACCA report about transition planning, and while the focus of that report is on the here and now, planning the sustainability transition, the impact of sustainability is something that finance professionals need to be involved with now and will be leading on in the future. So our second 2 drivers, supply chains and talent. Traditional supply chains sought to achieve stability and minimise costs. In the future, supply chains will need to be much more dynamic. They'll need to be able to predict, prepare and respond to rapidly evolving demand and a continually changing product and channel mix. Future supply chains will need to be shorter in nature, and with a move away from global production to a more strategic view on what should be produced nearer to the consumer. Key to this transformation will be the use of data and predictive analytics. Industry 4.0 provides more data to help manage supply chains. Large entities will require more visibility, not only of production itself, but also around the process of production. This transparency is not just at the higher levels of the value chain, but requires investment in systems and processes throughout the chain. Creating an open chain has its risks, and data confidentiality and protection will be ever important. The level of transparency creates opportunities in organisational planning which finance teams need to capitalise upon. Regenerative operating models will focus increasingly on reuse and how supply chains can be shortened. AI will play a role in material use and optimisation. On talent, through the improvement in health and predictive diagnostics, we're seeing an increasingly ageing population, particularly in developed economies, and reproduction in many countries is below the level to sustain current population levels. In contrast, some developing economies continue to see high birth rates, but those are not always matched by economic growth. the availability of talent in economies will continue to be constrained in 2030. And a report by Business and the Community in 2022 said that in the UK, at least 80% of the 2030 workforce is already in employment. With the mismatch of supply and demand in the talent space, the likelihood is that all organisations will need to develop strategies that change the way that they do business. They may consider outsourcing or offshoring parts or all of their processes to third parties in a refinement of the shared service model. And that might take advantage of places where talent is more readily available and where scale or efficiency can be created. Finance as a service will likely become a reality for many mid-tier and smaller organisations who cannot support the breadth of skills and capabilities required. And here I'll share some details and conclusions from our recent ACCA Global Talent Trends survey, which really focuses on kind of the picture as it exists now for finance professionals and what we're starting to see in terms of trends for talent across the globe. And here I think we see a real excitement by finance professionals about the opportunities for AI, but a real desire for more training in this area so that they feel more prepared for how they can use AI rather than being more fearful that AI replaces their jobs, understanding how to add value with AI rather than just assuming it takes over the world. Hybrid working is an area that's some great differences across the globe. And what we've seen at the minute, cost of living crisis, so scarcity of talent leads to people having an open market for their talent and driving up the cost of providing finance functions as well. I'll leave this slide on the screen. It doesn't necessarily address some of the factors that we're talking about today in terms of mental health and diversity, but one of the kind of interesting findings in the report is around global mobility and endless opportunities. Finance professionals are incredibly mobile and often have one eye on where their next opportunity is, which is a great thing for finance professionals because the talent controls the market, but a difficult thing for organisations to manage, especially in an era of scarce talent. So what do we think the finance function will start to look like in 2030? And we're going to consider 4 domains here: people, process, technology and data. So perhaps the greatest change for people is that everyone will be required to be AI adjacent, to use AI and other emerging technologies as part of their work. The evolution of AI will change aspects of roles and probably increase productivity. It's unlikely to remove job roles as such. The close alignment of finance and data skills will redefine many finance roles, though. The core functions of finance or performance function are unlikely to change. However, if data flows are to become more open and seamless between organisations, so further change in role functions will occur. Traditional career paths may be disrupted, placing a focus on lifelong learning to continue to acquire new skills required to address additional aspects of performance and value. The finance function will become a team of deep specialists in several key areas, including sustainability and treasury management. There will be an additional emphasis on effective business partnering skills, especially where organisations use finance as a service provider to address talent shortages. And whatever level of expertise individuals possess, the provision of trusted advice remains an essential part of the finance professional's role, applying an ethical lens to an increasingly tricky operating environment. The disruption of career paths will increase the importance of micro-level qualifications and certifications that support career development in several practical areas. Providing structured experience beyond the formal qualification will be essential for mobility and progression. Forecasting and predictive analytics skills will be a key part of the finance function. The speed of the operating environment, together with its geopolitical complexities, will mean that immediate forecasting, as opposed to complex annual budgeting rounds, will be a requirement in the team. Digital and data skills will continue to form a significant part of finance function skill set. Being able to utilise and interpret, validate AI-derived information and support decision-making will be fundamental. On process, the one view of performance requires an integrated set of processes across the organisation. No longer will any of the so-called back office functions sit in isolation. The core functions of finance teams remain, but but the means by which these processes are undertaken and the relative time spent on those will change. Whilst the ability to draw a line at a point in time, such as month or year end, will be a useful tool, the likelihood is that we'll need to have a much more frequent continuous reporting cycle. Operating processes in the cells will be increasingly automated and the data collected will be used to drive continual improvement. And finance team members will play an integral role in performance improvement, utilising a broader view of performance at the customer and supplier levels to inform strategic decisions and monitor outcomes. Here, although I'm focusing at the very top of the kind of finance C-suite team, you can see some of those things we've talked about already within the role of the CEO or Chief Value Officer, as we've termed it in the last in the report in the last year. As the key strategic internal advisor to the board and C-suite, the breadth of skills needed is not just financial, but also strategic consultancy with a broad range of interpersonal skills. Growing people into this role will be challenging, but necessary preparation for organisations. Change is now constant in organisations, and effective leadership embraces this while driving strategic direction and managing the change. Accountancy and finance professionals will have a key role in supporting successful change, as their roles pervade much of the organisation, and establishing a culture that delivers agile change is essential. So, recommendations for finance teams. Upskill is increasingly important. Whilst core knowledge and skills will always be needed, the development beyond financial reporting into non-financial reporting and other aspects such as sustainability will mean that lifelong learning has never been more important. Finance professionals will need to remain forward-looking and help identify opportunity and drive strategic direction to help deliver value. They will need data and analytics skills in order to adapt to the broader data sets that they will be used to drive insight. And new performance management framework, driven a lot by sustainability, will need to focus on new metrics and a more balanced scorecard. And I think one language is really crucial. So bridging the language barrier is really important for finance professionals at the heart of organisations to be able to deliver that value, to be able to speak in a language that non-financial professionals understand, and leveraging your core skills. So the role of finance in connecting the organisation, acting as an enabler and communicating has not changed. And it's important that that function will continue to remain. So what does this look like in terms of the skills that we need? Ethics and sustainability remain a core, but collaboration, insight, expertise and drive are also critically important. Collaboration in tomorrow's economy is going to be incredibly important to delivery, and it's going to be a fundamental capability for accountants. Looking at technology and data, transparency in the use of technology between organisations will increase. Open accounting and data transferability will increase, meaning that pure data entry roles will decline. And automation will be increasingly utilised in instances where API is not in place, although it's unlikely that this technology will be integrated. It's likely that this technology will be integrated into core applications rather than standalone. Whilst there'll be increasingly robust and available tools available in the cloud, the spreadsheet will remain a significant tool. I'm sorry, I can't guarantee the end of the spreadsheet or Excel yet. And there is potential for its relative use to decline, but we're still going to retain it for a while yet. And the FP&A market is likely to be the area of greatest change as predictive forecasting becomes ever more embedded into fundamental ways of working. AI will be a core tool for all, facilitating productivity increases, and embedding AI, especially generative AI in business applications, will be significant. On data, according to one estimate, the world will have 572 zettabytes of data, which is about 10 times the amount of data that existed in 2020. So a massive escalation, and the market for big data and analytics will grow, will more than double in that period. Organisations will inevitably work with large volumes of data daily, and the ability to do this will not diminish. Inevitably, for accountants working in finance teams, the ability to work with data sets will continue to be a fundamental skill. Convergence of data management, data integrity and finance roles will continue. As regulators increasingly focus on the integrity of data across the organisation and how it's presented in reported information, So concepts such as an internal control over data and the extended use of continuous monitoring and auditing will be core parts of the function's role. And the demand for predictive analytics will continue to increase. So here I just wanted to show a slide that tells us that a lot of these changes are things that are already in the minds of finance professionals as we're currently working in 2024. And your peers in the accountancy workforce ranked these skills for us in a report we did last year about what their current ranks of importance and what they expect to see in future. And I just wanted to highlight two in particular on this slide, and that's the massive transition in advanced analytics tools going from, I think, 14th on the list up to first, and the change from forecasting tools from 9th to 2nd. And I think that kind of nicely illustrates the things I've talked about so far today. So I think one of the messages I'd like to leave you with is about the importance of value to the future of finance, and that's value in both its financial and non-financial sense. And the future of finance professionalising, helping businesses and society work through these challenges, but ultimately a better future enables the combination of domain experts working together to achieve a collective goal. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gemma. That was really interesting. Graham.
Yeah, for me, it's always interesting about where the real benefits of sustainability and accountants being involved in that area.
Sorry, Graham, you broke up for me there. Was it about sustainability and the role of accountants?
Yeah. Sorry, I think my mic just went off. Do you think accountants are ready to be able to measure the environment? Sometimes it's quite difficult. It's quite you know, sort of what exactly are they measuring? Are they being helped now by the new board that's happening with the new standards? Or do you think that I just see that they're being a little bit worried about being involved in that, but not quite sure where and how. And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's one of the challenges that finance professionals will grapple, and it's that sense, isn't it, of wanting to be certain about the information you're putting together, and the difficulty, especially in kind of that scope 3 or supply chain measurements of how you are kind of measuring these. And I think there are a range of tools that are coming and being developed to try and monitor some of these. We've done some research reports over the last couple of years, focusing particularly on SMEs and small practices, particularly on the types of things that they can do and that they can offer their clients. And you would certainly suggest for those in practice to start with yourselves and do your own and then help your clients with theirs. ACCA itself is doing some work with Science-Based Targets Initiative to apply some real forensic measurement to our own emissions as well, just for that very reason of we don't want to say something that isn't true. So very much focusing on trying to measure what we can, and then working over the course of the next few years on those measurements, especially in the supply chain, and starting to put those into the decisions that we make on procurement as well.
Yeah, scope 1 and scope 2 so easy. Scope 3
scope 3 is the one that I think will challenge all of us coming forward, definitely.
Well, so anyway, that's my question. There's some other questions. I think, Michael, if you want to ask yours, you're first up.
Oops, thank you. Just wanted to go back and try and emphasize our little tradition that accountants grew up as being data validators, data verifiers, and did the ontology. Going forward, we seem to be just doing validation and data work. We seem to forget that we manage information, and that's where the value comes from. And so information systems and information platforms doesn't seem to be in the direction that people are perceiving themselves to go in. And that's because I think the big tech firms are dictating to us rather than re-enhancing our skills and knowledge, and which is why we need somebody like the academics to push this agenda forward. So I would like to see more of that through the profession as well.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, it's certainly a point I will take back to colleagues. I think probably we'd say that I don't think we've moved away from that. I think perhaps our language could be a bit clearer on that, and I'll certainly take that, because I think you're right. They are two very critical roles for finance professionals. I don't think that they change. The core functions, I think I said earlier, don't change. Just the way that we do them, I think, moves on, but the core functions stay as they are. Thank you.
Dan, did you have a question?
Yes, indeed. Gemma, first of all, that was a real tour de force. Thank you very much, and I enjoyed that a lot.
Thank you.
Gemma, there were two things that came to mind. The first one was to do with the term that you used, AI adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't heard that before, and I think there is a need to describe how AI is going to facilitate individual performance improvement. Thinking about adjacent, I wondered whether partnership was perhaps also a relevant one to talk about people needing to develop an AI partnership on a personal level, not on a corporate level. Do you see that being a useful way of thinking about it?
I think that's a really interesting way of thinking about it, Dan. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it in that sense, but I think you're right. I think there's a number of technologies and developments we've seen over the years that kind of come and go in their kind of level of the way that they join the lexicon, Internet of Things, Industry 4.0. I think some of these things we still talk about, but not. AI feels like something different. It feels like there is a real validation to its importance going forward. And I think that there has been a lot of headlines about the climate of fear related to AI in the last kind of 18 months of all these big data people saying, oh, we might have gone too far. I think the really important thing for us now is to start getting comfortable with AI and how we can use AI and where we can use AI. Definitely in the finance function, but I think you're right, definitely at a personal level as well, because I think the more people have exposure to things, the less concerned they are about them. So familiarity will, I think, improve its usefulness to us.
I'd also like to just mention the ethics issue, because you did one thing which I can get excited about, and that is that you described ethics as a skill.
Mm-hmm.
And I am absolutely convinced that it's not a skill, that it's a mindset. We mentioned financial scandals before, and whenever there's one, the universities say, okay, come on, we must teach ethics. Well, you can't actually teach ethics. You can teach people about ethics, but ethics comes from something much more internal, which I'm inclined to call a mindset rather than a skill.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to cut you short, Gemma. I'm really sorry, because we've got a timetable to keep. I'm seeing Gemma next week, so I'm lucky. I'm really lucky. So I get to see Gemma next week, and you don't.
I'll maybe have to do a written answer for Dan. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Gemma.
So thank you, Dan. Sorry to interrupt that conversation. Just so I can see, we have our next speaker, Professor Co Adams, ready to go. So Gemma, thank you so much, and thank you for your time, and thanks for giving us some insight into the future. Well, Carol, the floor is yours. We're now moving on to the sustainability reporting landscape, sustainable development, and the role of accountants in all that. So quite a big remit you've got there, but I'm going to leave you with your 30 minutes.
I'll have to whiz around it, and somebody's going to drive my slides for me.
Yes, indeed, Kazra he's all ready to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in to this session, and to the organisers for having me here. I am a professor of accounting at Durham University, but I also chair the GRI's Global Sustainability Standards Board. Now, a lot of accountants don't know too much about GRI and the GSSB, but sustainability professionals within organisations certainly do. So I wanted to talk a bit about our approach today and why. So next slide, please. So this is the system of GRI standards. We have 3 universal standards. The first one deals with the reporting requirements and principles for using GRI standards. They're very similar to those in accounting standards. The second looks at disclosure requirements about the organisation. So these focus on the activities of the organisation, how sustainable development considerations are integrated into governance, strategy and policy and so on, and the extent of external assurance that's been undertaken by the organisation as well. The third one is really important because that one sets out guidance for how organisations determine their most significant impacts. And I will come back to that. Then we have a series of sector standards that we're developing. Now, these identify the most significant impacts for organisations in a sector and link them to the Sustainable Development Goals. So they draw on the topic standards for those material impacts and add some others as well. And then there's the topic standards, looking at issues like pollution, climate change, biodiversity, labour, human rights, and child labour, and so on. So next slide, please. So really key is this process of determining the impact. So an impact is an impact that the organisation has on people, the economy, the environment, and so on. And that leads to the identification of material topics. Another important concept in GRI1 is due diligence. So we're not just asking companies to report their performance, we also ask them to report how they're managing their impacts. What are they doing to identify, prevent and mitigate their most significant impacts? And asking organisations to disclose this process is key to driving change. So we are about driving change towards sustainable development, recognising that any reporting standard does influence behaviour. Some don't acknowledge that, but we are actually saying we do acknowledge it and we're trying to influence it in a positive way. Also very important is this idea of a stakeholder, an individual or group that's affected by the organisation's activities. And this absolutely includes investors. So within all the GRI standards development work and governance committees, we have 5 stakeholder groups that are represented in all our work. So they are investors, business organisations, civil society organisations, mediating institutions such as consultancies, and labour. Next slide, please. And so this is how we develop the standards. I've already addressed the bottom right-hand corner there, the multi-stakeholder expert approach, which we think is absolutely essential to developing standards which deal with sustainable development. We have a very transparent process of setting standards. We have a due process protocol that we follow, and it's overseen by a due process oversight committee. And the standards board itself is independent. So we make decisions about the work programme and the standards and the experts that get involved in the standards development work. What we do that other bodies don't do is have this amazing network that GRI has developed over 26 years of people and organisations that want to work voluntarily on the standards development work for topics and sectors, and they are really top experts in their field. All the standards we develop are also shaped by international authoritative instruments. And I'll show you some examples of that in a moment. So next slide, please. And this is the process in GRI 3. It sets out steps to identify the most significant impacts of an organisation. That involves looking at the sector standards, engaging with stakeholders and experts, and then assessing the significance of impacts, prioritising those impacts for reporting. And we believe at the GSSB that this process is an essential starting point to being able to identify risks and opportunities and dependencies that are affected by impacts, which also bring about risks. So to us, this is the starting point for sustainability reporting and also sustainability related financial reporting. And we have worked very closely with EFRAG in developing the ESRS. So they are very strongly aligned with GRI standards. The disclosures come from GRI standards. That was the starting point. We worked very closely with them in developing their standards. Now, when I say we, I mean the standards division before I was appointed to this role. And so there is very strong alignment because they're based on GRI standards. And they also say that organisations must start with this process of identifying the most significant impacts. Next slide, please. And so, yeah, as I said, we believe that most, if not all, impacts of an organisation will translate to risks and opportunities. That's why you need to know these most significant impacts before you can fully report those risks and opportunities. I mean, that's the key point really on that slide. And we are extending the GRI 3 process by developing guidance as to how you go from that to identifying the risks and opportunities. Next slide, please. I've already mentioned the sector standards, so we can move on to the next one, please. This is just an example of how we bring in all those authoritative guidance. We had two standards currently, GRI 302 and 305, which cover energy and carbon emissions. We have done a complete revamp of those and issued exposure drafts, which are out for consultation until the end of this month. And along the top there are all the various initiatives and instruments that we've taken into account in revamping that climate change standard and the energy standard. Of course, we're also looking to try and get to alignment and complementarity with what EFRAG and IFRIS have, because we're updating at this point, and also striving for alignment with the CDP and the World Benchmarking Alliance. Next slide, please. And then on biodiversity, again, this standard is now being published. It was published a couple of weeks ago, a complete revamp of an existing biodiversity standard. We've worked very closely with the TNFD over the last couple of years and other initiatives around biodiversity. So this is this standard here is sort of acknowledged best practice and on biodiversity reporting. Next slide, please. We are producing some interoperability tools. So this one here shows how our climate change exposure draft and the energy topic standard add to the current, the current standards and other initiatives like CDP and so on. So there are quite a lot of issues in our climate change exposure draft which aren't mentioned in any other standard. And they include, for example, the impacts of transition and adaptation plans on people, economies, and the environment, other aspects of the environment. And, you know, this is important because for some organizations, these impacts are very significant. And so our view is that organizations must go through this process of determining their most significant impacts, that you can't tell an organization, report this impact, this one, and that's then complete reporting. And we also think that that approach is not going to lead to comprehensive disclosure of risks and opportunities over the long term. So next slide, please. So if I was to take a view of how this should look in the long term, this corporate reporting landscape, it would be that organizations start with sustainability reporting. Now, GRI defines sustainability reporting as reporting aligned with sustainable development. It's about organizations' positive and negative impacts on sustainable development and how those impacts are managed and how all those sustainable development considerations are integrated into strategy, policy, and the business model. So for us, that's the starting point. From there, you can then identify the risks and opportunities that arise from those significant impacts, the cumulative impacts of many organizations over time, and the affected dependencies. And that results in changes to financial capital. Now, these first two steps are the approach that EFRAG have also taken effectively in terms of the sequencing here. And then from there, you can, of course, get to an annual reporting, which is about value creation and thinking about value creation or depletion for all stakeholders, including investors, through the organization's activities. And then showing how sustainable development thinking, I'm not calling it integrated thinking, I'm suggesting we need to go a bit further to sustainable development thinking, how that is integrated into the organization's activities. And this could be achieved by a combined GRI and IFRS-S and just IFRS accounting standards approach too when we get to the third step. And if we go to the next slide, what we're actually having at the moment is not that smooth process with two global standard setters. We're seeing a number of jurisdictional and national standard setters coming in and doing things differently. So, for example, Colombia has mandated GRI standards for a significant number of organizations. EFRAG has effectively also done that through its ESRS. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has mandated requirements that are aligned with GRI standards. The Sustainability Standards Board of Japan are aligning with the IFRS S1 and S2 standards, but they are, because that's the mandate that they have, but they are also very concerned to ensure that GRI reporting does not decline. They have a lot of large companies, as do most countries, have a lot of large companies that are already doing GRI reporting. The Australian Accounting Standards Board is proposing something different. It's gone out with an exposure drafts, which are to some extent aligned with IFRS S1 and S2, but they've identified 10 key points of difference, perhaps most notably, but that they're only adopting IFRS S1 to the extent that it relates to climate change, perhaps recognizing that you can't really disclose risks and opportunities fully until you know those impacts, and carbon emissions is the impact that the IFRS S2 requires. So in terms of the accounting profession and bridging that gap with the sustainability profession within organizations, This is, I would say this is fairly critical to understand. You know, as accountants, we tend to look at what we think our profession, the bodies that we count as of our own are focusing on. The GRI3 process is auditable. We're encouraging that to be externally assured, and that you know, that whole process, we believe, and the external assurance over that is going to help the accounting side of the organisation thinking about the risks and opportunities for the organisation that affect the organisation. So this is where the two professions within an organisation can really work together to get a better outcome in terms of accountability to all of the organisational stakeholders. And I guess I do want to stress that this GRI first step is not just about other stakeholders. Investors are part of that. So we see what matters most to investors is going to matter. Sorry, what matters most to stakeholders other than investors is going to matter to investors and does matter to investors over the long term. And we're increasingly hearing that. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Thanks for that. I've got is your organisation, was that founded by the United Nations?
Initially, it was founded by Ceres in the United States, in Boston, and the UN Environmental Programme, I believe. But it's now a separate from those.
When you put in all your work together, do you use the UN 17 Sustainable Goals as one of your
yes
areas that you look at, because that's quite all-encompassing? I just wondered, is that something
so
you always have in your mind?
When we develop the sector standards, when we're identifying the most significant impacts by sector, we are linking those with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. A lot of organizations want to report their positive and negative, particularly their positive, I have to say, contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah, I mean, something like clean water and sanitation is one of those goals. I mean, it's always quite interesting to see how that would work within on its green credentials.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Well, I mean, I guess an organization that is having a big impact in that area, if it's a significant impact for the organization, can show that it is taking steps to make a positive contribution to that SDG.
Yeah.
Or reduce the negative impact.
I've got one other question. What's your view of offsetting schemes?
Well, I guess, and I also chair the sustainability panel of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Scotland, and what we really want to see is organisations reducing their emissions as far as they can.
Okay. Yeah. No. All right. Ivo, we've got some other questions.
We do. So one of the questions is, how do the GRI standards work or align with others, with other more specific standards, such as the GN guidelines for business on human rights or the OECD MNE guidelines for business conduct, or more legally grounded standards such as EU CSRD?
Okay, well, I did explain the EU CSRD. So EFRAG is the body that set the standards under the CSRD. They're the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and we worked very closely with them. So they are very highly aligned with GRI standards. So GRI standards were the starting point, and for the standards under the CSRD, and they have been adapted to suit the European Union regulatory environment and so on.
Okay,
And so that part of the question. What was the other part?
The other part were how do they align with other more specific standards such as UN
yes,
guidelines for business on human rights?
Okay, so all of those global initiatives are incorporated into the standards. In fact, human rights is the one issue that goes through all our standards. So we ask for consideration of impacts on human rights on everything. All organizations have to report their impacts on human rights.
And another question is this: do the GRI developers do the GRI developers develop guidelines for assessing materiality of potential impacts in organizations, such as materiality assessment?
Yeah, so that's the GRI 3 standard that I talked about, with the little diagram in blue with the steps. That tells you how to go through that process. So that's the GRI 3 standard that explains in quite some detail how you go through that process of determining the most significant impacts. We don't actually use the word materiality. We talk about an organization's most significant impacts and believe that all of those are relevant to all stakeholders, including investors.
Thank you. I think we have some people with their hand up. I think Michael Parker.
Thanks, Chair, and well done, Carol. Can I just push on, given some of the things we had problems with the accounting report, should we actually consider having ethical standards as well as verification or audit standards for this area, especially since there has been a lot of greenwashing in the past?
Yeah, so yeah, there has certainly been a lot of greenwashing, and having an audit done is critical. Having assurance over that GRI 3 process is the most important thing to get assured, because if you're not subjecting that process of determining the most significant impacts to assurance, nobody knows whether you're reporting on the things that really matter. But the IOSCO asked the International Ethics Standards Board to develop standards for sustainability assurance professionals around ethics. And it is a, well, not professionals assuring sustainability reports, so their ethics in going about this. And these standards are not just for accountants, but for other professions as well. So it's profession agnostic and standards neutral.
Can I do a supplementary? Right, thanks. Could you also please tell me about the importance of rights and responsibilities as well as risks and opportunities? Because one of the problems we have is that some of the organizations do not take on their responsibilities for pollution. And, you know, so that should be, although we talk about them self-reporting in essence, but, you know, if they make a disaster, they should be quick and open to declare it, because that wasn't the case in the post office for something slightly different.
No, so that falls under our due diligence concept, asking organizations to say how they are managing their most significant impacts, how they are rectifying the damage done, and reporting on that. So by asking organizations to report how they're managing the impacts, we are, you know, trying to drive change to more ethical behavior.
Thank you.
And I have one more question from Maria Dancredi, and I'm going to slightly change the question. It says, does the GRI or can the GRI be adapted for SMEs?
So because we're asking organizations to report their most significant impacts, this allows really any type of organization and any size of organizations to tailor what they do to their needs. So an SME can go through that process of engaging with stakeholders, identifying its most significant impacts, and then, like all other organizations, they only need to report on those, the most significant ones. We don't ask organisations to report using all our standards, just the ones which have the disclosures for their most significant impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So over to you, Graham.
Right. Okay. Sorry. The next speaker is trying to. I can't upload their slides, so I got distracted. I must admit.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, Carol. Carol, thank you so much. Carol's gone. Thank you so much for your time, and really, really interesting. And we are at a big crossroads, I think, on green reporting.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. So we're up to our final speaker of the day, Jack from Net Zero Now. Now, Jack, I haven't been able to. Jack can't seem to load his slides. Are you there, Jack?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Now I can't
yes,
seem to upload your slides either because I haven't. Yeah, that's not something I can do. Sorry.
Could you email them to?
Oh wait, I've just seen my status be shared. I can now share my screen as a presenter. I just think I need
that's
to be
lovely.
put as a presenter. So all
Done.
sorted.
Yeah, I
I
have
just noticed
just
it
made you a
changed
presenter,
before my
yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, I just did it now.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much for that.
I'm glad we can help you, Jack. Someone can anyway. Okay, so this is Jack from Net Zero Now. We do a lot of work with Net Zero Now. We think they're a really great organisation, and they're trying to show people how they can actually practically go green and do the right thing. So I don't need to say any more. All over to you, Jack. You've got 15 minutes to save the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Yeah, it leads very well off what Carol was talking about just there. I'm just sharing my screen now, so you'll hear me ask the question that everyone always asks, which is, can everybody see that? I might have to quickly share, and then can everybody see? Can somebody all confirm that we can see the presentation?
Yes.
Brilliant, amazing. Yeah, so it leads very nicely with Carol talking about. Talking about maybe in practice what it looks like to help businesses go net zero. And I'm just going to give you a short presentation. I'm aware it's near the end of the day, so 10 to 15 minutes or so of how, what the situation is, how we help businesses go net zero, and specifically how Net Zero Now do that, and kind of supporting the reduction of carbon in the private sector. And so moving on to start with, we'll start with what is the overall situation. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the climate change, the threat of climate change, and kind of all the sciencey side for what climate change is. So I'm going to move over that because we've got a short amount of time and talk more in terms of what we're doing about it. Start with what you will also be aware of is 2015, the major step we had toward businesses having a reduction in their emissions, which was in Paris in 2015, where the world leaders sat down and signed the Paris Climate Change Agreement with an aim to limit global warming to 2 degrees and aspiration of 1.5 degrees, because there's a massive difference in the effect that has on the world and the dramatic effects it will cause between 1.5 and 2 degrees. And I just want to highlight a few of them for you quickly to just show you the enormity of the situation that we face. Between 1.5 and 2 degrees, with sea level rises by a humongous amount, and many, many, many more people would be lost. In terms of ecosystems, just one way of highlighting that is by keeping it to 1.5, we can retain some of our coral reefs. By leaving it to 2 degrees, we lose pretty much all coral reefs around the world. The extreme weather effect between 350 million and 410 million is a huge amount of people. We want to keep the people that suffer the adverse effects of extreme weather to as minimum as possible. And we're already hitting quite a high number of 1.5, and 410 million is a huge amount more. And lastly, with Arctic ice. If we let it go to 2 degrees, at least one sea ice-free Arctic summer after 10 years. And where are we now with that? We're currently around the 1.3 degree mark, and 1.5 is looking increasingly unlikely. But there is hope, because every degree matters, and the difference between 1.6 to 1.2 is still a humongous amount. So we need to work as fast as we can and need to see what we can do. So what is net zero? The way we're helping businesses tackle climate change is aiming towards net zero. You'd have seen probably some stuff in the news over the past couple of years about the difference between net zero and carbon neutral, and the fact that net zero, well, in its definition, is when an entity reduces emissions by 90%. Following science-based pathways, with the remaining emissions attributable to like-for-like replacements, and that's our offsets, but only to the last few. That's the difference between carbon neutral. Carbon neutral allows for the full footprint to be offset through offset schemes. So moving forward, now we know what net zero is, how do we help businesses to aim towards that and set their sights on net zero and start reducing? And the first set is we work aligned with the Science Based Targets initiative, and they're the global initiative for driving corporate climate action. And they help set targets for business to hit that are science-based, and then we help them do that. So to start with, how do we do it? We help businesses measure their baseline emissions. What we need to do is have a data point where we can start. And by having your baseline emissions, you get a number, you get a carbon footprint to say, this is where we're at, and then what can we do to look at that data and think, where's the low-hanging fruit? What's the measures we can take to start reducing? And so from the baseline emissions, we look at short-term targets. These are anywhere between the next 5 or 10 years from the baseline year. And these separate targets for scopes 1, 2 and scope 3. I know in a couple of previous speakers of scopes 1, 2, and 3 and the greenhouse gas protocols have come up very quickly. So I'll just give you a very quick explanation of what they are, in the sense that scopes 1 is your direct emissions, that anything you burn on site is under direct control. Scope 2 is your indirect emissions. So for a business, that's usually your electricity supply that's burnt off-site, but you're under control of how much you use. And then scope 3 that previous speakers have mentioned, it's a difficult one because it encompasses everything else, and everything else, including your bought goods and services, your supply chain downstream, your upstream supply chain. And so these aren't necessarily under your control, but we set targets. So for the short term targets are of 1 and 2. So within the first 5 to 10 years, we look for a reduction in scopes 1 and 2 of 25% and a 15% reduction in scope 3. And that's in line with the 1.5 degrees pathway from the Paris Agreement. And then for the long-term target, we look for a 90% reduction in the total emissions of an entity or a business by 2050. And then the last 10%, those residual emissions that can't be reduced anymore, that just produced by the minimum a business can make, they're the ones we approve of offset through carbon credits. And lastly, as I mentioned, net zero is not the same as carbon neutral. Net zero, to make real change, is what we should be aiming for. And what's the business case for this? Why should businesses go net zero? And to drive change through the private sector, businesses need to have reasons to. And some of that is led by government and regulation and policy, and some of that is for business sense. And to start with regulation, I have example 2, which is SECR and TCFD. And these regulations started for large public companies and are slowly creeping up to large privately owned companies, and then to the SMEs. To start with, they were just for 1 and 2 emissions, and they're working up to the full carbon footprint. For example, TCFD involves emissions projections and modeling for the future and how you're going to do that. And so these regulations are moving, and in the next few years and over the next 10 to 15 years, there'll be the bar will be brought down in terms of which companies need to be reporting. But what's the business sense as well? So as well as the regulations, which is the government can push businesses to reduce their emissions, there is business sense. By reducing your emissions, especially in your scopes 1 and 2, you're saving money. You're reducing electricity bills, gas bills, and so the activity associated with the business is generally low. You can get solar panels which save electricity. There's just loads of ways, and this has actually helps businesses save operational costs. Investors, increasingly research shows that investors are looking for carbon credentials for businesses they've invested in, and it puts businesses ahead of others. And lastly, employees. Employees want to work for businesses that are putting effort into reducing their footprint and are environmentally conscious and are doing their bit. And then now I've kind of given you sense of the situation and what's happened already. I wanted to talk about the Net Zero Accountancy Initiative and what kind of we as a business are helping to do to support others and to support what we've done to put packages together that businesses can use to reduce their emissions in the easiest way possible. The issue going into it was that the big businesses are making progress, as the regulation I just talked about, but SMEs that represent 90% of businesses and circa about 60% of all emissions around, especially in the UK, risk being left behind. And then the 5 sticking points we were hearing, whether they were generic, these carbon tools and how we do it, we don't know what we're doing, they're risky. By chatting about what we're doing, we could get accused of greenwashing if we haven't done the correct thing. It's confusing, so it's how do we know we're doing the right thing? And then it's complicated. We're having to use emissions factors to calculate emissions for all the different aspects of the business's footprint. And businesses just don't have time. And if they do, they're expensive and consultants to come through and do that. So what we did to start with, and we work sector by sector, but for accountancy, which is one of our big sectors we do a lot of work with, we worked with industry bodies. I know we had Gemma from ACCA speaking earlier, and we've worked a lot with the ICAEW and the others that you can see on this screen. To answer the question below, what net zero means for the accountancy sector. And then from that, we generate the Net Zero Now Accountancy Protocol. And this is a document that aims to answer all the problems we previously mentioned. We wanted to make the information that you see relevant, and that's where we have the sector-based solution that talks about only what's relevant for accountancy and what accountancies need to worry about. We wanted to make it consistent. We wanted all businesses to look at the same kind of thing and not have to include certain aspects for one footprint and certain aspects for the other. We want businesses to be able to go in and say, okay, we've got a carbon footprint that is the same as all the other carbon footprints within this industry. And then we wanted to make it credible. And those credible is because of the global standards. So these are in line with the greenhouse gas protocols and science-based targets, which are the global recognized standards for measuring and reducing emissions in the world of carbon accounting. And then how do you make that as accessible as possible to as many different businesses, and especially SMEs that can't afford the expensive consultants? And that is an online platform. So we have an online platform that you enter emissions yourself, and it generates for you a carbon footprint. It asks only relevant questions and makes it easy as possible and walks you through. And then obviously the value in that. And the value is what I talked about earlier, of the financial benefit, the employee benefit, the investor benefit, and the customer benefit of people that wanting to work for businesses, low carbon suppliers, and businesses taking action. Obviously, while scope 3 includes up and downstream supply chain, big business, big accountancies and big firms are looking for, and people just working with accountants in general, are looking for businesses that are low carbon to reduce their scope 3 footprint. I just wanted to walk through what our platform looks like, what the journey is, and how this really benefits accountants. To start with, it's a data entry task. It's made as simple as possible to help calculate scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions in line with the GHG protocol. Then we're preliminarily a company made up of climate experts that really want to go through and check data and make sure everything is in line. So we go through the data point by point, line by line, and we ensure that that data is correct and there's no outliers and it's aligned against all of our benchmarks. And so it's what an accountant's footprint should look like. And then we advise on emissions reduction plans. And that's where a lot of the expertise of our team comes into play to say, what are the low-hanging fruits and what can be done? And finally, how do you talk about it? Where's the climate narrative, and how do businesses see you as doing your bit? And that comes in the form of the certification saying, once a footprint's been measured and validated and the business is committed to science-based targets following this global initiative, then we can share that and we can talk about it. And by talking about it, we hope to inspire others to do the same thing and to reduce their emissions and kind of change and reduce the whole footprint of the world of accountants. And then lastly, obviously, for the final 10% that we talked about before, we can offset. And there's the 2 certifications. On the road to net zero, where it has a target year, and then the green final, we've hit net zero, which is a few years down the road. I just wanted to evidence some of the businesses already underway with us, and the fact that we've got 683,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent with the unit that is used in carbon accounting. Everything is taken and converted into tons of carbon dioxide equivalents, and already done for 2,814 locations. And then just some closing remarks. I know that this conference has been designed to talk predominantly about shaping the future. And I want to talk about the businesses and give you some positive feedback for businesses already. Loads of businesses have already started to take action. It's ever increasing. And the next point I have is that as regulation is processing and that bar comes down, more and more businesses will have to, and the carbon footprint will rapidly reduce of the private sector. And then lastly, just as a bit of word for everyone, it's up to all of us. I don't know, the audience today is made out of people in industry, as well as accountancy students, as well as people like me speaking. It's up to directors to put this at the top of the agenda, employees to talk about this within companies and ask questions and see if people are doing it, and for students to have conversations about. But we've made so much progress already, and there is things to be positive about, as well as all the stuff you hear in the news. So thank you all for listening. Does anybody have any questions regarding anything I've just talked about?
Right. Thank you for that, Jack.
No problem.
I've got the same question I had for the last speaker. Really, is what's Net Zero's view on offsetting schemes? I mean, they've been in quite high in the about the greenwashing element. People worried about it. Can a aluminium smelter really ever be net zero? That's the issue, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think they do have their place. That is the thing. As long as where they started and with the work, the carbon neutral side of things, where a lot of businesses were taking this chance and a lot of the people were just going straight, okay, we can just offset all of our emissions and then we're done. And that's where all the issues started. But regulation is slowly building in those offset schemes, and there's a lot of movement to try and increase the regulation within that and make sure that they are credible and they're saying what they're doing, and they are eliminating the amount of emissions that they say they are. But especially we want to put the emphasis on the reduction. The reduction comes forefront is primarily, we talk about having a 90% reduction before considering the offsets, or not before considering the offsets. The offsets are always available and they still do good work, but the focus should be on the reduction.
Yeah. Do we have any questions?
We've been asked for the slides. So
yeah, I can send the slides.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, and we will send them out to all of the participants. I just have to say that was wonderful, and certainly got me thinking about my practice and various other small practices that are in my area in terms of what we really need to be doing something. And I think what you've done is that you've made it very practical, because often SMEs see this area as very complicated, as you say, and very much for sort of larger firms. But I think what you've done by breaking it down in the way that you have, it's made it a lot easier, so that we can do our part too. That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Michael, do you have a question?
Yeah, yes, please. Thanks, Jack. Great what you're doing, but could I say the public sector and third sectors, even our universities, should be able to make a contribution. Can we hear more about what they're doing and how we can engage them in this agenda?
Yeah, and I would say initially, the public sector and the universities will make up a massive part of countries' footprints, global footprints, as we all know. We don't necessarily work solely with the private sector. I mean, the government, the public sector obviously has the benefit of being able to influence policy and set about policy that can make radical change very, very quickly. And from the inside is doing some work. I don't want to misquote. I don't know the exact details of the work they're doing at the moment. And then people like universities, we've talked about that. We're a sector by sector kind of thing, and we've talked about the how we can expand to certain things in the university. I know we've got sports stuff on the horizon and different stuff to take big impacts in different sectors. So what I would say is there will be a lot about what they were doing. They will be publishing the work that they are doing in terms of emissions reductions. So it's something that's definitely available. And I don't have the exact info on it right now, but
yeah. Thank you. Could I just do a supplementary, please?
Yeah, of course.
Could you also concentrate on the NHS? because they have a lot of organisation, largest employer of people in the UK, and therefore you could get, with helping them along the line, could get them to deliver quickly on that. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, great. And I've gotten straight thing back for that one. We are actually, so there's one of the regulations. I quickly briefed SECR and TCFD, which apply for the SECR is for large companies and TCFD is for like conglomerate kind of size businesses. There's a regulation called PPN 0621, which is a public procurement notice, which requires suppliers to the NHS and suppliers to all the public sector to measure their emissions. And we help businesses to measure in line with that structure of reporting. So we're already helping people, a few in that, and we're looking to expand that as much as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think that's it then, Jack. Jack, you finished us off, and that's a great thing, because that's the day done. So thank you, Jack. Thanks for all that insight. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. Thank you, Ivor. I don't think we were. I think we were more Morecambe and Wise than we were Lauren Hardy. I think that's okay, isn't it?
Am I the wise one? I hope I'm the wise one, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, he's the sensible one. Remember?
Oh, okay.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can be that one. Yeah, we were never near Anton Deck. Let's put it that way. Anyway. No, thank you everyone for coming, listening. We will be making, hopefully, we'll be making the whole day available online on YouTube in the next week or so. So if you feel that you've missed anything and you want to go back on anything, say did they really say that? When you can go online and see if they really did say that. And obviously, if you missed anything that Prem said, you can go back. We had two lords of leaping, didn't we? Leaping in different directions politically.
Yes.
But still, sort of still both caring, both understanding the need, really both accountants as well, and explaining how the world for them is very different, but both adding real value to the world, I believe.
Yes.
And in between that, we looked at sustainability, the digitalization of our world, and something we cannot avoid. And I'm trying to think what other issues we passed on.
That sustainability, yes, and going to net zero.
Yeah, yeah. So that's our day done, isn't it? And of course we had Richard.
Yes.
Richard, who talked about education, never to be forgotten. Richard Murphy. If you are looking for him, look for Richard J. Murphy. He's often his sign off, because there's quite a lot of Richard Murphys. And he always has. We'll get him back next year to actually talk about tax. He's putting together a list of alternative taxes that would raise the same sort of money but have a positive effect on people's lives, so not benefiting any particular people in society. And he's putting those together, and he's presenting them, I think, to the political parties in the hope that one of them might take them up. And not particularly Labour Party. I just think he feels that some the taxes like inheritance tax or the other taxes could all be changed and changed for the better, just with little nuances. So hopefully we'll get Richard back next year. So watch this space. We've got lots of stuff coming. I'll be reporting on the day in PQ magazine in our own unique way, and watch out for the duo to be back next year, hopefully.
Absolutely, the good duo,
Yeah.
Morecambe and Wise. Did you say?
And can I just say, we are missing one person really, and that's Usha, aren't we? Usha missed who really was a driving force behind all this as well. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today, so thank you, Usha, for everything you did.
Thank you.
So I'm going to say goodbye, because I think people must have something to do today, mustn't they, other than listen to us too?
We could stay here all day, Graham, couldn't we?
I know,
and talk about these things.
We could, but we shouldn't.
Okay, we did say 3:15, so
we did say 15 and let everyone go away. So thank you everyone for staying with us for this long, and hopefully I'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you, Ivor. Sorry, I should have
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you.
You can stop. They can stop. Can you please stop the recording?
Yes, Kazra, could you start, or Chris,
and then we can,
please?
yeah.
We've got
try
to
and
wait
stop
for
it before I
everyone
say
to
stop
leave
the
the
video.
lobby before we can record.
I think we stopped
have we?
recording, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Kazra?
Oh, it's maybe a separate session being recorded. So the main one has been stopped recording. We on this one have to also stop recording because I think in the setting has been set that the session has been recorded. So if you would like to have a post-meeting chat, we can do it separately if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that mean
You're being evicted?
we hang around?
Do we hang around, or what do we do? What do we do?
I think Kaz was saying if you want to hang around, you go into another chat.
Yes.
Oh,
so
okay.
we can get the
Yes,
recording from this one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Shall I call you in, Graham, on another channel? How do I call? Oh, Kazra, can you do it, please? Can you set up another
Will do,
channel
yes.
and call
Will
us
do
both?
just in a second.
Call
Sure.
us both in.
Sure. Thank you.
My technical skills. There's going to be some editing of this tape.
I don't think they need much.
No, I don't.
Yeah. They edit me out. That's fine.
No. And Sarah sends her regards as well. She's had to go to a meeting, but okay. So he's going to call us in a sec.
Okay.
Okay, it's just like waiting for Godot, isn't it?
Does he come?
Where is? Yeah, exactly. I'm just waiting on him to call us in. Hopefully, on a different channel. Maybe I could do it from here. Let me see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do it. Let me challenge myself. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Must be. Does it for people in our organization? Maybe that's why he's having. Let's try it again. Otherwise, I'll have to take you to lunch. Why don't I set up a thing and then just send you. How did you should do it? Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Teams. Go into Teams. Let me go here. And let's and then let me do this.